Mayor Savage, I can confirm we are streaming. You may start the meeting on your call.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's February the 15th, the day after Valentine's, and we're here. We have a committee of the whole this morning. We have council this afternoon. We have two public hearings tonight. So we'll call the meeting to order, and I want to acknowledge that we are located in Mi'kmaq, the ancestral traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. Our municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. Okay, good morning, folks. Let's see who's with us. Let's go around the table, starting with Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, colleagues and staff and members of the public. All set for a great day.
All right, thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Good morning, everyone. And on this day, 57 years ago, the Canadian Maple Leaf flag was introduced for the first time for our country. And they're still flying proudly, but a few upside down, but hopefully we'll get that upside up.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here and ready to, debate the day away.
All right, Councillor Purdy.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here.
Good to see you. Councillor Austin.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor, ready to go.
All right, Councillor Mancini.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. All ready to go.
It's a great cake you put on your social media channels last night, Mancini, putting pressure on all the rest of us. Thank you for that.
You're quite welcome. Maybe if you ask my wife, she'll save you a piece, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, okay, awesome. Councillor Mason.
All here, President Correct, ready to go, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Cleary.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, residents from deep in the heart of Halifax, West Armdale.
Councillor Morse.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, staff. I'm happy to be here from Clayton Park in District 10.
Awesome. Councillor Cunnell.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here ready to get down to business.
Beautiful. Councillor Stoddart.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, colleagues and residents here in snowy District 12, ready to go.
All right. Deputy Mayor. We'll hear from the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Blackburn.
Good morning, everybody. Present and accounted for in beautiful sunny Beaverbank.
Councillor Russell.
Good morning, everyone from sunny, but holy smokes, it's cold, Lower Saxon.
Councillor Outfit.
Good morning from Bedford Wentworth, and I think Sharon Mancini deserves more than a cake, but we'll leave it at that.
All right. I see Jacques Dubé is with us, and John Traves. Good morning, folks. Good to see you both. Does somebody want to, we'll do community announcements at council this afternoon. Approval of the minutes of January 21 and January 25. Who would like to take us on that one?
Move that, Mr. Mayor. Second.
Councillor Kent.
Second.
Second by Councillor, was it Stoddart? I didn't quite, Daigle Gammon?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. The approval of the order of business. I just want to mention that in council, we'll be hearing from Halifax Water. We've given them a time certain of 1 o'clock. So whatever happens this morning, we're going to convene in council at 1 o'clock and hear from Halifax Water. Ian, correct?
That is correct, Mayor Savage.
Okay. Does somebody want to move the approval of the order of business as circulated?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Russell, seconded by Councillor Stoddart. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Opposed? Okay. I'll call for declarations of conflict of interest. All right, colleagues, we are going to move to our item this morning, which is the small business definition, commercial taxation options. So the plan here is that we will hear from staff, and then we will hear from the public, and then we'll go to discussion. So that's still our plan, Ian, I think, right? The people who are going to speak to this will hear the presentation and then have an opportunity to speak?
That is correct, Mayor Savage.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the staff presentation on small business definition and commercial taxation options. Appearing for the first time at council is Bruce Fisher. Good morning, Bruce.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I'm Bruce Fisher. I'm the Director of Financial Policy and Planning, and I have a presentation to share.
All right, the floor is yours.
Can you see the presentation, please?
We can.
Okay.
It's not whole screen, but looks like it's good.
All right. So we're going to go through, this is an outline of what we'll talk about. We'll go through the motions that we have in front of us from council. We'll give some background and context on commercial tax. We'll discuss taxes on land, building, and frontage. We did a jurisdictional scan and looked at small business definitions. Talk briefly about what makes for a successful small business tax program. And then we'll get into the hardcore. What are the options, the three proposals, impacts, pros and cons, end up with the conclusions. So motions from council. So we actually have three separate motions that are being addressed by this presentation. One from February 9th, what defines a small business. From May 4th, jurisdictional scan. We were asked for an analysis of small business definitions and a review of options.
Bruce, this is Ian McLean, municipal clerk here.
Yes.
We do need to make that screen full screen, so your slide advance, please.
Okay.
If you hit the little button on the bottom right.
Little button on the bottom right.
Down right there, to the left.
To the left.
Right there.
This one?
Over three. That one.
Do you have it full screen now?
No, you're gonna need to click that tab there.
Hold on, I have technical help. I've got a 14-year-old coming.
You're good. You're good. You're full screen.
I'm full screen on mine, Ian.
You are not in your presentation mode.
You might be sharing the wrong monitor.
Okay, so let me just go out here. Let me go back. I'll stop sharing and I'll try sharing again. I'm full screen. Are you full screen?
We're not. Are you?
Hi, Bruce. No, that is. If you would like, we can share it from the clerk's office if that would be easier.
Okay, share it from the clerk's office. I'll wait for you to put it up.
I can confirm it is in full screen, and Bruce, we just will need you to tell us when to progress slides. Thank you.
Okay. All right, please advance. So we're going to go through, as I said, the motions, background and context, commercial tax, lands, building, frontage, jurisdictional scan,
Did he freeze?
He has for me.
May need to turn off his video, whatever.
Jurisdictional scan, problem definitions, the options, and we'll go through the conclusions. Next slide, please. Motions, the next slide. So as I said, we have 3 motions we're dealing with: February 9th, May 4th, and January 11th. So what defines a small business? Jurisdictional scan, review of options, and on January 11th, we were asked to look at layering on of tax rates on square footage of land, square footage of building, and frontage. Next slide, please. A background and context on commercial tax. Advance, please. So the first thing I think that we need to acknowledge is basically that there is no such thing as low taxed commercial. Commercial pays a tax rate nearly 3 times the residential rate. So if you think of kind of like a small property and it's got a flat upstairs and a business downstairs, they're paying 3 times the taxes on the part upstairs as they are downstairs. So commercial is in general very heavily taxed, very common for most of Canada. And that's one of the things that helps keep residential taxes lower, is the higher taxes on commercial. Advance, please. We really have a very simple tax system. It's basically assessment times rate gives you your bill. If you could advance 3 times, you'll kind of see on the calculator if you had an example of $500,000 assessment. Advance, please. And you had a tax rate of, let's say, can you please advance? $3 per 100, basically 3%. Please advance. That would give you a tax bill of $15,000. That's basically the way taxes work. Most of us know this, but it's good to be reminded of it. Please advance. And of course, as the assessment increases, so does the tax bill. So, you know, with a $500,000 value, you're paying about $15,000. But of course, properties go up quite substantially. You can have very valuable properties in the city, from office towers, warehouses, all sorts of things. Please advance. We have 3 general tax rates on the commercial side. So the commercial tax system is a little bit simpler than the residential. So we have urban, suburban, and rural taxes. The urban and suburban are identical. We have a rural tax rate, which is lower than the urban. And then there's some separate area tax rates for mandatory provincial costs, supplementary ed, and hydrants. Please advance. This shows you where our commercial assessment is, $8.6 billion. So that's essentially the value of commercial real estate in HRM. About 24% is in the bids, a good chunk of that in the downtown Halifax bid, 16% in the business parks, 19% in the industrial parks, and there's a full 37% that's elsewhere, that's in neither a bid, a business, or industrial park. Please advance. So property tax, and this is a point it's generally not well understood. Its whole purpose is to be a wealth tax. It is not, strictly speaking, a service-based tax. It's a wealth tax. And the premise is that assessment correlates to your ability to pay. That if you have a higher value property, therefore you can afford to pay more, you have greater wealth. But there are a tremendous number of factors that affect assessment. So there's the value of the underlying land, the condition and age of the building, the size, the quality of the building. Does it have income associated with it, income streams? Municipal services can affect the value. And location, as I like to say, location, location, location. Now, the tax is paid by the owner of the building. The owner of a property is liable for the tax, but often that's passed on to whomever rents or leases. And properties are reassessed every soon we will be averaging them over a 3-year period. Please advance. So the value in your taxes are going to vary by building type. So like so much of this, it's really a bricks and mortar type tax. And so much of it depends on what type of building you have, what quality of building. So we'll see that often restaurants, we go to restaurants for an experience. So they tend to have a much higher quality finish and building than does, let's say, a warehouse. And so that contributes often to higher taxes on a restaurant. We see downtown office buildings. There's a tremendous range of taxes in most properties. You can see the average for, let's say, something such as the vet clinic, which ranges from under $1 to as much as $10 a square foot, but has an average of $2.50. So much of what we show you today will be based on square footage, but there's a tremendous range of value in there. Please advance. So value can vary by location. So location is a key factor, but it's not a simple thing to kind of analyze. I think the basic theory is often that if you're downtown, you pay more than if you're farther away. But there seems to be more exceptions than anything to that. So the map on the left, and I know that's quite busy, shows you the color coding of different tax levels. We have this map in quite a large format if anyone wants to look at it. But there generally isn't as strong a pattern as far as location goes, as is often thought. When you start delving into the details, you'll see that the arterials and the collectors, properties in those seem to generally be higher. We have had a major study done by Altus several years ago, looking at locational factors for taxation for businesses as to why they go downtown or why they go to business parks. Taxation was not cited as a major reason in location. And we've had an economic study that looks at the significance of taxation, and it concluded that taxation was not a significant factor in real estate investments. Now, of course, one of the things that we often hear about taxation is the question of fairness, equity or fairness. It's very much a subjective term. If you go back to that premise that those who have higher values can afford to pay more because they're wealthier, if you accept that premise, then essentially the property tax system is perfectly fair. If you reject that premise, if you don't believe that, then the question is, well, what exactly is fairness? And I think fairness will depend upon the viewpoint of the individual in many cases. There's multiple factors. It can be very difficult to benchmark taxes because there are so many different types of companies, size of companies, situations. There's a tremendous tendency for this to be an emotional debate and for it to hinge on anecdotal comparisons, taking two particular companies and saying, well, my firm pays this level of tax, but that firm over there pays less, so that's not fair. However, we have almost 5,600 properties, commercial properties in the city, estimated 25,000 businesses. That would include all the various tenants. We really do not know how many tenants there are because there is no central registry or record of how many tenants are out there and where those tenants are. Next slide, please. This shows you the average general tax per square foot in the business improvement districts. And you see, even within the business improvement districts, there's a fair range. And some of this is driven by the value of the underlying land or the businesses. So you can see that the range is from about $2 to $5 a square foot. We have about 50% data coverage on square footage. So this is a pretty good representation. It's probably about as
I've lost Bruce. Others lost him?
I've lost his audio as well.
Yeah.
I've lost.
No
Yeah, we
sound.
haven't got Bruce here. Can we check on Bruce?
I think he has to fire his 14-year-old IT person.
You gonna be checking on Bruce?
Good morning, Mayor Savage. Yes, we are trying to reach him.
Okay. Hope everybody's having a good look at this slide while it's up.
We're learning a lot from it, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if someone wanted to make a motion for the municipality to take over internet in Halifax, I'd second that.
And we'd support that in Burnside.
I've got Russell Walker just bounding through my head right now. You know the quote.
Careful what you wish for. That's
We can do a member benefits.
Mayor Savage, would you like to have a 5-minute break while we try to connect with Bruce? We can put up a holding screen.
Well, I think we need to. So, folks, just stay where you are. We'll just sort of, it's about 10 o'clock, 10:26. So we'll just sort of try to come back in 5 minutes. Folks, don't go very far away.
Mayor Savage, I will be checking in with our finance colleagues as well while we're doing this.
Thank you.
Mayor Savage, it appears as we have a solution for Bruce's audio. I would like to provide a thank you to our ICT colleagues who are helping with the assistance on this for some of the technical issues with the computers. We can take down the holding screen and we can return mics and cameras. I believe Bruce's audio should be working now.
Okay, Bruce, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yeah.
All right, okay.
You're good to go?
I'm on.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks to the folks who got us back online. I appreciate it. You can carry on, Bruce.
Okay, I can't see the screen here, so let me get my bearings. I believe we were looking at the average general tax per square foot for bids. Do we have that
We will,
screen?
we'll all recognize it when we see it. We stared at it for 8 minutes. Let's try to get it back on.
It's a good thing you guys all love commercial tax.
It's what we dream about. We also thank the people who are going to be presenting to us. We thank them for their patience.
I'm not sure what you can see.
Bruce,
Right now, I
Bruce, this is
see
Ian
it
McLean.
just councillors.
We just have to do the back end stuff with returning to the meeting. The screen will be up in momentarily.
Oh, okay, thanks. I'm on my phone, so it's a bit tricky for me to tell what's happening.
Bruce, I can confirm the annual average general tax per square foot slide is up and is streaming, and you are able to begin your presentation.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. So this slide basically, as I kind of said before I dropped off, it kind of shows you the range of annual general tax per square foot in the business improvement districts. But within each one of these BIDs, there's going to be highs and lows. So to a certain extent, it represents the composition of the different types of companies that are in there, office towers versus smaller retail, but also all the other many factors that affect assessment. Next slide, please. So what we see here are, these are the types of taxes that business pays. On the provincial federal side, there's a whole pile of taxes that we can't access. CPP, employment insurance, corporate income tax, sales taxes, capital and payroll taxes. We don't have those in Nova Scotia, but they do exist across the country. On the municipal side, most of our funds come from property tax with a smaller amount from user fees. And there are some funds that hypothetically we could get from frontage, square footage, we could get from land, specifically the size of the land. We have some legislative authority there. Next slide, please. So that's what we're going to talk about now. We're going to talk about taxes on land, building, and frontage. Please advance. So square footage, we have the legal authority to levy a square footage tax. And so the purpose of this would be to tax commercial entities relative to their size. So we have that in the charter. Now, however, we only have the data for roughly about 50% of properties. So if we really wanted to do this, we'd have to make a push on to get 100% of the data, and we'd have to make sure that that 100% was fully accurate. Square footage is a good metric because it's often used in the retail and the office sector, other sectors for leasing. It's involved in leases, and it's commonly understood. And that would help you ensure equity amongst different size of properties. Of course, if you wanted to do something like this, then you'd have to find a manner that you could tax vacant properties, because this is really a tax on the building. Now, it doesn't guarantee, I guess that all businesses would have lower or higher taxes. You really need to get into the details to see how it's really going to affect you. Small businesses that currently are not paying very much tax per square foot may actually see their tax increase. Next slide, please. Land tax. So the purpose of a land tax is really to encourage the development of vacant land and densification. So it's really to try to convince those who sit on properties that are not densely populated or are not actually built out to build on them. So it's popular in some circles, in academic circles. The charter allows us to tax the land area, doesn't allow us to tax land value, but it does allow us to tax land area, and we do have data on that. However, I think the key thing to keep in mind is that the practice is likely going to differ somewhat from the theory. There are all kinds of properties that can't easily be developed or intensified. So, for example, they may not have the zoning, they may not have the road access, they may be on properties that aren't really ideal to develop, whether they're wetlands or all kinds of rock. And another key thing I think to remember is that, we're not a city that is largely built out, whereas in the States, where you see some of this debate going on about land and intensification and taxes, they don't have cities that are comparable to our size. And so you have many cities which are built out and have nowhere else to go. And so they're trying to push up. We've gone through the data on this, and it's really a very preliminary work through the data. The initial conclusions we have is that a land tax would likely increase taxes on properties with large land holdings, particularly in rural areas, and it would do that in favor of high density properties. We haven't seen anything within the data that would really jump out and say, hey, this is going to help small business. As a matter of fact, it may disadvantage many smaller properties. So it's not leaping out to us as an ideal solution to help small business. Next slide, please. Frontage tax. So the purpose of a frontage tax is to really tie what people pay to the cost to service the property. So one of the main drivers of our costs is road lengths, because, that determines, a lot of municipal costs, not only fixing the road, but, the distance that a lot of municipal and other vehicles will have to travel along those roads, the transit costs. So that can be a fairly significant driver of our costs. So the charter allows us to have a tax on frontage. We do have data. The data is a bit tricky to work with, but we do have the data. Now, keep in mind that frontage is not the only driver of municipal costs, that there are other factors that can be significant. And again, like the land, we've delved into it and looked at some of the data. There's nothing here that leaps out that says a frontage tax is going to help small business or smaller properties. Next slide, please. So we've done some jurisdictional scans. There is not a lot going on in Canada that differentiates how you tax small business, but it obviously is an issue in different jurisdictions. We're not unique in having small businesses and small properties that are frustrated by the assessment system. So there have been some changes recently in Ontario. Ottawa is trying to bring in a system where it taxes based on what I would call property categories. So in other words, it looks at, is this a neighborhood shopping center? Is it an office tower? And so it's trying to use those proper land use or property categories along with size factors in order to set up a tax system that can tax smaller properties at a lower rate. Toronto is looking at something based on assessment. So in other words, it would have differential rates for properties under $1 million. And in the downtown, it would have a different threshold, which would be $7 million and 7,500 square feet of land. So those are two examples we were able to find. Alberta has instituted at the provincial level a system whereby based on full-time employees, a municipality could provide tax relief to small businesses. So essentially it runs it by application. And there are some smaller towns in Alberta that are doing that, none of the larger municipalities. And Winnipeg, which still has a business occupancy tax, does provide refunds for those under 45,000 in business occupancy assessment. Interestingly, business occupancy assessment, which we got rid of, is one of the routes by which it would be most easy to deal with small business because they're such big leasers. However, we no longer have that system in Nova Scotia.
Bruce, there's a request to advance the slides.
Oh, my apologies. Can you advance the slide, please? This slide just shows you the systems that I discussed in Ottawa, Toronto, Alberta, and Winnipeg. So as I mentioned, the Ottawa system property category, Toronto based on assessment, they're doing a bit of tiering. Alberta, which is based on application, and Winnipeg, which is based on business occupancy. Advance the slide, please. So in terms of definitions, there are all kinds of definitions of small business out there. So from our perspective, we have two challenges. One is that we have to have legal authority in order to use that definition. Second is that we have to be able to administer it. So we've looked at basically 7 different types of definitions. I won't go through them all. They're all in the report. The 2 that we have the legal authority for and that are most easy to use are, first of all, assessed value, and second of all, size. The other ones, we looked at net income, revenue, employment threshold, salaries, those sorts of things. A couple challenges with them. One is we don't have the legal authority, and second of all, making some of the data work in those systems is not as easy as it might appear at first blush. Please advance the slide. What makes a successful tax program? So please advance the slide. I think it's useful to kind of back up and think about what is it we're really trying to deal with here? What addresses the problem? Do we have common agreement on what the problem was or is? Does our solution assist small business who lease? Does it assist small business who own? What about inequities? Equity and inequities are major things to business because no business wants to pay a different tax rate versus its competitor. So consistency is a major factor. Are there strong boundaries? So boundaries are a major factor. Are there unintended consequences? Is it sustainable? And ultimately, are we making the city more competitive? Next slide, please. What are our options? Next slide, please. So we've looked at all kinds of options. And variations on those options. We've had tremendous consultation with businesses and bids. We went through 3 workshops in the summer. Options 1 and 2 were discussed at those business workshops. Option 3 has not been discussed at the workshops. That was a specific request from regional council. So that's the only option that we really haven't had consultations on, but we've consulted with a large number of options with businesses and the bids. We've focused on 3 options that we feel are, first of all, they're allowed by the charter, and second of all, they can be administered. All 3 of them are revenue neutral. The 3 options are tax relief to bid areas, tiered tax relief for small properties, and tiered tax relief combined with tax zones. Please advance. So what I think, again, is useful here is to think about the purpose. What ultimately is the real purpose of this particular option, and is that solving our problem? So when we look at option 1, tax relief to bid areas with above average taxes. So the purpose of this option is to support small businesses that have the highest tax levels. So there are some bid areas where the commercial taxes per square foot are substantially high. And so those businesses, of course, that makes it more challenging to operate a small retail or a small restaurant operation in those areas because they're going to spend a higher proportion of their income towards paying those taxes. So the proposal is to focus on those bids and target tax relief to those areas which have high commercial taxes by reducing their tax rate by 50% by the amount of which they're over the average. Please advance, please. So here you would see the taxes per square foot as best as we know them for the different bids. You can see that they range from $1.77 to $5.14. And what we would essentially do, we would set up a special tax rate for 4 of them for downtown Halifax, Sackville, Quinpool Road, and Spring Garden area, because those are the 4 highest taxed. Please advance, please. Oh, go back one, please. Yeah, so that little box there shows you those 4. So what that would essentially do, it would drop the taxes of downtown Halifax by 1.9%, of Sackville by 3.6%, of Quinpool by 7.8%, and of Spring Garden area by 19.6%. They would all still be paying higher taxes per square foot than the remaining 5 bids. So it would move them closer to the average. Please advance, please. So here you see taxes across the region under this particular option. The bids are shown in the blue. So what would happen is on the far right where we see the Spring Garden Road bid, it's $4.13. So that bright green area up top is the amount of the tax relief that it would receive. Please advance to the next slide, please. So there's pros and cons to this. I'll say right up front that none of these 3 options is perfect. You're going to be able to look at any one of the 3 and find problems with it. The advantage to this one and why you might think about this one is because it gives tax relief to those who have the highest taxes and are most in need. And potentially it could give relief to the other bids if they suddenly saw their taxes rising quite quickly. So it would provide tax relief both for the owners and for those leasing in those specific areas. So it's not discriminating between a big building or a small building in those particular areas. It's saying this is a high taxed area and we're providing tax relief in that area. Now, there may be some challenges with what is a bid and why are we giving it to a bid? And some businesses may decide, well, let's form a bid so we can get in on this. So that really is a challenge. They could do that, but they would have to be high tax still in order to actually get the tax relief. Please advance to the next slide. So the second one looks at tiered tax relief for small properties. So the purpose here is to provide tax relief to all small properties across the municipality, to not discriminate in terms of geographic location. So based on our research, the highest tax small properties are typically those with values between $1 million and $2 million. So what we would essentially do we would create 3 tiers. One which would have the first $1 million would be 15 cents lower. One would have a rate between $1 million and $2 million, 30 cents lower, and then over $2 million, the rate would increase. Next slide, please. This kind of shows you the example of, let's say, a property with $5 million. On its first $1 million, it would pay 15 cents less. On its second $1 million, it would pay 30 cents less. And on the next $3 million, it would pay 15 cents more. So a property that would be worth $5 million would pay the same under this system as it would under the status quo. Next slide, please. Can you just hit the down button there so I can highlight something, please? No, go back one. Right. So this gives you some examples of how this would work. So if you only had a property value of $500,000, your taxes would go down about 5.1%. Likewise, if you had a property of $3 million, your taxes would go down 3.4%. So there's some fairly good declines in taxation levels for those properties that have smaller values. You can see a property of $2 million would go down 7.6%. Just hit the next arrow button, please. You can see that property of $5 million is the break even. They would not be affected at all. And can you hit the next arrow? Just go back one there, will you? You'll see down the bottom, those who are $10 million and above, they are actually going to be paying more. Anyone over $5 million in property value will pay more. So basically what we're doing is we're shifting the taxes from the large properties to the small properties. Please advance. So what are the advantages on this? The advantage is that the tax on small properties declines. That's really why you would do that. If you feel that you want to bring the tax down on small properties across the region, then this is a big plus. It applies to all small properties, so it does not discriminate, and it applies equally to all large properties. So there's no geographical discrimination in this. Now, it may have some disadvantages too. It may discourage smaller properties from relocating into larger buildings. You know, that's one of the things that we're likely to see happen over the next few years as the city progresses and changes, that we'll see some small retailers move into a larger structure. And so under this system, while they're on their own, they might have a tax advantage. And when they go into that larger building, they may actually end up paying more because lessees are not going to necessarily benefit under this system. We'll also see large properties see tax increases. Please advance. This kind of shows you again the tax incidence of what happens. So I'd point out that the light blue bars are for the business improvement districts. The kind of yellow ones are for the business parks, and the gray one is for the industrial park. Please advance. Third and last is the tiered tax relief with tax zones. So the purpose of this is to support small properties across the municipality, plus a lot of larger properties, with the exception that it would not support larger properties in the business or industrial parks. So I think the underlying assumption is that properties in the selected business and industrial parks have the ability to pay higher taxes than properties elsewhere. So this works by creating 5 zones. They're a high density business park zone, industrial park zone, small medium enterprise zone, and the rural zone. So please advance, please. This kind of shows you the map of that. So the business park zone consists of 4 business parks: Dartmouth Crossing, Bears Lake, City of Lakes, and the Bedford Industrial Park. 2 of these are owned by HRM and 2 of these are private. And then all the other business and industrial parks within the urban area would be considered industrial parks. The rural area is unaffected by these proposals. So the rural area doesn't, we haven't actually worked the rural area into either getting tiered relief or into being one of the zones. So the whole proposals are really revenue neutral for the rural areas. Please advance, please. So this shows you how the rates would work. And this is, I'm afraid, a little bit more of a complicated option. If you could just advance one, please, there. I think you've got to go back one. Right, so all properties would pay the same value up to $1 million. So as long as they're in the urban suburban area, they would pay a rate that's 15 cents lower, even if they were in one of the business park zones. So small properties within that business park zone would pay this rate. Advance one, please. The rate actually declines as you get, as your assessment rises. So this gives a bit of an incentive for small properties to become a little bit more valuable. They don't get hurt by that. And we know that this is the area where the taxes are the highest. And again, it treats all properties within that particular bracket the same. So it doesn't discriminate if you're in Dartmouth Crossing or if you're in the Bedford Industrial Park, you would pay the same as your competitor of the same size. Advance one, please. This is where it's different. It's different for properties that are over $2 million. And there, the rate structure becomes different. You have the same top rate for the small, medium enterprise and the high density as you would otherwise, but the rate is increased for industrial parks and business parks. So essentially what we're doing is we're taking the cost of all the tax relief we're providing, and we're expecting the business parks and the industrial parks to carry the load on all of those increase, on all of that tax relief. Please advance the slide, please. This shows you, and again, I apologize, it's a little bit of a busy slide, but it does give you some of the details. Please hit the down arrow. So here you'll see that in the small enterprise zone and the high density zone, everyone benefits. Everyone has a savings. The bigger savings accrue to those who are smaller. Please hit the down arrow. In the industrial parks, not everybody saves, but everybody under 5 million will save some funds. And then those who are over 5 million will pay. And the down arrow, please. And here in the business parks, everyone under 2.8 million, if you have a standalone building you own with less than 2.8 million, they will save. Everyone of greater than 2.8 million will pay more. And you can see that some of those increases will become a little bit steeper. Please advance the slide. So again, our advantages and disadvantages. There's no greater advantage to the owner of a small property under this proposal than under proposal number 2. So if you own a small standalone property of $2 million, you get no more tax breaks under option 3 than you do under 2. What it does do is it provides additional tax relief to larger firms in the small enterprise and the high density zones. So that's really what you're getting out of this proposal is that the office towers and the other large firms in those 2 zones, they now get a bit of a tax break. So the disadvantages is, well, first of all, you're going to see some fairly substantial increases in the industrial and business park zones. You have some equity issues. So because the boundaries basically are based on those parks, anybody outside those parks may get the tax break, whereas those inside won't. So you can have competitors each on one side of the boundary. This will not tax all big boxes consistently. We have big boxes, for example, that are on Lacewood that will pay lower taxes than those a kilometer or 2 up the road in Bears Lake. And then we have big boxes on the peninsula who will pay less than Lacewood. So there is a variety of equity issues that we are developing here. And I think our fear staff is that we're pitting one area of the municipality against the other. New firms that are coming in can simply decide, well, I'm not going to locate in the business park because I can save money going somewhere else. Where that somewhere else will be, none of us are quite sure, because we're creating a disincentive, but we don't have a corresponding incentive or plan for where we want those types of firms to go. It is a little bit more complex, but I have to say that probably all three of the options are more complex. Please advance the slide, please. And just hit the down arrow. So here you can see essentially those red boxes represent the tax increases that will be put onto the business parks. And please advance the slide again. So those are the three options. We're just going to run through some of the conclusions quickly, if you can advance the slide. Hit the down arrow once. So option one. So essentially what's happening here is we've got a small number of firms who are getting some substantial tax decreases. So about 10, 11% of the firms will get tax relief of 2 to 20%. And that will be paid for by everybody else. But because there's a large number sharing in paying for a small number, the tax increase is quite modest. So the tax increase is only 1%. Hit the down arrow, please. So here we almost kind of have the opposite impact. So we have the large increase going on a small number of firms. The benefit isn't any greater than number two for most of them. There's some exceptions for some of the lessees in the bigger buildings, but you do have a large increase on a small number of firms. Hit the down arrow, please. Here we've got almost the same level of tax relief, certainly for small properties, as we do for number three. But what we've managed to do is minimize the tax increases paid across the rest of the region. So I wouldn't say that they're inconsequential, but we've tried to balance that out. So we can see tax relief for small properties as high as 8%, depending upon the size of their property. And then the tax increases for those who have to pay are more in the range of about 5%. Please hit the next slide, please. So all three options suffers from some common weaknesses. So there's additional complexity on all of the options. There's challenges with those who lease that they may not always benefit. There is the risk of unintended consequences. We have not run systems like this before. We have about 5,600 properties, so we're not quite sure what all those consequences would be. And I would emphasize that fairness, certainly, we realize it's an emotional debate, but fairness is very much a subjective thing. And so the decision council has to make depends on really how they define the problem. So it's critical to have those clear objectives and outcomes in terms of what problem specifically are we trying to solve. Advance the slide, please. So option one provides significant tax relief to those small properties that have the highest tax level. Option three increases taxes significantly on business parks, but it doesn't provide much in the way of additional relief for small properties over option two. It will pit one part of the region against another, and you do have some serious risks of creating disincentives and inequities. That's why I think we've settled on the recommended option of option two, which are tiered tax relief, provides tax relief across the municipality for smaller properties. So there is a substantial tax increase for some firms, but it's not as high as it would be under option three. It is greater than it would be under option one. However, from an equity perspective, it treats all small properties the same, and it treats all large properties the same. Please advance, please. Hence, this has led to the recommendation that we draft an administrative order to implement the tiered tax relief for small properties, option two. We would like to do this in the 23-24 taxation year. We do have a few challenges with the administration due to the oncoming new revenue system we have. We can discuss that more later. And we would review the entire program following the 2023 final tax bill and report back to council on. So that council is our presentation.
Okay, Bruce, thank you very much for that. We're going to hear from our presenters. It's not a public hearing, so there's not a question of clarification. Bruce will be here. He can answer those questions as we have our discussions. So I will at this point go to the folks who've been waiting patiently. So this is the public participation section. As a reminder of those who are watching from home, you have to sign up, in this case by 4:30 the day before. There are 7 people with us who have signed up to speak, and they'll have up to 5 minutes. The clerk will keep an eye on the time, and we'll begin with Jim Cormier, followed by Matthew Maillet and Tim Rosesco. Jim, are you with us? Jim Cormier, the Atlantic Director of the Retail Council of Canada. Jim, are you in the meeting with us?
I am.
I see you. Good morning.
Good morning. Just getting myself set up here. Great. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure of the protocol here. Do I just wait for a cue or start away? Or?
The floor is yours, Jim. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Look, thank you, everyone. Really appreciate the opportunity to at least provide some comments on behalf of the Retail Council of Canada. Thank all the members of the committee of the whole. I did have a chance to speak with one of the committees about this last year when I was first hearing about what was then one of the options, which is option 3 now. So we've been chatting about this off and on for the better part of a year. Just very quickly, Retail Council, we've been in business as an industry association representing many retailers from coast to coast since the 60s. We have about 45,000 storefronts of all retail formats across the country: department stores, grocery, convenience, specialty discount, so small independents right up through to some of the largest bricks and mortar and online merchants in the world. We also have some quick service restaurants as well. So we represent upwards of about 13% of the province's labor force here in Nova Scotia. It's about a $16 billion industry in Nova Scotia. So retail does matter, and especially in some of the parts of the city that Mr. Fisher was talking about, it has a significant impact on the city. So just overall, I did send in this morning a submission. I don't want to just go through that word for word. It's there for everyone to read at their leisure. Obviously we have some real concerns. I think there'll be some challenges with some of these approaches. Do understand that obviously everybody's looking for more revenue. Everyone's getting through COVID. I do want to remind everybody though that as we're still just starting to limp out of the fourth wave of COVID, that it's really not a great time to be asking businesses to pay more with the proposed tax increase that seems to be coming through, and now adding to it the fact that even though assessment values continue to climb in our city that's doing very well, looking at creating a system where some of our members will be asked to pay a lot more, and we don't necessarily think that that's overly fair and equitable. It does put us in a difficult spot, whereas Retail Council of Canada, it's difficult for us to provide a firm opinion on any of the options, just given the fact that we do represent so many different retail businesses. As Mr. Fisher mentioned, in most of the options, our small business members of which we represent a great number. They will benefit. So, that's important. We don't want to diminish that. If you look at, it sounds like there's been a bit more of a leaning, obviously the staff recommendation of option two. Option two, as Mr. Fisher said, it would create a higher level of fairness for all of our members. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't have calls from some of our members saying, well, Jim, we don't necessarily like that either, because under option three, which is definitely not overly equitable, we have large businesses that will benefit greatly because they're located in zones that would be considered for small and medium enterprise. Others that are not in the business parks that are going to benefit quite greatly. So it's really difficult overall. I even tried to do a chart myself to try and compare options 2 and 3, and again, it's across the board. For depending on the zone you're in and the options that are available, it's going to be benefits for some and very difficult for others. So I guess, without belaboring this too much, I just simply ask, everyone to consider the fact that, even the larger businesses, in our case, larger retailers that seem to be a target especially in option 3, that they understand the fact that they do already contribute a great deal to HRM. They're one of the top employers. Pay
30 seconds remaining in your
taxes.
presentation.
Sorry?
30 seconds remaining in your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Paying taxes, contributing to different community initiatives, and they're looking at this saying, well, I've moved myself into the area to help create a retail hub where people can come and spend money in the city. I'm already paying significant taxes, assessments keep going up, and now they're asking me to pay more. So, we don't look at option 3 as overly fair overall to those businesses. And, we'd ask that, councillors understand the fact that even if they do nothing, taxes are still going to increase this year because of the assessments that are already going up. So I'll leave it at that. Thank everybody for their time, and encourage everyone to take a look at our submission when they get the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cormier. Yeah, I'm not muted. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is
Sorry,
Matthew.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question, Mr. Cormier? Is that appropriate?
I don't know, Ian, is it appropriate to do that at committee of the whole? I don't want to get into all kinds of them, because when clarification tends to be debate, but Ian, are we okay to have questions of clarification of the presenters?
I do not see anything that would not allow that to occur.
Okay. I ask people to be very judicious in their questions of clarification. We will have staff who can answer questions all the way through the discussion. Councillor Mancini, a question of clarification for your almost neighbor.
Yep. Mr. Cormier, how are you? Good to see you.
You as well.
Heading to the hockey rink tonight, I hope.
My son played last night, so.
Awesome. Jim, look, thanks very much for the presentation. Thanks for the submission too. So based on what I read in your submission and what you just shared with us, you in representing your members are not thrilled with any of the options. So does that mean your preference would be to stay where we are now at this point in time?
Look, in representing an industry association where no matter which option is chosen, there's going to be a lot of upheaval. Our members are not, we'll have members that aren't going to be overly happy no matter which option is chosen. So it's pretty difficult for me as representing an industry association to say that we're happy with any of the proposals. Right. If it's which you're going to get some pain, so which do you prefer? It's really difficult for me to give a strict position on it, other than to say that option 2 is at least more fair overall, in that it spreads the pain out a bit more equally. Whereas option 3, again, I could tell you that, retailer A, B, C, and D are going to do very well in option 3, whereas very similar, if not identical retailers in different spots of the city are going to pay through the nose. And so, it's difficult. Again, it's strategically, it was very good the way that they put this together, because it's rendered us somewhat ineffective in this respect, that it's hard for us to come out with a position. Then part of the reason for me being here today is just to simply say that, look, I get it. Everybody's looking for increased revenue, but this is not a great time to be asking retailers of any size to be digging in and being asked to pay more.
Thanks for that, Jim. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Mathieu Maillet or Mayette. You're with us, I see you there. The floor is yours, sir. You're
Yes,
with Altus?
Yes, everybody can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. Yes, my name is Mathieu Maillet. I'm Senior Director with Altus Group, primarily involved in assessment appeals and taxation, etc. I lead a team of 6 that works exclusively in property tax appeals and valuation, etc. But today I'm here on behalf of the Building Owners and Managers Association. And we struck a committee, the Commercial Tax Task Force Committee, that's a tongue twister, to explore this and provide a submission, which we have done to the city and promote to other organizations. Our organization and the committee itself is made up of Andrea Beckingham with Choice Properties, myself with Altus Group, Kevin Nettle with Paramount Management, and Michael Kennedy with Patterson Law. So our members are primarily, or we have 2 categories of memberships. The premium or the primary membership are owners and managers of commercial real estate. So we would be the landlords that Jim's organizations are tenant of, all your shopping centers, office towers, industrial buildings, mostly landlords, mostly tenanted properties, but there are some that are owner occupied or business, etc. In HRM, we under management, we got 14.7 million square feet of inventory, a total tax liability of about 109 million, 37 owner members in HRM, and we represent about 33% of the commercial tax base in HRM. So that's sort of our bit of a description of the membership of who we represent, who I'm speaking on behalf of today. We've submitted a submission of 16-page submission or 13-page submission yesterday, and in there I know that the floor here is to talk about the options. We're sort of echoing Jim's presentation before me, in that all 3, what concerns us with all options, they are intended to be revenue neutral, in that the city will not lose revenue on the implementation of this. So that, whereas that implies that a certain portion of the tax base, commercial tax base, is going to benefit, and another portion is going to pay more. So that's concerning. Again, just like Jim's concerns, that we represent a large array of membership, and each of our members would analyze all 3 options and see which one benefits them the most. I've tried to, as a professional who doesn't own, or I'm not an owner manager of the association, I've tried to promote more of a best practice, because I working with the largest property tax consultant, the largest property tax consulting firm in the country. I see how taxation policy is implemented in other jurisdictions, and been working at it for over 10, 15 years. So the thing with our base is that it's easy to shift tax burden onto our tax base because we have less votes, and as Bruce mentioned, we currently, as of last year, and Altus did a study, Halifax pays 2.85%, or the ratio, more than the residential tax rate for the same value property. If all these, and then you're in budget deliberations and looking at an increase in the average tax bill about 4.6%. If all else stays the same, as all the other municipality tax rate stays the same, well, you're moving to a ratio of 3.03 times the residential rate. And again, more the tax burden shifts on to the commercial base. Now, the residential base will argue, well, we've had higher tax increase or higher assessment increase because the assessment base of the commercial base has essentially been flat or very little increase over last year. So you know, they've been subject to a higher assessment increase due to the conditions of the market, while we've been more stagnant.
30 seconds remaining in your presentation.
Yeah, so for us, all of the options, we don't like any of them because it shifts burden on one group over the other. On the option 2 that's presented seems to be the least painful for our membership. So that's what we go for, but we sort of like the 4th option that's being discussed with council, in that to an application-based program that'd be more focused and maybe provide relief to who's intended. However, we stress that the cost of implementation and whatnot should be controlled. And lastly, I have to say the assessment averaging.
That is 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you muted?
I can't get there. Okay. I'd like to just let Mr. Maye finish that sentence if he would.
Yeah, in regards to the assessment averaging program that's going to be implemented, I strongly recommend that you exclude new capital and new construction out of that program. From my understanding is that it is going to be included. So that would mean, again, shifting more of the burden of the tax base on the rest of the base that's not subject to new construction. In other words, if you get a piece of land that's valued at $1 million, somebody puts a $9 million building on it, assessment's $10 million, that $9 million value, the city's not going to get the windfall on taxes until year 3. So it puts that burden on the rest of the base that's not subject to new construction. And somebody building something would have forecasted taxes into their forecast anyways. So
Okay.
it's something that we think should have been.
Thank you for that last sentence with a lot of comments. Thank you, Mr. Maye. I appreciate that. I've got Tim Rosesco, Paul McKinnon, Michelle Champness. Tim Rosesco, you're up. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm with the Downtown Dartmouth Business Commission. We represent 300 businesses in downtown Dartmouth. Many of them are small independent businesses and for the most part, local property ownership. I also chair the group of Halifax Bids, representing 9 business improvement districts, over 4,000 businesses, and about 24% of the commercial tax assessment in the Halifax Regional Municipality. Our work as bids support the vibrancy of our downtowns and main streets that form the heart and character of our communities. These districts are collections of businesses of all sizes, large employers, cultural organizations, small and independent businesses. Our communities are renowned for where one can get the best fish chowder or the most unique gifts, and not for where one can buy the cheapest big screen TV. The bids have been working together for close to 7 years to have reforms made commercial taxes that would put small businesses on the even playing field with big box retailers and support our downtowns and main streets. Back in November of 2016, the Nova Scotia Legislature passed Bill 52, providing new powers to the municipality to set different commercial property tax rates. It wasn't perfect, but it was a start. It did not permit setting rates based on the type of businesses, like a differentiated rate for small businesses. But we took it and we began discussions with city staff on how we could use these powers to assist small business. We've appreciated the support that we've received from council, the CAO, municipal staff, as we've worked to find a commercial tax reform that would accomplish our goals and be fair across the municipality. We met numerous times with municipal staff, workshop alternatives. The bids have consistently advocated for relief for small businesses and our downtowns and main streets. And we believe that option 3 can best accomplish this. We anticipated that following the CPED meeting in September 2020 and the May 2021 HRM Council discussion and the motions that further refined to option 3 would be the basis of the final report. It's not clear how option 1 and 2 were developed, but they're not reflective of our input. We ask you to continue along the path of reform that option 3 provides. Option 3 represents a path that both is supportive of small business and also aligns with the goals of the regional plan and economic strategy to encourage business concentration around residential populations and municipal investment in services. Option 3 supports all the businesses in our downtowns and on our main streets. It supports small businesses throughout the municipality regardless of whether they're located in a large building or a small building. And it shifts the current unfairly distributed tax burden to areas which are prominently home to national chains. So that's my part of the presentation. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. And I think Paul's up next from downtown Halifax, and he'll continue.
I'm having trouble getting unmuted today. Thank you very much, Tim. We will go to Paul McKinnon, followed by Michelle Champness, Anne Louise McKinnon, and Gordon Stewart. Paul McKinnon.
Thank you, and good morning, Mayor Savage and councillors. My name is Paul McKinnon, and I'm the CEO of the Downtown Halifax Business Commission. We represent 1,600 businesses in the Central Business District of HRM. Our downtown, like just about any downtown, represents the area which tends to have the highest assessments, and I can attest that taxes have been a key issue for my constituents for a long time. However, I'm not here solely to advocate for lower taxes for our area. The fact of the matter is that downtown businesses will always pay high taxes. Wherever land is most expensive, taxes will be highest under an assessment-based system. What we would like to articulate is that there are incremental changes that HRM can make right now that would create a systemic change to even the playing field just a little bit and send a clear message that the city does value the viability of its downtown businesses, whether they be small mom and pop tailoring shops or national consulting and law firms. A healthy downtown has both. As Tim mentioned, I'm also helping to represent the coalition of 9 business improvement districts, both urban and suburban, along with my colleagues Tim, who just spoke, and Michelle Champness from Sackville. Each district would have a slightly different opinion about what should be done with a commercial tax reform. But what we have done consistently, as Tim has said, is coalesce around a common solution we think not only works for all of our districts, but also for small businesses across the city, and which supports the broad goals of the regional plan, the economic strategy, and other city documents. In December, HRM staff prepared a report that listed 3 options. It is standard for staff to prepare various options, list pros and cons, and then recommend one, which is exactly what they did. What caught us as the bids off guard is that they recommended option 2 and not option 3. I'd like to spend the remaining time I have discussing the issues with options 1 and 2 and why option 3 we feel should be the preferred one. Option 1 seems to pit bid areas against each other, and I would like to point out that our coalition, though we represent businesses within specific boundaries, we've never advocated for tax zones or tax plans that only benefit our bid areas. Regardless, this option is not recommended by either HRM finance staff or the bids. Option 2, staff's recommended option, does seek to target relief to small businesses, but this cannot be done directly under the provincial legislation granted in 2016. Instead, option 2 presumes that small businesses exist in small buildings. That may be generally true of owner-occupied buildings, but walk through any large downtown property and you will see the sandwich shop in the same building as the National Bank branch. Most egregious, in my opinion, is that option 2 will actually result in an increase to the tax burden for any downtown property assessed at $5 million or more. That's 18% of all of our properties, representing likely in excess of 40% of the individual businesses downtown. This completely goes against the goal I hope we all share of making downtown more competitive and helping it recover from being disproportionately hit by pandemic restrictions. For context, for 2022, the average assessment increase per property for downtown is 7.2%. Option 2 would compound that assessment increase with a systemic tax rate increase that disadvantages them even further. No, there is a better way. That better way is option 3. Option 3 still gives tax relief to businesses in small buildings, many of them small businesses clear across the municipality. It ensures some relief to properties in the urban core, and perhaps even more importantly, signals that the city wishes to encourage business location in the urban core. And it shifts the burden, yes, to the big box parks. However, we know from our analysis and common sense that the vast majority of those buildings are occupied by large multinational organizations and very, very few small businesses. Shifting the tax burden away from downtowns and main streets and onto big box parks is a judgment call, as Bruce Fisher said, but it certainly seems like the fair thing to do in this era when we know that buying local is more impactful to the community. It is very likely that this change will negatively, it is very unlikely that this change would negatively impact big box pricing, employment, or viability. I know there's always a fear that shifting the current burden, which we feel is already unfair, it creates new winners and losers, and this one, of course, does. And here are 3 examples I'd like you to consider. So under option 3, a restaurant like 2 doors down on Barrington Street will pay less. Scotia Square will pay marginally less, and Walmart will pay more. That seems pretty fair to me. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and I would invite Michelle from the Sackville bid to conclude our presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. So we go to the next part of the recurring series. We have Michelle Champness from the Sackville bid. I see Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Michelle Champness. I am the Executive Director with the Sackville Business Association. Our district is home to 325 businesses and 138 commercial properties. Approximately 90% of the businesses in the Sackville Business District are small business. So we were elated when Council asked finance staff to recommend changes to the commercial tax system that would support small businesses. Since that motion in 2015, the bids have worked countless hours looking at different options presented by staff, doing data modeling and lobbying the province for legislative changes. We also participated in multiple workshops and meetings hosted by finance staff. The bids' focus have always been to advocate for a system that is best for our city, not for our individual bids. We were clear from the beginning that this is the only way we will be successful. In terms of the three options presented, all of them are positive for the Sackville Business District, but we don't want to just build a better Sackville, we want to build a better city. We are not anti-big box. We recognize that these businesses are an important part of the economic fabric of our city. However, a big box store is not part of the community like a small business. They do not invest or give back to the community like small businesses. There needs to be a change in the commercial tax system to address this. The bids are very much in support of changes to the provincial legislation that would allow for HRM to create a system specific that targets only small businesses. We have lobbied in tandem with HRM for these changes, and we are happy to continue to do this and would support a tax system that does this. However, we need change now. It has been 7 years since Council's motion. The past 2 years have been extremely hard for small businesses. The bids strongly urge Council to implement option 3 now and continue to work the province to make changes to the legislation that would allow a targeted system for small businesses. On behalf of the 9 HRM bids, we do want to thank Bruce Fisher and his team for all of the efforts and hours they've spent on commercial tax reform, and specifically for their consultations with the business community and their responsiveness to all of our questions. And we want to thank Council for allowing us to present today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Champness. We'll go to Anne Louise McKinnon, who is with Centre Court Management. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you? The floor is yours.
Thank you. So we are property managers representing Dartmouth Crossing, and we represent over 100 retailers, which include mixed-use businesses, retailers, which also includes small to medium-sized retailers, as well as the big box stores. And we also have locals as well. So I've already submitted a written submission as well. And so just a few points. So targeting big box areas may seem like an attractive option, but if you scratch the surface, you will really see that what you're doing is tilting the taxation field against these areas and the businesses, including the small businesses and locals that are located within these areas. So these scenarios or tax scenarios would effectively target the perceived success of big box areas without helping the actual retailers, small businesses, and locals that you claim that you want to help. Treating the exact same businesses differently doesn't seem to be very fair. And it's certainly not fair to those within these areas. There's no, under these, there'd be no alignment between taxation levels and city services provided, which is a departure of past practices. You know, help the businesses and areas that you want to, but providing better services in those areas, such as infrastructure, transit, effective policing, free parking. Giving a tax break to the building owners in these areas won't reach the tenant, and certainly may not have an impact on whether or not a business survives. And within these areas, there's also the same small businesses that are trying to survive. So, you know, we ask that you please don't single out the success for extra taxes. At Dartmouth Crossing, as an example, when we bought the property, it paid $15,000 in property taxes. This year, we and our tenants pay over $15 million of taxes, which is pretty significant. From 15,000 to over 15 million per year. And we're looking at increasing taxes even more to the small businesses and locals that we have here as well. So, you know, basically, you know, we're not in favor of any of the options. It does not treat the businesses fairly. We urge council to treat all businesses fairly, and that's within, you know, whether they're small business, within small or large properties. It certainly isn't treating the big box retailers that are outside of these tier zones or geographical areas the same. Let the market sort out the winners and losers. If you want to help one area or another, do it from general tax revenues, by all means. But, you know, it's taxes that are raised by all taxpayers. You know, we just want to see it in an equitable and fair manner.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McKinnon.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gordon Stewart of RANS, the Restaurant Association. Gordon, are you there?
Mayor Savage, our office has attempted to reach out to the last speaker. He was in the meeting and is no longer. We have reached out and left a voicemail with, and have not been successful in reaching out to him and making contact.
Good. Okay, so we'll go ahead then, Ian. All right. Okay, colleagues. We will then go to putting the motion on the floor and having a discussion on that. I don't think the motion was put on the floor before when it was deferred. Councillor Mason, do you want to take us away?
Fine by me either, Mr. Mayor. Happy to move the motion. Assuming I can find it. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to one.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm
Sorry.
just wondering if we should close the public hearing before we continue.
Yeah, no, it's not a public hearing, it's a committee of the whole. So I don't think there's any need to close it. We just, it's unusual, but that it's a committee of the whole as opposed to a public hearing, councillor. So, Ian, I don't believe we need to close the public hearing. We're right into the debate, eh?
That is correct, Mayor Savage. There is no public hearing to close for this instance.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to one, draft an administrative order to implement the tiered tax relief for small properties option 2 as described in the discussion section of this report, effective with the commencement of the 2023-24 fiscal year, and return to council with the resulting draft list for its consideration. And 2, review the program following the 2023 final tax bill and report back to council. As a move.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Russell. So, you know, I don't actually support what I put on the floor, but as per our rules, you got to put what's in the staff report down, and then we'll see what happens next. For me, I got a couple of things that I want to say after all this long journey that I've been a part of, going back to 2012. We've certainly had, you know, a lot of discussion and a lot of different ideas along the way. And the biggest issue, of course, has been that we didn't have the ability to provide the kind of relief that we can now until the charter was changed. So we're now in a position to actually make some moves, and I think that's important to do, especially.
Councillor, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
do you
turn up your volume or? Sorry,
turn up my volume here. Let me see which mic I'm using.
That's good.
Okay, I moved closer to the computer.
Technology is amazing.
Okay, so it's not about relief for the bids. That's never been what our goal was. It's about aligning our taxes on commercial properties better with our regional goal plans. That was what we discussed in council going back to about 2014, 2015. It's about trying to lower taxes on main streets and downtowns and increase them in other areas to compensate and have no net loss, and provide a clear incentive to concentrate businesses where we all want in all of our communities, from Sackville to Spryfield to Dartmouth to downtown Halifax. Where we want to support those small businesses that are community defining and precious to all. And we want it to be clear and understandable when we implement it. So this proposal, if we go with option 3, which is what I would ask council to do, defeat the motion on the floor, and we'll bring back option 3. It would ease the burden slightly on businesses, especially on smaller properties, and it would shift it to larger businesses and different geographic areas. And it would mean that in many cases, the Walmarts and Costco's of the world would pay more. I think it needs to be noted that big box stores have not suffered in COVID like small businesses, and have, in fact, many of them have made out very well and have had record profits reported publicly in the last little while. So I'm not actually concerned about that impact if we take this path. Why are commercial taxes higher than residential is something that I think we need to discuss, since we have a number of councillors who are relatively new to this debate. Historically, going back just 30, 40 years, 50% of taxes came from business and 50% came from commercial. The shift downward for commercial and up for residential is complex. It has to do with a lot of things like changes in the relative values of homes and a bunch of other things, including less commercial per person. But simply put, someone is going to pay those taxes in this community. Either it's going to be through different commercial rates, or it'll be through raised residential rates, or we'll have to drastically cut services to meet the demand. So, we can talk about lowering commercial even more drastically, but that in the past, what has happened is that has shifted the tax burden to the residential area. So as I said, I don't support option 2. I do support option 3. I think it's remarkable how cohesive our business improvement districts have been from all across the region. And I think they represent an overwhelming number of the kind of businesses we've always been trying to provide relief to, large and small. And I think option 3 will combine with the assessment in average that we're bringing in, will provide the kind of support that our businesses have been yelling for some time. The 3 questions for staff. First is just to confirm that a large property, with a large property, you pay lower rates in the first 2 million and then a higher rate above 2 million. I think that's the case, but I just wanted to be sure. We had that question from the Retail Council, I think it was, or from the fellow from Altus. Is it the intention that the averaging would apply to new construction? I hope it doesn't. Is it too late to change it? That's not at all our intent. If you build a new building, if IKEA decides to build a $200 million building, then I don't think we should average phasing that in. They know exactly what they're going to be paying. It's built into their pro forma when they're building the building. And my final question is, do we have an idea how our business park tax rates now and in the future, if we did option 3, stack up against other cities across the country and with other comparable cities? Where are we now, and what will that do to us in the future? Anyway, thank you, staff, for all this great work. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Who wants to take those, Bruce? You probably have answers.
Sure, we'll give it a shot. So first question was on the 2 million. So I believe the question was, over 2 million, do you pay higher taxes? So these work on the amount of assessment. So the first million, you get a discounted rate. The second million, between 1 million and 2 million, you get a discounted rate. And over 2 million, you pay a higher rate. So I think
all property owners will benefit, because all, or won't benefit if they have a very expensive building, but all property owners, the first million, they pay less. The second 2 million, they pay less.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
Doesn't matter where they are. If they're in the urban suburban area, they would pay less. Second question on averaging, we haven't actually brought the bylaw back yet. So if you don't mind, I'm going to defer that question to when we bring the bylaw back. The bylaw is drafted, so we're very close to bringing it, but there are some technical considerations around how you actually tax new construction. So it's not simply a yes or no. It's not, unfortunately, quite that black and white. Third question was how the business park tax rates stack up against other cities. I think to give you a really good answer on that, we'd have to be have some comparatives in terms of how retail tax in Halifax compares to retail tax everywhere. We have benchmarks for Class A and Class B and industrial properties. Class A and B office towers show that we're basically middle of the road. We're not actually doing that bad, but we're not the lowest either. And the industrial, I'll have to check. I think we're doing all right there, I believe, according to the last one. But we don't have any recent benchmarks on retail, us versus the rest of the country.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Thank you, Bruce. Just so people know the list, I have Councillor Cleary, Smith, Outhit, Cuddle, Mancini. Councillor Smith, maybe that wasn't a question. Anyway, I have you on the list. Cleary, Smith, Outhit, Cuddle, Mancini. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I had some commentary the last time this was before us, and I'll just say ditto to what Councillor Mason said, but I'll start with a question for staff. Do you have any data on the assessments for the large properties, the high assessment properties, in terms of those assessments going down or going up relative to other areas? So I'll give you an example. I just looked at Bears Lake Business Park and looked at all the properties on both sides of Chain Lake from coming down from the Lacewood area down to Washmount. And then I looked at all the properties along Quinpool Road, including the larger ones like the Bragg owned center where Canadian Tire and Loblaws or Superstore and that stuff is. So when I looked at the Bears Lake data, if you look at their assessments, they peaked around 2015, 2016. So I'll give you a couple of examples. The Costco property peaked at 10.966 million in 2016, and the assessment is now only 9.9 million in 2022. The Walmart property peaked in 2015 at 17.3 million, and now it's assessed at 16.6 million. The Canadian Tire property peaked at 38.7 million in 2015. Now it's only 36.5 million. And I could go on and on and on. Some of the properties are down $1 million. Some of the properties are down $2 million in assessment. And I understand when you look at, over the last few years, we've talked about commercial property assessments and the amount of office space and retail space and how that affects it. But when I looked at Quinpool Road for the same time periods, all of their assessments are going up. And so what I'm concerned about is when we're looking at, especially option 3, looking at taxing, say, a power center or big box area more, which I think we should do, I wonder, has it not already been going down? Like, are we getting less money? Has the tax burden already shifted greatly to our main streets and our downtowns relative to, so those business parks with the big box stores, they build basically sheds that deteriorate relatively quickly. And so they devalue relatively quickly. So I guess, do we not have to really increase property taxes in places like Bears Lake just because their assessments are already going down over the last few years?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We haven't done that type of trend analysis to see what's happening with different sector specific or areas of the city in terms of the absolute trends. We know that overall our assessment is generally kind of flat. It's not going up a lot. We know the office towers are going down. We've noticed as we're going through the data that there's been some significant decreases in the downtown in terms of office towers. I can't comment as much on Bears Lake or Quinpool. We could probably look into it if you were really interested, but I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay. to Mr. Cormier's comments about retailers limping out of COVID, even in places like Bears Lake, to Councillor Mason's point earlier, Costco revenue was up 18% in 2021 relative to 2020. Loblaws $52 billion in revenue last year, and quarterly profits were sometimes double what they were in previous quarters. So I don't feel bad for them, and they're already going down in assessment, and we're getting less from them. So I think in fairness, moving to these tax zones, which would be option 3, would give us. And I'm probably out of time, Mr. Mayor. Am I?
You got 21 seconds.
Okay, so very quickly, Bruce, would it be possible to create a formula that would, or a layered set of rates on property size and building size that could help us? If you have a large property that's presumably mostly parking lot, can you tax that at a higher rate than you would, say, a property on a main street that is almost 80 or 90 or 100% full of a building? Is it possible to come up with a formula that would do that?
I think that it is probably possible, but I don't think it is simple. And I think you will run into different situations along the way that you don't anticipate. So what do you do with the golf course? What do you do with other parcels of land that maybe aren't top of mind? I think this is where we get into the challenge of saying, okay, I've got a parking lot in the big box over here and a small building over here. Let's create a system to deal with that. Well, what about all the others that we haven't thought about? And that's where I think we get caught up in staff, because we're looking at all 5,600 properties. We did go through a lot of the land data because I know there's concern about, you can make better use of those parking lots. You can intensify more. But then we noticed there were a lot of other types of properties that had land holdings too. And it didn't become quite as simple and cut and dry as you might think on the surface.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Okay, colleagues, I don't think Councillor Smith is on the list, so.
I'll take it.
Were you on the list?
No, but I'll take it. You said my name.
No, I'll come back to you then if you weren't on the list. I think I saw what I had somebody else on the list. I'm gonna put you on the list, Councillor, but I'm gonna go to Councillor Outfit, and then we're gonna take a break for lunch. Councillor Outfit.
Wait your turn, Smith, I tell you. So listen, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff. And I really want to support the comments that I've heard from, well, a number of the speakers, but also from Sean and Wei. And boy, I can tell you, it's been longer than 7 or 8 years. Some of us have been talking about this for over a decade. And we really started to put some action to this about 7, 8 years ago, people have mentioned. Option number 1 to me is just a no starter, because 37% of folks aren't in bids. We basically promised people when we met with business groups and whatnot that this, whatever we did, wouldn't just apply to bids. It would be to businesses in general. And, there aren't bids in Bedford, Clayton Park, Larry, UTEC, Hammonds Plains, etc. So, we definitely couldn't even look at number 1, in my opinion. It's a little frustrating to me that we hear the same arguments, that folks just don't understand the difference between assessment and tax bill yet. And then when assessments go up, we've actually been able to drop the tax rate a little. We're worried about what the actual increase will be on the bill. It will not be in addition to the tax increase, the assessment jump, et cetera, et cetera. We're still having trouble communicating that. I still get people thinking that they're going to get a 7% increase from their assessment and another 4 or 5% or whatever from HRM. And of course, that's not the case. So we have trouble getting that out. One of the critical things from the beginning for me and for those of us who have been around a while is that we not shift the burden to the residential sector. And none of these options do that. Of course, there's going to be winners and losers anytime you change. Of course, somebody has to pay. And the early days of these discussions, my colleagues would stand up and say, be careful what you wish for. Somebody'd have to pay. We've had paralysis on this for over a decade because of that. Somebody will have to pay, but it'll be within the commercial sector, and hopefully it'll be to those who can more afford it. I wish we had the ability to do what they're doing in Ottawa. I think Bruce, you mentioned the type of use, Alberta, the staff size, this sort of thing. This is why I asked when this came forward and we deferred it, how are we doing with the ability to bring in new mill rates? I would like a small business anywhere in HRM to have the same abilities to get some relief and some help. I'd like the same treatment for a big box store, regardless of where they are. If they're in a park, if they're on a main street, if they're wherever. I don't think we're there yet. I wouldn't mind an update on that. If anybody has heard anything more about mill rates, flexibility, which the new government did talk about after being elected. This is about fairness to some extent, but even more, it's about economic development. It's fine that our business parks are doing well. It's fine that our industrial parks are doing well. It's fine that our population is growing. Those are all wonderful things. But we know the Quinpool roads, the Spring Garden roads, the Bedford highways, the Agricola streets. We know folks are struggling there with their taxes. And we know that an increase to a small business is not a rounding error in the way it is to a big box store. This is what drove this movement, if you will, over the last 8 to 12 years, depending on who you listen to. That we cannot lose sight of. No more. None of these are perfect. I wish we had the mill rates, but it is time to do something with the goal is of trying to protect the small businesses and our main streets, the zones, our main streets where. And, you know, you've all heard me talk about the law firm on the Bedford Highway. You've heard me talk about the vet center building on the Bedford Highway. We've all heard, and I'm sure Patty will tell us, hair-raising examples of things she saw on the North End and on Heron Cove, etc. Those are what we are trying to deal with through this. And but Bruce, if you could give me just a quick update, or Jacques or somebody, is there any more information on coming forward on the mill rates or any kind of a new legislation that would allow us to do the kinds of things we're seeing in Ottawa and Alberta, et cetera, because those would be better, if you will, in my opinion, but I don't think we're there yet. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jacques.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Outhitt's question, you know, the council has put forward a number of legislative asks to the province. That's one of them. Mill rate, having differential rates for residential commercial property. But you know, there's been no official commitment to do that yet. We are encouraged that the new government has brought in a number of legislative changes already. You know, discussions continue on a variety of subjects based on the list that council approved for submission to the province. But I have nothing to report today in terms of that.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, we're going to halt there. I'm going to ask Ian to come on. We're going to take a break. We are going to come back at 1 o'clock, and we're going to go into regional council, Ian. So I assume we're going to go in. We're going to start regional council right up, including the presentation from Halifax Water. And then the question is, do we come back to this, adjourn out of public? I think we'll come back to this after we've heard from Halifax Water and then go back into regional council again. But we did indicate that we would hear the presentation at 1 o'clock. So, Ian, we will come back and do that.
That is correct, Mayor Savage. So this will be the exact same meeting link. You can return to the same Zoom meeting, but it is a 1 o'clock time specific item for Halifax Water at 1 o'clock, and then we can revert back to committee of the whole after that.
So just so people follow that, we come back at regional council. We will go up until the presentation from Halifax Water, and then we will come back to this meeting, committee of the whole. Okay, folks, we'll take a break. We'll come back at 1 o'clock Atlantic Daylight Time. I'll see you then.
We will now be shutting off cameras and microphones. The holding screen will come up, and we will return all of your microphones and cameras at 1 o'clock. Have an excellent lunch. Good afternoon, Mayor Savage. It is now 1 o'clock. We will be taking down the holding screen and returning our microphones and cameras. Mayor Savage, I can confirm that we do show quorum and full attendees in the meeting, and the meeting can be restarted on your call.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. We will, I'll call the meeting to order. And again, I want to acknowledge that the Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. Our municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties that were signed in this territory and recognize that here in Nova Scotia, we are all treaty people. I'm not going to go councillor by councillor. We did that this morning in committee of the whole. We're beginning Halifax Regional Council, but I will go to community announcements and acknowledgements if there are any.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much. Let's also acknowledge the next Monday being Heritage Day in Nova Scotia. This will be the day of recognition for the landscape of Acadia, of the landscape of Grand Pré. This is the 10th year of the Grand Pré landscape being identified as UNESCO Heritage Site. So that's what the dedication of this year's Heritage Day will be. So bonjour to all our Acadian communities.
Thank you very much. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This evening at 7 o'clock is a virtual AGM for the Middle Musquodoboit Agricultural Society. So if anybody is interested, you can go on their website and check the link for their AGM. And the Myers Grant Community Hall postponed their AGM from last evening to next Monday, February 21st at 7, and it will be an in-person meeting. So hopefully people can get out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell, community announcement.
Thank you very much. Some 30 years ago, the community of Sackville had the Winter Carnival, which was a phenomenal set of events. That has since ceased, but about 6 years ago, the Sackville Business Association brought back or introduced rather the Sackville Snow Days, and they're happening this weekend. They happen every year on the February holiday. And so this year we have a virtual format or a self-directed format as we've had over the past, we had this last year as well. We're hoping to get back to an in-person format next year. But this year, if you visit sackvillesnowdays.com, you'll be able to find out some of the events, and some of them are Dinner on Us, a snowman contest, coloring contest, a scavenger hunt. You can buy Sackville Snow Days toques, and you can get free books at the at the library. And there's a virtual tour of the Sackville Greenway on February 18th. So I would encourage you, if you're looking for something to do this weekend, visit sackvillesnowdays.com, and that'll give you an entire set of events that you can participate in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just want to let folks know that Opportunity Place is returning to Wallace Lucas Community Center after a bit of had to push pause because of COVID, but the drop-in is back on starting February the 18th from 9 a.m. until 12 noon. Anybody looking for information on job searching, career planning, some help with resume writing, Opportunity Place is there to help you out, and hoping to serve the community of Lucasville. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. I will just acknowledge one thing that kind of proud of, Mr. Dubé and others, that HRM has been chosen as one of the top employers in Atlantic Canada. First time that's happened. I believe we're the only order of government chosen in the top 50. There may be some crown corporations, but I think that's a credit to our folks. Makes me proud. So congratulations to everybody who had something to do with that. Okay. Approval of the minutes of January 25th. Is anybody inclined to move those?
I'll move those.
Moved
Second.
by Councillor Blackburn, seconded by Councillor Stoddard. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Carried. Does somebody want to move the approval of the order of business? It's not a very, Mr. Clerk, is there a change to it? Also, to the order of business?
Thank you, Mayor Savage. There is one added item listed on the agenda today. It is the District Boundary Resident Review Panel Honorarium Supplemental Report that can be added. I will note that if committee as a whole it completes, there may be additional added items later on today.
Right. Okay, so with that added item.
So moved.
Was there not another item to be added? I thought there was, no?
Mr. Mayor, I haven't had a chance to review that added item yet, so I'm just wondering what the scope of it might be.
Ian?
Mayor Savage, through to the councillor. This is a supplemental report that was requested last council meeting regarding the honorariums for the upcoming district review panel. There are also added items, that is item 18.1, and there is an in-camera added item as well that I missed.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you.
And a vote, to have council got those?
All added items have been distributed to council.
Thank you. Okay, so someone want to move the order of business as amended?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Daigle-Gammon, seconded by Councillor Kent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's the agenda. Consent agenda, there is none. Business arising out of the minutes, none. Declarations of conflict of interest. Motions of reconsideration or rescission. Consideration of deferred, there's none. Tabled matters, none. We have two public hearings tonight. Correspondence, petitions, correspondence, first of all, Mr. Clerk.
Correspondence has been received for item 12.2. This correspondence has been distributed to all members of council.
Thank you. Petitions, colleagues? No petitions. No delegation, but we do have the presentation that we've been planning on hearing. And this is item 13.3.1. This is the Halifax Water 22-23 business plan. And I believe we're going to be joined by Kathy O'Toole, as well as Louis de Montbrun and Reed Campbell, perhaps. Kathy, are you? There you go. How are you?
Great. Thank you for having us attend today to present. I'm just going to share my screen so I can run the presentation.
Thank you.
Is it visible?
Yes.
So it's coming. There we go.
Great. So thank you very much. And the reason we're here presenting the business plan is because in 2018, in March, Council approved an administrative order regarding Halifax Water that sets out a reporting framework for us. One of the provisions in that annual reporting framework is that we would present our annual business plan to Council. The Halifax Water Board has had the opportunity of providing input to the strategic planning process and has already approved the business plan for 22-23 at the January board meeting. And I'd like to acknowledge that there are 4 members of council on the Halifax Water Board. The Halifax Water Board is currently chaired by Becky Kent, and the other members of council who serve on the board are Kathy Daigle-Gammon, Patty Cuddle, and the Deputy Mayor, Pamela Lovelace. Also, we have 3 members of the public who serve on the Halifax Water Board. The business plan operating, and capital budgets for 22-23 reflect a 5-year business plan that has been approved by the Halifax Water Board and has previously been presented to Halifax Council. And our business plan also reflects long-term strategic plans that have been approved by the Halifax Water Board and the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board, such as our Integrated Resource Plan, which is essentially our 30-year plan for how we'll deal with asset renewal, growth, and environmental compliance. So the main drivers for Halifax Water's business plan and budgets are those 3 things I just mentioned. Asset renewal, which is characterized here by this pipe. Environmental compliance, which is characterized by this surcharging manhole, and growth. And these pictures, one was taken outside the Halifax Water offices yesterday. So there's a picture of some of the construction that's going on in Cowie Hill right now. And the picture down below is Bedford West. That was taken just a few years ago, and that area is fully built out now and filled with new homes, which of course bring new service demands for the municipality and also for Halifax Water. So our current situation is that Halifax Water is constrained by limited financial and human resources. Our plan for 22-23 reflects the requirements to maintain service, meet our regulatory obligations, address capacity gaps that are currently hindering our ability to get strategic initiatives accomplished. The business plan will also help us keep the most important strategic initiatives moving forward until we get those capacity gaps filled, continue to promote a safety-first culture at the utility, and maintain team morale and guard against burnout. Like most organizations, the pandemic has had certainly an impact on staff and our ability to serve the public. And the majority of our employees, are on the front lines and are carrying out water, wastewater, and stormwater services every day. So part of our solution to our capacity challenges is to maximize the use of our existing resources. This means getting better, as good as we can get, at working collaboratively in teams, using capacity where it exists, and not working in silos. The 22-23 proposed business plan, we're hoping will help focus employees on what's most important and really reinforce the necessity of working as a team towards those goals. To make the business plan more focused and to allow us to use it as a communication tool that would help us, give employees a clear idea of our strategic direction and motivate people towards a common purpose. We've prepared a business plan with fewer strategic initiatives than in the past. And also we've organized it by 4 common pillars rather than organizing it by business units, emphasizing that, we need to work at these goals as a team and not separately as an engineering department or a finance department or an operations department. So the 4 pillars that our business plan is organized around are people, health, safety, and environment, financial and regulatory accountability, and operational excellence. And you can see we've defined what these pillars mean to us, and these definitions were talked about with the Halifax Water Board at a workshop in December, and were endorsed by the Halifax Water Board as part of the business plan approval in January. The next few slides run through some of the major strategic objectives that are in the business plan for this year. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about each of them. The material is in your package. And within the business plan, there is a section on each of these bullets that lays out the goal, what we want to accomplish next year, the rationale of why we want to accomplish it, and the impact that we think it will have. I'm just going to go through a couple of these and give you a little bit of a more sense of what they're about, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them. So the first one, enhancing workforce planning. We do have a number of new positions that we need to fill next year. And we need to make sure we're doing a good job onboarding new employees and also employees moving within the organization into new positions. It's a very competitive market right now for attraction and recruitment, particularly for certain types of roles, for instance, within the IT field or engineering. So we will have a very deliberate focus on how we're going to get the right people in the right jobs, onboard them and retain them. We also have a multi-year diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, and are working towards building a positive and diverse workplace. One of the focuses that will be there for next year is we're doing a lot of work on recruiting more women into operations. Currently, Halifax Water does well from a diversity perspective with our non-unionized staff and with a lot of our technical staff. We're more challenged with some of our traditional outdoor operations type workforce in terms of building diversity within operations. Increasing stakeholder and customer engagement is ongoing continuous improvement for us. One of the things you'll see for next year, or actually probably earlier than next year for that, is we've developed a quick reference guide for the Board of Commissioners and for Halifax councillors, which we'll be publishing and sending to you. So you have good information at hand that will be useful if your residents come to you with questions or concerns about Halifax Water. So that's just one of the examples on how we are going to try to continue to improve our stakeholder and customer engagement. And it's by giving the board and giving council information to direct customers to us in the right way, or information to answer some of the common questions that get asked. We'll also be supporting transition of Halifax Water Board through development of new members. We have had a lot of turnover in the Halifax Water Board in the past 2 years. So we will be helping our Halifax Water Board develop as a team and learn more about the utility and how the utility interacts with the municipality. And I do want to pause and talk about Customer Connect, the last bullet, for a minute. Almost 30% of our customers now have signed up for Customer Connect, which is our customer portal. Two of the big initiatives next year are continuing to promote customers signing on to Customer Connect, and also redesigning the face of our bill to make it as informative as it can be to our customers. And through Customer Connect, we have introduced proactive notification to customers regarding leaks or possible high consumption. We'll be looking at continuing to add new functionality to customers through that customer portal next year. Under the health, safety, and environment pillar, we will be sending all of our frontline managers and supervisors through safety leadership training this year. Safety is really front and center at the utility, and safety leadership is critical to maintaining a work-safe culture. The second thing here under this pillar is the biosolids strategy. So we have contracts in place with respect to treatment of biosolids, which are the end product of the wastewater treatment process. And we have a biosolids processing facility out by the Halifax International Airport, Stanfield Airport, in the Aerotech Business Park. So we'll be looking at going out to going out to RFP to get a contract in place to replace the existing biosolids processing facility, which is at its end of its useful life. And also, we know that with the growth that's happening, that we need to increase our capacity to be able to treat biosolids. We're also going to be developing a climate action plan that aligns with the municipality's Halifax program. We've already commenced some activities on this front, and next year we would see the climate action plan come to fruition. And we've got a lot of climate related initiatives on the go across the utility already. The climate action plan, however, would be an overarching document that would bring the strategy all together in one spot. We'll be making sure that all of our green initiatives for green fleet and buildings will align with the new climate action plan. Maintaining regulatory compliance and enhancing reporting is an ongoing continuous improvement process for us. We are intending to launch a new service compliance program next year. And that is going to be a program that will help prevent surprises for new homeowners or new customers to Halifax Water. So we're envisioning working with the Nova Scotia Real Estate Association and ensuring that when properties are changing hands, there's an opportunity to ensure that property owners are receiving information about issues of non-compliance with Halifax Water regulations. For instance, illegal connections, cross connections, lead service lines, anything that, you know, could come as a surprise to a homeowner down the road if they're not aware of. We want to make sure there's a process in place that, and when properties change hands, that homeowners do receive that information, and it prevents those surprises and issues with non-compliance down the road. Finally, corporate environmental management system. We currently have ISO 14001 certification for all of our major wastewater treatment facilities and water treatment plants. This is just the ongoing effort to expand the environmental management system to our corporate activities and facilities. On a financial and regulatory accountability pillar, we're working at improving the financial position and updating our long-range financial plan. So Halifax Water is not a for-profit utility. We don't have a profit built into our rate structure, but we must adhere to a policy under the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board handbook that says water utilities must schedule rate adjustment applications to avoid operating deficits. So we can't operate with deficits without taking some action to improve financial position. Secondly, we're going to be continuing to optimize capital project planning and delivery. And there's a slide later on where I'll just give you a sense of what the volume of our capital activity will be for next year. Asset management and infrastructure planning initiatives. There are a number of activities there as we continue our 10 plus year journey to entrench asset management at Halifax Water. We also have to complete an actuarial evaluation of the Halifax Water employees' pension plan this year. This is an important activity that occurs every 3 years, and it ensures the ongoing financial sustainability and viability of our pension plan. We also intend to complete a cost of service rate application process this year, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. We also have to complete some water system assessment reports and a water safety plan. These fall under the financial and regulatory accountability pillar because it is a Nova Scotia environment and climate change requirement that we complete the water system assessment reports. Halifax Water has always gone a step above and beyond and has had a water quality master plan. And this year, we're going to be replacing the water quality master plan with something called a water safety plan, which is a more comprehensive approach to looking at water quality in conjunction with the safety and security of the water supply. Finally, there's a number of large capital projects where it's important that we secure the necessary regulatory approvals this year. Regulatory approvals from the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board and also from Nova Scotia Environment and Climate Change. So the 5 orange bullets listed below are the significant capital initiatives where we'll be focused on getting our regulatory approvals in place this year. From an operational excellence perspective, we are looking at implementing expanded stormwater service in June 2022, subject to approval of the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board. We're looking at developing an operating plan for a new operations depot in Burnside, and we're consolidating 4 existing depots into 1 new depot in Burnside, which will position us better to both serve new growth and also position us better with respect to functionality and culture for the employee groups who will be brought together to work out of that depot. We're also looking at year 2 of our water supply enhancement program. And that started last year, and with clarifier replacement at the Lake Major water treatment plant. And there's a number of initiatives planned for this year. We're also continuing our research partnership with Dalhousie University, and the focus there is optimizing water supply plant and wastewater treatment facility processes through the partnership with Dalhousie. We're also looking at, from the technology perspective, incorporating our digital water strategy with the 5-year IT strategic plan. This year, we conducted a bit of preliminary work on a digital water strategy, and we're currently entering the 5th year of the IT 5-year strategic plan. So it's the ideal time for us to do a reset, do a new strategic plan for IT, and incorporate some of what we learned when we did the digital water strategy. Enterprise risk management is ongoing. Our focus really is on improving cybersecurity maturity for next year. We're also looking at implementing a new enterprise resource planning system. You may recall when we presented to you last year, we mentioned that we had a $17 million project underway to replace our existing ERP, which is SAP, same system that the municipality uses. We're replacing SAP with something else that will have some capital cost savings attached to it, but also some ongoing operating cost savings as a result of the new system. Finally, we're focused on just maintaining the high level of day-to-day service that our customers have come to respect. So our capital budget for next year is planned to be $106.4 million. This is about $20 million less than our capital budget last year. And it reflects the fact that we're taking a pause to build up our capacity to actually deliver the capital projects. When I look at the breakdown of the capital budget, you can see from this pie chart that next year, 49% of it is water, 43% is wastewater, 8% of it is stormwater. When you break it down by drivers, if I showed you a pie chart on that, it would show you that 70% of the capital projects planned for next year are driven by asset renewal, 19% are driven by growth, and 11% are driven by environmental compliance. And this slide is just a highlight of some of our capital projects, our most significant capital projects that are contained in the budget next year. And the full capital budget is attached to the business plan, which is in your package. And the picture on this slide is the Halifax Wastewater Treatment Facility, which I've chosen to highlight because it sits squarely in the middle of the Cogswell redevelopment area. And of course, the relocation of the existing infrastructure for water, wastewater, and stormwater is a very important component of our capital budget for next year, and also a very important component of ensuring the Cogswell redevelopment is successful. Our operating budget isn't quite as cheerful as our capital budget. We are projecting an operating deficit of $10.8 million. The good news is this deficit is slightly less than our deficit last year. Last year, we had budgeted an operating deficit of $11.6 million. Our revenues are projected to increase by 1.5% or $2.3 million. This is driven by a 1% increase in consumption and a projection of 680 new customer connections. And I should say this is the first time in about 20 years that Halifax Water has budgeted for any increase in consumption. We have been experiencing, and frankly, we're pleased to see a steady gradual decline in consumption over the last 20 years. But for the first point, we're at a time where water conservation and increasingly efficient use of water is being offset by new growth. So there is going to be some increase in consumption next year. On the expense side, our operating expenses are budgeted to increase by 2.7%, which is less than CPI. And we do try to make sure that there is some constraint in our budgeting, and it's good to see that our operating expenses are less than CPI. Included in the financial and other expenditures, I should highlight is the grant in lieu of taxes that Halifax Water pays to the municipality, which is projected to be $6.8 million next year, which is a slight increase over the previous year. So the deficit for all three services is $10.8 million. All three services are operating at a loss: water, wastewater, and stormwater. The loss in stormwater is the greatest of the three services. So in summary, the proposed capital and operating budgets for next year support the delivery of the business plan. The capital budget requirement is $106.5 million. The operating budget required, and this is the total of operating plus non-operating expenses, is $164.4 million. There are many risks that we have to manage in order to achieve the objectives of the business plan. The most significant risk is probably the financial risk, as Halifax Water's rates don't currently cover the cost of providing the service. Halifax Water's business plan and budgets will be thoroughly reviewed by the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board as part of a public hearing later in the year to adjust rates. And with that, I think I will turn off my screen sharing and we are open for questions.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Appreciate that. We'll just get our screen back. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we proceeding now with putting it on the floor through motion, or are there questions, any questions of clarification? Just want to be clear.
No, you can put the motion on the floor and then people can ask questions.
Okay, thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council endorse the 2022-23 annual business plan of Halifax Water as described in the attached document as Appendix A. So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Thank you, Kathy, to you and your tremendous team for bringing this to the table now. You know, we've been through some, as the chair, which was unexpected for me. I was happy to be part of the board, and then we went through some changes, and I think we're in a good place now from a governance perspective. There's a really good team that is at the table, and I want to make sure I thank you and your teams for helping to orient us to the roles and to the tremendous amount of work that you are doing in Halifax Regional Municipality, just working through all of the challenges and risks and et cetera, providing safe and sustainable water to our residents. That's significant, and all the same time being a leader nationally in this sector is impressive. So I just wanted to make sure that you're acknowledged in that way. You know, this is a time where there are many challenges across the board, and Halifax Water is the same. You know, aging infrastructure and being responsive to the rapid growth that we're going to be seeing and are already seeing, as well as addressing the challenges of our residents who are paying water bills in a very, very difficult time. And I can say confidently, not only as a commissioner, but as a councillor, that Halifax Water is working very hard to be responsive to those who are vulnerable around their ability to pay their bills and address issues. So I appreciate that. I certainly don't need to speak to all of the technical side. You folks are far more better at it than I would. But I want to say that I do really appreciate the one team, one water approach with the pillars, not necessarily the shift that has gone to looking at this from each of those pillars perspective, which I think is more of a holistic way. And I think it's also going to play into the ability for the residents who are receiving the water, and often sometimes often the Halifax Water gets a raw deal sometimes from a public perspective, and I think this is going to help with that communication piece, which is really, really important. So for now, I'll leave it there. I'm sure there are lots of folks that are going to have some questions, and I look forward to hearing them and hearing the answers, and then hopefully endorsing this business plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kathy, for that presentation. So it's kind of curious on how Halifax Water is preparing for June 1st, 2022. In regards to the transfer of roads, we're taking over the east and western regions of Halifax. In my particular area, East Preston, Lake Echo, Mineville, and the western region of Lawrencetown. How's Halifax Water coming along with this transfer? I know it's been very difficult to communicate with the residents with the COVID and stuff, and some of the meetings we've held were well attended, but other places they wish they had more opportunity for question and answers. But it's been very difficult for you to communicate with the residents, and just want to make sure that this is as smooth as a transition as possible. We may want to clarify for some of those residents out there. Even though we take over June 1st, they probably won't get a water bill until the following year in regards to a water bill, i.e. stormwater levy, not an usual type of water bill. So can you just clarify that for the residents, just to take this opportunity, this platform to do so, please?
Thank you. So we have conducted 5 in-person public meetings. We were fortunate we managed to get those in late in the fall before the public health restrictions changed. And we have done 3 virtual meetings. In total, we've had over 200 people, engage with us through that process, which has been good. Our next round of customer communication will be going out this spring, letting the customers who will actually become customers know that they are within the service area and that we believe they're receiving stormwater service from Halifax Water. And when the URB process is complete, if the URB approves the transfer and the expansion of stormwater service, the minute that happens, then we will be having Halifax Water employees actively in those areas, assessing the condition of the assets and visiting some of the areas that customers have indicated have drainage issues. And once we get out there and do that on the ground assessment, it may result in some further refinement and communication with customers. There'd be more engagement with customers in the fall, and the first bills to stormwater customers would start to be issued in January of 2023.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Over the past number of years, residents have occasionally complained about smell in the water that has been attributed to geosmin and other things. In previous discussions, you have, or somebody from Halifax Water has mentioned that you're looking to upgrade systems to filter for this or trap for it properly, or I'm not sure what, and I'm wondering initially how that is going, and can we expect to see some sort of enhancement to the filtering capability? And well, I'll leave the first question there.
I'm going to ask Reid to speak to this because it's part of the water supply enhancement program consideration, and Reid's group is leading the water supply enhancement program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Yes, Councillor, you're right. Jasmine first appeared to us in the Pockwalk system in about 2012. And for people that don't understand, it's a byproduct of algal activity in the lake. It's not an issue from a health concern, but it does impart a sort of musty, grassy taste and odor to the water at very low levels of sensitivity for some people. So it is something we want to deal with. In the water treatment world, removing it is fairly complex and somewhat expensive in the realm of tools that you have. But Kathy did highlight our water supply enhancement program. And that's a program for both the Pockwalk and Lake Major water supply plants. It's going to be about 10 years in total, about 10 projects in the Pockwalk plant, 5 projects at Lake Major, and dealing with all kinds of source water changing issues like geosmin, algal toxins, increased carbon and natural carbon in the water is part of that. Early on at both plants, we're going to have projects to upgrade the clarifiers. Those will probably be commissioned. We're still fine tuning the schedule, but I'm going to say plus or minus a year, about 3 years from now. That will solve part of the problem. That will improve the water quality somewhat. And then later on in the project, we have what we've called an advanced treatment that we're still studying and doing research on. And the advanced treatment is intended to deal with things like algal toxins and geosmin. So that's probably more in the 5 to 7 year range. It sounds like a long time, but it's very specific, very localized treatment that has to be designed. And you need to make sure you get it right and that the design's based on research.
Okay, thank you very much. So that takes care of it with the water supply. One of the things that we have seen and that we have talked about as council over the past year or so is what happens with the stormwater. And so you get the water and all sorts of stuff happens in the middle, and then and then it goes out through the stormwater into our lakes and our streams. And that has a dramatic impact on the quality of life related to that. I'm going to run out of time shortly, so I'm going to throw 2 questions in at the end. The first one is, have you given consideration to stormwater quality at the end of the pipe, taking care of the environment and making sure that our lakes and our streams are considered? We want to be able to protect the environment, not just before it gets into the water system, but after it comes out of the water system. That's the first one. The second one is about the deficit, just shifting completely, and where you have been running a deficit for the past couple of years. If you approach the UARB and they grant the rate increase, then that would ostensibly solve the deficit challenge. But if it doesn't, what plans do you have in place to make sure that deficit doesn't continue? And what will happen if the deficit does continue? So I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
So the first question, currently stormwater quality is not a parameter or an area that NSC has requirements that we have to follow. We are part of ongoing discussions with both the municipality and the province in terms of integrated stormwater management. And as the environmental regulation changes in that area, then we will comply with the environmental regulation and the directions that it's going in. We are going to be presenting to HRM's Environment Sustainability Committee on March 3rd to talk more about stormwater. And I believe the particular focus at that meeting is going to be on the role of engineered wetlands in stormwater management. I anticipate stormwater quality will also be discussed at that meeting. With respect to the deficits, the URB will, if they approve increases in our rates, that will help us on a go-forward basis. There is no retroactive rate making. Utilities, unlike municipalities, are able to run deficits, is okay as long as we have a mechanism to manage them. The mechanism that we've been using to run the deficit budgets to date has been the fact that we did have some accumulated surplus. That accumulated surplus has now been drawn down to the point that we'll need to adjust the rates on a go-forward basis. And the other component that's been allowing us to help manage the fact that our rates have been insufficient, we've had a cost containment program in place since about 2013-14. And we'll be able to take actions on a go-forward basis if we need to continue to try to manage our operating expenses and our capital program to balance up with the revenues that our rates will provide. But at the end of the day, if we are not able to get the rates needed to support the infrastructure requirements, then there would be a decline in the quality of the service we provide, because we'll be unable to keep pace with the asset renewal requirements. So we're already not meeting our requirements in terms of being able to deliver the IRP. We're supposed to be spending $135 million a year on capital. We haven't been able to spend $135 million a year on capital. We haven't had $135 million a year in capital on a regular basis. It's not affordable to our rates right now. But B, even if we did have the money, we haven't had the internal capacity in terms of the staff to be able to deliver it. So we've got an uphill battle to get both the financial and the human resources in place to support our future needs for asset renewal and growth within the municipality.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Daigle.
Thank you, Kathy, for the presentation and the report. And it's nice to see it again, which is awesome. One of the things that was said, and it was kind of rolled up in one of the slides, but where the deficit has the biggest, where we see the largest deficit is in the stormwater. And I was wondering if you might just give a few words to explain what is the history behind that and how that deficit came to be.
Sure. So right now, the projected deficits are $4.2 million for water, 2.3 for wastewater, and 4.4 for storm water. But when you look at the size of the service being offered, stormwater service costs us about $12 million-ish to deliver a year. Running a deficit at $4.4 million is a much more significant component compared to the total cost of providing that service. The reason stormwater is in worse shape than water and wastewater is to some extent because of historic underfunding. So it was recognized in 2006, before stormwater was transferred to Halifax Water, that there was a funding gap for stormwater. And the condition of the assets when they transferred was not great, and Halifax Water had to establish rates for stormwater service and get programs in place, to just figure out what the stormwater assets were, where they were at, confirm we own them and what condition they were in. So we have really been almost starting from scratch with stormwater in terms of determining the assets, the asset condition, developing the asset management plans, building rates, and setting up a new utility.
Thanks. It seems to me that that's a place where the largest misunderstanding in the public realm is around the stormwater management and what's funded and what's not. So I appreciate the clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of comments for myself, Kathy. You know, Halifax, I used to be on the board. Halifax Water is seen as a very progressive utility across the country. It's done some amazing work on the lead pipes and certainly in the First Nations water governance issues. It's been a leader, and Councillor Walker and I had a chance to be a little bit of a part of some of that and to see how Halifax Water's governance has been envied and emulated in some of these initiatives. So that's awesome. I got a question. When I first got elected, which was around the same time as Councillor Mason, Carl Yates, your predecessor, came to see me. You might have been at the meeting, and told me that we needed $2.5 billion or something like that in a long-term integrated resource plan or something like that. Some for growth, some for new, some for the CCME guidelines, which I guess were 2020, so in the rearview mirror now, but environmental guidelines. How did we end up doing on that?
I was at that meeting and we updated our integrated resource plan in 2019, and unfortunately we still need about $2 billion. Reid, do you want to say a few words on this?
Yes, thank you, Kathy. Yes, Mr. Mayor, we've been working on it. Kathy referred to the $135 million per year we need to spend. So really at over 30 years, when we did our updated IRP in 2019, it in fact grew from 2.5 billion to about 4 billion. And part of that is what I spoke with Councillor Russell, because the landscape changed on water treatment plants, which are expensive items, and as well as a few other things. But that's the $130 million we're trying to build capacity to spend, to build the human capacity and financial capacity. And yeah, we're working towards that so we can work away at that $4 billion. And around 2026, we'll be upgrading the integrated resource plan again, which is going to be very important because of all the growth that we're seeing in the municipality.
So that's good. We keep working away at it, but it's obviously a moving target and the number goes up and up instead of down and down.
Mm-hmm.
We have made some headway since the first integrated resource plan, because the amount of capital we're delivering per year is the capital budgets are higher now than it was then back in 2012. And also we implemented the regional development charge successfully. So the whole concept of growth pays for growth, that has been a significant step in terms of funding the integrated resource plan over the next 30 years.
Right. I also like to see that we are, we're not selling more water, which is good. I mean, initially when that idea came up that we should be conserving more and more, it was antithetical to our purposes economically. The more water we sold, the more revenue we had. And we do have an obligation to help people conserve. Last question, Kathy, is there are 3 buckets of infrastructure funding that the feds are working on. One is transit, one is social, the other is green. Have you got projects you're submitting to us? Are we continuing to submit under the federal infrastructure program for water projects?
Yes, and so we have been fairly successful over the past year or so getting some funding secured. We have one active application still for the biosolids processing facility that was submitted under the ICIP Climate Change Mitigation Program. And we are preparing applications under the new green stream of funding. We would be intending to, I think, go to our board in March, Reid, correct? Yes. To get approval to make submissions to that program.
Thank you. Thank you very much, folks. I really appreciate it. If there's no other questions, oh, there is one, sorry, I apologize. Councillor Cuttle. I bet you I know what you're going to ask.
You do? What's that?
Something to do with Heron Cove, probably.
Oh, no, actually,
Okay.
that is with the planning and development and Peter Duncan, and I'm getting all of those questions answered through that stream. Now, I just wanted to make a few comments. Being a water commissioner and sitting on the board, I just want to say, you know, how impressed I am in the organization and how it's operating. And one of the things that I just wanted to highlight was the switching from the water quality management plan to the water safety plan, being on the environment and health committee. That, you know, that kind of shift in the thinking, that the strategic thinking that is going behind that, and the one water kind of philosophy, I think is quite significant, and something that you know, we should all be aware of and be aware of. Also, just to the biosolids processing plant, I was just wondering if you can speak a little bit about what that service is and why we're investing in it.
Okay, so the biosolids processing plant, it was put in place by the municipality as part of the Halifax Harbor Solutions program design. So the end process of wastewater treatment is that the biosolids are taken out. They're dried at our major Halifax Harbor Solutions treatment plants trucked out to Aerotech. They're currently being dried and made into a soil amendment. And the issue is that the existing facility at Aerotech is nearing the end of its useful life. So we need to recapitalize that facility. But the industry has also changed. And so there's a lot of opportunities looking at biosolids, just not as a waste product from wastewater treatment, but it's a source of nutrient recovery. It's a source of potential energy. And we're looking at using anaerobic digestion to actually produce gas in conjunction with producing the soil amendment, a certain amount of soil amendment too. So it's now become an opportunity for revenue generation, cost avoidance, because we'd have to do something with the biosolids anyways, but also a really good green project because we can significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions if we're producing a gas out there from our biosolids.
Great, interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to our board chair to wrap it up. Perhaps Councillor Kent.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On a lighter note, Councillor Hensby and I would have been around when that biosolids building was first developed. And when you're talking about its end of life, it sure does make us feel a little older than perhaps some of you on council, as this infrastructure is like, okay, wow, what am I? On another note as well, sort of wearing my councillor hat and my chair hat is, Kathy, we had discussed the importance of, and Mayor's segue to Councillor Cuttle made me think about it, which is district concerns, the kinds of contacts that we have as councillors from our constituents and water bill customers. So one of the commitments as well is to institute some formalized regular meetings with councillors, so they each have your time and energy to bring forward things that are important to help them serve the customers that you are as well are serving. So I just wanted to make sure that we highlighted that, because I think that's a really important feature, particularly as we go into the next few years of some of the kinds of strategic priorities that we have. We want to be able to communicate those well. Excuse me. So with that, I'll leave it there. And unless you have something to offer on that, Kathy, but if not, I'll call for the question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Kathy looks happy to meet. Good. Okay. All right, colleagues, ready for the question?
Yep.
Question?
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace. 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Dickel Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
I've literally walked right back in. Is this an amendment or the main motion?
This is the main motion for the Halifax Water presentation.
In
I would have
favor.
told them to remove $1 million out of the District 5 budget, but they messed up.
6, Councillor Mancini.
I'll vote for that.
7, Councillor Mason.
Or removing the money from Sam's budget. I mean, the motion on the floor.
Right, that's right.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Clary. Councillor Clary.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, thank you. Okay, Ian, that passes. Ian, we're going to move back to Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Reid. And if Louis was there, the turncoat who left City of Halifax to go to work for Halifax Water. Thank you, Louis, as well. Always a pleasure. All right, Ian, we'll just go back to Committee of the Whole. What do I need to do to make that happen?
Mayor Savage, we can recess council and we can move back to the committee of the whole. I am able to post the motion that is currently on the floor in the chat. That is the main motion as presented. I've just posted it there now. I would ask for somebody to recess this and move us back into committee of the whole.
Does somebody want to move, we recess council and go back into committee of the whole?
So moved.
Kent, seconded by Councillor Mason. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're in committee of the whole. The list I had, Ian, was at the time was Councillor Cuddle, Councillor Mancini, Councillor Austin, Councillor Hensby, and Councillor Smith.
That is what I have from our break as well, Mayor Savage.
Okay. So if you're one of those 5 names, you don't need to resubmit. Councillor Cuddle, Mancini, Austin, Hensby, Smith. Councillor Cuddle.
Oh, thank you. This is hard switching back and forth. You kind of lose all the momentum of the previous conversation. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate a couple of things Councillor Cleary and Councillor Mason said, in particular about the depreciating value of properties out in the retail parks in particular. You know, we noted that in 2016 with the when we were doing the tax reform work, watching the assessments go down for buildings like Costco, and as well, you know, when we look at Bruce, maybe you can confirm this. When we look at the assessments for places like Dartmouth Crossing, am I correct in that is only on the building? That does not include the parking lot land? You're muted.
Fisher.
You're muted.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yep.
I can hear you now.
Yeah. No, that's incorrect. The land and buildings are all assessed. Every commercial piece of land is assessed and is taxed about whether there's a building on it or not.
So when we tax when we look at like a Costco building, let's say, and we have the building and we have the big parking lot, how is the parking lot, like, how do you actually create an assessment value for that parking lot?
Well, that's probably PBSC would probably explain how they do the assessed value on it. They have a variety of different methods, so it's a little bit outside my expertise, but it's not uncommon. We have parking lots in the downtown core, and those are assessed and taxable too.
Okay, I was just thinking of the land value out there. I believe in previous research, we found that the value of those parking lots were more or less being kind of undervalued, but not really accounted for in the service that they were providing in those areas. But regardless, I think going back to the main point of what we were trying to achieve here was really some relief for small businesses. That was always the goal, and that was always the purpose. And short of being able to do an application-based process that one of the speakers was talking about, where small businesses could submit something to be rebated. I think I just lost everyone. Oh, but you're back. Having short of being able to do that, I'm glad to hear the bid speaking up for the option 3 that has been presented. This isn't just about the bids, and that's true. It was really about supporting small businesses everywhere. It was about creating complete communities. It was about supporting everything from like our tourism strategies, creating a unique downtown and unique communities. It was about the Ivany report and how do we encourage and promote and sustain entrepreneurship and small business development. And on Thursday, we have our next 5-year economic development strategy, which I'm really looking forward to, which again is about an inclusive economic development. And in that, I think small business plays a really, really large role. So, this isn't this isn't about again, the winners are the losers. I think that, right now there's winners and there's losers, if you really want to, break it down. And the small businesses, particularly in the areas where we're seeing a lot of redevelopment, a lot of investment, real, market investment, and we see the market pushing up assessments at a rate that is outpacing the growth in, the small business and in small business development or revenue. You're creating these situations where our small businesses really are suffering in a time when they need more than ever than they need they really need support. So I'm happy to see a solution that's being put forward that has the support of the people representing the small businesses, and want to just thank staff for all the work they've done over the years on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, I find this difficult, and the reason I find it difficult, the whole intention here, as Councillor Cuttle just alluded to, is to help small business, and small businesses had a tough time. And I come from the small business world. I ran my own small business for 30 years, a successful small business. I understand how difficult it is to run a small business where, the long hours, the margins, paying staff and not yourself. And I can't imagine doing it during a pandemic. I also recognize the successes of small businesses and the pride. But I represent Burnside, which is a business park and an industrial park. I represent Dartmouth Crossing, where a lot of these big box stores that many people have alluded to today reside. I also represent small businesses that are in Burnside, but small businesses that are on Main Street in Dartmouth and Waverley Road and Dartmouth North. Bruce Fisher talked about fairness, and he said, taxes on assessment accurately represent the ability to pay. So then that's 100% fair. And I know we're trying to become more fair here, but yet there is truly an unfairness to this. 35% of commercial tax is coming from business parks and industrial parks. When a big box store announces it's coming to Burnside or Dartmouth Crossing, we celebrate that. We line up outside of IKEA and celebrate that because though they play an important role. I don't know if you've ever been to IKEA on a weekend when there's a hockey tournament or a 4-pack, but you'll see license plates from all around Atlantic and Canada. The bids talked about option 3 being the same. Many of my colleagues are supporting option 3. Staff are suggesting option 2, and option 1 is not even part of the equation. I'm almost wondering, should there be an option 4? And the option 4 being, is this the right time to be doing what we're trying to do today? I know we've been at this a long time and trying to get to this point where we're going to have this conversation, but this pandemic is not over. If something is approved today, it won't be put in place until next year. We don't know what next year brings to us when it comes to the pandemic. Yeah, and I understand during this pandemic, the box stores have benefited. In fact, they've grown dramatically. But, are we punish them because of their success? What message does it say, Mr. Mayor, to our large businesses that are interested in coming to HRM? That they hear today that we are possibly coming up with a new formula that's going to tax them even greater than they already are doing it. Tim Out had talked about it's about economic development. I agree, and I agree that the mill rate is what we should have in front of us, and that's more fair. But that's not what we have. So, I'm just struggling. I'm not sure where to go on this. I see both sides of the equation, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, and I think Bruce Fisher mentioned, does it make HRM more competitive? And that's what I'm trying to figure out. If we decide on option 3 today, as the direction seems to go, does that make us more competitive? I'm not sure. And I'm not sure of the message that it's relaying to businesses that are looking to come here, large businesses, yet maybe another large box store. So I'll sit and listen to my colleagues on this and then make my decision. But we need to support the small business by all means, but we also need to support the big box stores, all businesses, and we try to be as fair as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, colleagues, for the discussion so far and all the speakers who presented. It's, we had quite a raft of positions on this from both segments. I'm, probably not surprising given that, given where I represent, I favor option 3. And I think it's pretty remarkable. It's not just an urban issue, but that we have agreement from our bids, from the business improvement districts, that they have come together, all of them, with a united voice to say, this is what we want you to do. And I think that that's pretty powerful, and it's not common. And these are the folks that represent most, a large swath anyway, of our independent businesses, the folks that that build our communities, make them unique. So I favor option 3. And, I want to draw on some of the stuff that Councillor Cuddle was talking about, because I think she was bang on. There is no perfect solution here, right? Like, there isn't. And the thing is, it would be easy to say, well, because we don't have a perfect solution, we should therefore do nothing. And I think that would be the wrong conclusion, because the current system already is picking arbitrary winners and losers as it is. And for the longest time, the arbitrary winners have been primarily the big box store that can build the giant facility out on the edge of the town where land values are lower. We've got all the host of problems in our own house of subsidized car-dependent infrastructure that's been built over the years to support that. For decades, it was Main Street that was struggling against the tide. And so I think shifting a small proportion of the tax burden towards the big box stores that have done extremely well, especially over the last couple of years through COVID, while Main Streets have suffered, I don't think that's unreasonable. I mean, for most of them, they won't even, you're talking a drop in the proverbial bucket of the profits that roll out of those places. The proposed system is not perfect, but I think it's a little bit better, and I think it's better aligned with our planning objectives and our other goals. If I could ask, there was a really good talk on this a number of years ago. I'm going to mess up his pronunciation, Minakazi from Asheville came for the Art of City Building conference and gave a phenomenal talk on commercial taxation and some of the dynamics around it. And he drew upon city after city after city, showing the same thing. If you're downtown on a land basis, you are paying way more than you would be if you were out on the edge of town, which generally meant, a restaurant on Main Street is paying more than the big box store out on the edge. But that wasn't what showed up in our staff report, and I was quite taken aback by it, because it kind of went in the face of all these other examples from elsewhere. So I'm wondering, Bruce, can you bring up that slide in your presentation? Is that possible, that shows the square foot tax? Because I think what's really important, maybe we don't need to bring it up, is just the point that that's the square foot. It does not include the land for all the parking, right? Like those giant, huge lots out there where we're charging, that cost us more to service and have more costs to them on the municipal side. That calculation, it was just for the buildings. It doesn't include those great big swaths, because once you include the land, I'm pretty sure we would look like every other city in North America where this analysis has been done on a land basis. There's no reason to think that we wouldn't.
Councillor, that's incorrect, actually. The land is in there. So what you're seeing on our charts is...
Your chart says square foot.
Yeah.
And when I asked you about this before, you told me that it didn't include the land.
No. What this shows is the total tax on the property divided by the square footage of the building. What Joe Mancusi shows you is the tax divided by...
Oh no!
We lost right on the punchline.
Hang on, we lost you. We lost you, Bruce. Can you go back to what Joe Mancusi showed was?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
What Joe Mancusi shows you is the tax on the building and the land divided by the size of the land. So that's useful if you're looking at planning and you're trying to intensify
your options. In a lot of American cities, there's not much land left because they're close to built out. So you have your choice. You can put a Walmart there, an office tower. Well, obviously you get more tax by going up. What we're showing you is the total tax by the square footage of the building.
So yes, and so I think we were saying the same thing, coming at it different ways. That is my point. Just because we're not some American city where our metropolitan area is broken up into a bunch of subunits, I don't think that takes away the underlying point, which is we should be incentivizing the actual greater use of land, not the reverse, which is what happens in the big box stores.
Okay.
Now, anyway, I'm in favor of option 3. I mean, that's where I want to go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. You got the kids home okay?
I did. The unexpected pickup time. Thank you.
Well, we look forward to seeing them the next time you speak. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And like Councillor Mancini, this is quite a perplexing issue. And as Councillor Outhit said, we've been debating this many years and many times ago. I was just hoping there'd be more information, more data available to us in regards to how can we implement the tax structure on more specific basis. Like as Tim puts it, like a mill rate. I like this idea of a square footage tax rate because that's how businesses pay their rents on a square footage basis. But I'd also like to see it also on the land use in regards to the categorizing open space for open storage, that'd be industrial parks, parking lot areas, that's your big box stores, and recreational open space, that'd be your golf courses. Places like that, we should be able to categorize the different type of business types that there are and have categories for them. And I kind of like the idea of the tax zones, in industrial park versus business park versus downtown versus main street corridors, i.e. bids, whatever, how it fits. That way, where people know where they're going to locate, they know what the tax rates are going to be. They already know, location. If I want to be in Burnside, they know what to anticipate for the tax rates because they're in industrial park or perhaps in the business center area of the Dartmouth business center lakes, whatever, or Dartmouth Crossing. I would have preferred more of a hybrid model with more definition in regards to breaking it down into zones, square footage, and land use. That's where I'd like to have seen it. So in the meantime, I'll probably stick with the staff recommendation until we work out the bugs, but I'm also curious to know in regards to how much data does Property Services Valuation Corporation have, PVSC have, in regards to digging down into the commercial properties. So I'd most like to know is how does this affect those home-based businesses where they have a commercial assessment on their property, on their residential bill, how this is going to affect them in any way.
Mr. Fisher.
I guess that's a pretty broad question, how much data they have. They do have a fair bit of data and we tap into everything we can. I think your specific question on the home-based building, well, it's going to depend on where the home-based building is in terms of how its commercial tax changes. So if it's in the small enterprise zone, it's probably going to fall on the commercial side. If it's in the industrial park or business park where you're not likely to have that home-based business, then it would rise.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues and presenters. Some of the things I want to just touch, I want to continue on 2 points that Councillor Cleary and Councillor Austin were speaking on. One was Councillor Cleary speaking on trends and getting that data. Because for me, there's so much to wrap your head around when we start talking about taxes for small, medium, and large businesses in different areas. So is it possible for us, and I don't know if it's PVSC or if it's for you, Bruce, and your team, to really get an understanding of the trends of assessments over the last number of years in the areas that we're looking to make some changes. That's one. One is help me wrap my head a little bit around this piece. And Councillor Austin started on it a little bit, just around serviceable area in square footage. When I try to wrap my head around, and again, Bruce help me with this. When I try to wrap my head around so I'll just use Costco for example, just because it's easy. Costco, large parking lot, farther away from the street. I think of to create service for that building, there's more infrastructure needed underground to service that, because it's further from the street line where most of our pipes and electricity and et cetera are. When I think of downtown or even just other places in the peninsula, when it has small businesses where they're close to the street, close to the pipes, close to electricity, the overheads, and serviced by bus, serviced by walking. So there's more of our services are being used by these businesses that have street presence, that have access to the other services. I feel that when we talk about big box businesses in large areas, it actually is more, again, I need help understanding, what I see is more of a burden because of the lack of access and use that's happening within these large parking lots. So I just need to get a understanding, because you did mention when Councillor Austin said it, that it doesn't make it more of a burden for services. So I just need a little bit help understanding that more, and I support option 3, because I do want to go back to the first point, is that we want to focus on small businesses, and I do understand that some of the big businesses would not like this, and I also think of in the business park as well, you do have smaller areas that have small businesses that are within large square footages of space, which could be affected by this. So I understand that sentiment. So really, I just need a little bit more help understanding the service aspect of what the taxes are being paid for on these spaces.
Okay, I'll give it a shot at that. First question was, can we do trend data? So we can do trend data. I think the caution I'd give is that you can end up going down a rabbit hole pretty quick, paralysis by analysis. So you can we could take 5 years or 7 years and say, this has been the trend in total assessment. This is the trend in average. You have to factor out all the new properties. And that doesn't tell you why things are going up and down. So somebody mentioned depreciation, but all properties typically have depreciation. It's not unique to the business parks. So there may be other factors. So other than the age of the building, the condition, market conditions, just sales. So there's a lot of stuff going on there. And we're always happy to bring those trends back. I'm just not sure loading you down with more data is going to actually help an awful lot. Mm-hmm. The second question is a pretty important one, but it's a pretty broad one too. So it's the services. So are there more services or less in these areas? And do those services cost more or cost less, which are two separate questions. And so we haven't actually done a lot of work. I mean, both areas are eligible for the same types of services. They may use it to different extents. So you may have, let's say, less transit in some of the business parks than you would downtown. Who uses the transit? Who benefits from the transit? Where does it come from? So there's a lot of questions surrounding that. We, of course, don't do the stormwater or the water, as you know, so they pay all those costs through to the utilities. So I'm not sure that my answer really helps sum it up for you. We'd have to go back and kind of do some serious looking and research into who's getting more out of services. I think we really focused on what helps small business more than the service piece.
Right.
And just really quickly, and then I'll be done, Mr. Mayor. And that's a question that I don't know how we even start to tackle that, because again, we weren't really talking about service. We were talking about the tax and the impact on the businesses and the zones and et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know if that might be a whole nother discussion if we wanted to go down that road. That's probably another report. But I'll just wait to hear what other colleagues have. But overall, I definitely support the option number 3. And again, as mentioned, having our bids support in unison with that, I think is a good thing as well. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to kind of chime in on a couple of things that I want to remind people of. I really appreciated Councillor Mason's kind of setting a quick summary for this debate on the background of it, and I'm really glad that it is the small businesses. You know, at a time when so many of us in so many capacities are affected by the current scenario over the last couple of years. I think, to be frank, I think timing is everything on this, in this issue. We definitely cannot please everyone. We will never please everyone when it comes to taxes. We will never be able to accommodate every particular scenario. And I'm gonna, I guess I feel compelled to kind of argue the notion that this is sort of could be seen as a punishment for the larger stores. The larger businesses, the box stores and such, because I guess from a perspective of why do we need small businesses to survive, it also plays into the success of those large capacity stores, those large box stores that are in our communities, the small businesses in our neighborhoods and on our business streets and such. They're so vital to the successes of local initiatives. They're feeding more than just their own family. It's not just their family and their investment. It's a community investment. And when we start losing those, we start to lose the fabric of our draw to Nova Scotia. One of the wonderful things about Nova Scotia, and in particular, certainly more in the Halifax area as the capital, is the continuation of the success of those kinds of Main Street shopping experiences and restaurant experiences and locations like Fisherman's Cove and all of those, that nature of what builds the East Coast. And we have much to be proud of here. We are attracting the larger box stores because they know people want to be here. People want to live here and be successful in their communities. If we start to see that diminish, we will. I believe strongly that they'll start as well to feel the pinch of that. I would encourage the larger businesses that I'm leaning towards as well. The third option. And I would just ask that should this come forward, I would see this as a great opportunity for those larger businesses to not see it as punishment, but change the narrative to them giving back to the community that they chose to come and operate in, them giving back to continue the essence of the kind of communities that they're building their industry within and their business, hometown feeling that attracts visitors alike and residents to their shopping plazas, because we're not losing those small businesses. It's a good news story for them potentially, and as a helping hand to make sure that through this very, very difficult economic times, they are contributing to the success of the whole community, not just their business, who can ride out and sustain and frankly rebound because they are larger. They have larger buying capacity. They have deeper pockets. Our small businesses in our communities, they are often single families who have a notion of an idea of what they could be successful at. They get started, they survive that first 5 years, they're continuing down the road, but how many of them have the capacity to ride out this kind of impact in our economy? So I'm thrilled that we're looking at an opportunity to support our small businesses. I think what staff and Bruce, you've brought forward in option 3 has the most direct line to the lens that I look through. for small businesses. And yeah, I hope that even though, yeah, it's not for another year potentially that will have that impact. And even though we don't know what might be happening in another year, we've got to try, we've got to put something in place. And if, the bottom falls out of something else, we can revisit it. But right now, let's find a way to go forward with something that has a positive impact on keeping these small businesses in our communities, in our municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. We've had a lot of people talk about the origin of this, but I just want to go back to that for a second because we had some presenters at the beginning of the day who were representing the big box stores or the big corporations or the big items, and there was nobody here representing the small business. The bids were representing the businesses within their catchment area, which certainly included the small businesses. But the businesses that we're looking to, that I was originally looking to help with this concept was those families that Councillor Kent was just talking about, where it is a family who is starting a small business and they hire 1 or 2 or 3 people, and it is a small business. It's not looking to punish anybody. It's looking to help those people who, in the example of COVID, were not able to be open, where lots of other businesses were able to be open. So it doesn't have to do with who's doing better or worse. It has to do with, in their case, survival. It also doesn't have to do with the amount of taxes that they're currently paying in some cases. I'll get back to that. It doesn't have to do with the geography. We aren't trying to help businesses in a business park or in a bid. We're trying to help businesses across HRM. So one of the things that I was looking at when I was looking at the 3 options that are presented to us in this motion is that 2 of them are geographically bound. One is bound to basically the business park, and one of them is bound to a bid. And I'm not sure that I can support that because we're looking to cover those small businesses that are operating in residential districts or in places that are not bids or not business parks. So I'm not sure that I can support either option 1 or option 3. And so looking at option 2 then, and we see the same thing with option 3. We have the first million taxed at a higher rate than the second million. And maybe I'm misinterpreting that. But that says to me that if you break that threshold of now you now you have an assessment that is over $1 million, you're going to be taxed at a lower rate. And that seems to provide some degree of incentive, but it seems a little weird to me. If I'm, as an individual, earning $30,000, I would expect to be taxed at a lower rate than if I was earning $40,000, and then I'd expect to be taxed at a lower rate than if I was earning $50,000. So I would expect the tax rates on our businesses to be the same way, and they would grow as the size of the business grows. And options 2 and 3 don't do that. They tax the first $1 million at a higher rate, and then between $1 million and $2 million, it's at a lower rate. So at this point, I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to vote on this. Councillor Mason had mentioned another option a little bit later on. I'm not sure what that option is, and so hopefully we'll get to hear that. But at this point, those are my concerns, and I would like to see the some of the trends, some of the full analysis that was done. If Bruce could provide that, maybe that would help. But at this point, because of the way the tax is structured, I'm not sure. I'm going to have to think about the rest of the discussion, but I'm not sure I can support any of the 3 options that are presented in this report. Thank you.
Can I just comment on that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I understand what the councilor's saying, that it almost seems counterintuitive that as the value goes up, the rate goes down.
So you have to think about it a little bit. So it's not income. It's actually the value of your property. And what happens is somebody with a $2 million property has a tax bill twice as much as somebody with a $1 million property. So if you think of two stores nearby, two stores side by side that are identical, the one that's valued at 2 million is going to pay twice as much per square foot as the one that's valued as 1 million. So when we say that those properties that are 2 million in size, those are the ones with the bigger issue. That's where we're coming from. That's why we're lowering that tax a little bit more, because they're already paying far more tax because of their greater value. So I hope that helps a bit.
Thank you. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Councillor. So I'm going to weigh in a bit here. This, I feel a little bit like, the dog that caught the car. We've talked for a long time about wanting to be able to support small business, recognizing that there is no way that you can change the tax system such that everybody benefits. You can't, unless you're going to stop collecting tax or reduce it to the point that you reduce service. That's just not possible. I do think that we're trying to support small businesses. On the other hand, I well recall when IKEA opened back a few years ago. I was there with Councillor Mancini when they opened it. I think it opened at 7 o'clock in the morning, and there were people that had slept there overnight. There was big crowds. They'd come from all over. People were excited, and it was a great thing. It was a real benefit to the community, and we shouldn't. They're not the enemy, right? They're not the bad guys in all of this. It was a sign of great growth and momentum for Halifax when some of those stores. I'd never been to Cabela, but I'm glad it's there. We need those in our community, and people like to have those. And the other thing is, this is not part of a COVID recovery plan. So it's 100% correct to say that large stores did better than small stores during COVID. We need to support the small businesses with a COVID recovery plan. But this is not this is changing the tax system. But I do though believe that we have to support the smaller, medium-sized retailers in the hearts of our communities all over. And I think it was Councillor Austin who said it's something else that all the bids came together. It reminds me of back in the day on the HRM Alliance, when so many people came together, put aside little differences they had, but said, these are the things we believe in. Consolidating the core of the city, effective transportation, complete communities. So, I think the business improvement districts may not represent every business in HRM, but they certainly represent the spirit of all business, and small and medium-sized in particular, within HRM. I am so amazed at some of the small businesses in our communities. It is amazing what some of them did during the pandemic. The canteen in Dartmouth, closed, couldn't make any money, but they set up a community kitchen with North Grove. Other organizations did the same thing. During the pandemic, there was a cycle store, I think, that decided they were going to pay living wage to their employees. It's going to cost them a lot of money, but those kind of investments impress me really through difficult times. So, I'm inclined. I wish there was a way that we could make everybody happy, but that's not our business, folks. We're not in that business, right? That's the business for people who win lotteries. The business of politics is making decisions in the best interests of people and trying to help those who need the help the most. To me, I think we have to do something that supports small businesses in our communities. I think number 3 is far from perfect. It may be the best of them. And I really think this has been a good discussion so far, and I expect it's going to continue. But that's where my heart is on this. It's a tough call. It's a tough call for all of us. But in some ways, we have to go where our heart leads us, and that is to support those folks, the heart of our communities, which tend to be the small, medium-sized businesses. Councillor, I've got Councillor Cuddle, Councillor Hensby, Councillor Outfit, Councillor Cleary, and Councillor Mason to close at this point in time. So Councillor Cuddle, a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to come back because I'm kind of stuck on this graph for option 3 that shows the average general tax rate per square foot of building. And perhaps I didn't ask the question right the first time around, but when we look at the, how this information is laid out here, and we see Dartmouth Crossing at $4.38 per square foot, I guess what you're saying is you're taking the entire land value, like the entire value of the entire piece of land, including the parking lot, and condensing that into the square footage of the building. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. So when you have a building downtown that isn't on a big piece of land and is really just a building on a piece of property with no land around it and no parking, that's very different than taking a property in Dartmouth Crossing with all that land and condensing it on a square footage basis into a building. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to how that might skew the graph that we're seeing in the square footage value.
I think you choose the indicators based on what you're trying to understand. So if you're trying to understand, the competitive nature of different businesses and compare them because they're all different size, they're different sizes, shapes, different industries, then reducing it to square footage of building is consistent with the way many of those retailers do that and the way properties are often leased out. So regardless of whether there's a parking lot or not, if you go to lease a building, you'll often pay, according to the square foot. You'll hear retailers talk about their sales by square foot. So we've used that as the metric to compare taxes across different types and sizes of buildings, because that's the most commonly used, understood metric there is. If you want to look at it the other way, which is tax per square foot of land, that tells you more about the planning process and whether you're utilizing your land properly and whether you're maximizing the amount of revenue you can out of your land. So that's a little bit of a different debate as opposed to trying to compare them on a competitive basis.
Right. But I think what it does is it elevates the price of the building, the taxation of the building without really accounting for the parking. And I think that's what a few of us have been trying to get at here. You're taking the land value and condensing it. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that was understood. And the
Councillor, I'm gonna have to cut you off. You're past 3 minutes. You can come back and I'll put you on the list again if you wish to come back.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Well, just to follow up the point that Councillor Cuttle was talking about parking lots and stuff, these big boxes, they put the infrastructure onto those parking lots. They got to pay for that. We don't maintain the infrastructure under the parking lot. They maintain the parking lots and stuff like that. So, but they also had to pay a stormwater fee for the stormwater runoff off those parking lots. So there's another taxation level that's not even discussed here at all. So the big box stores, the big parking lots are not all bad. They may have car culture, but they're out there in the industrial parks, the business parks where they're not downtown, because in downtown they'll have no capacity in regards to, trying to service their clientele. Not everybody's going to hop on a bus to go to a Walmart, but they will go in their car to go to IKEA or the big Kent stores, whatever the case may be. But like I said, I would prefer taxation based on zones and square footage and land use. So until we get to that point, I'll be sticking with the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, I don't think you've spoken on this yet.
Not yet, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Changed my mind twice today, I think. But one of the things I guess trying to remember in this conversation is that very first slide that said, this is a wealth tax and not a tax based on service, and trying to remember that and keep it in the background, but also that, it is to the owner. So if you're a small business and you're leasing or you're a tenant, then you're just going to, buy your lease agreement your lease payment, you're going to be paying the tax one way or another. So in some ways, that's something also to consider. And I think that, HRM has done some good work around some COVID recovery plans for small business, and there's more that can still be done. The one thing that's, it's hard because you don't want to have a conversation that pits one small business against big business or anything like that. But I think the other thing to remember is that large, big box stores, they're a significant employer in our community as well. And some of the big box stores have been really excellent employers when it comes to diversity and inclusion. So there is a different kind of also economic benefits, I think, to the big box stores that you got to remember about. The questions that we have to the province on the legislation about getting the mill rate. I guess I was just wondering how far we are away, do we think, from getting an answer from the province there? And will we relook at this again probably in 3 years? I'm just wondering how far away that would be. And once we get it, how close would we come to being able to revisit this?
I see Jacques has popped up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It would be pure speculation on my part to suggest when we may get an answer from the province. Council has made the requests. I'm sure the government is considering that, and they will let us know when they're ready to introduce a bill in the House, if in fact they will, right? So, assuming such a bill, would be filed the spring or in the fall, and I can't say whether that would happen or not. And that bill would then give us authority to set mill rates, and it would take some time. And Bruce can comment on what time it would take to actually design our systems and come up with a plan to establish differential rates. But I would suspect it's at least a year or two away from any legislation that would be adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it might be
Bruce?
I guess I could add a little bit. I don't know what the specific legislative changes would look like. I think PVSC, first of all, would have to go through an exercise with their data to reclassify that. I suspect that'd take at least a year. And then we'd be able to really look at how we actually wanted to structure it and where our rates would be. So honestly, I think you're probably at least 2 to 3 years away from doing something, even if we're passed tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Oathett.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's been a great discussion, and we all want to try and do the right thing, and we all know there's some risk to doing and to not doing. That's why they pay us the big bucks, I guess. And of course, we'd also, myself, and it sounds like some others too, wish we were further down the road with the flexibility with mill rates. I hope that will come, and if it does, maybe that'll allow subsequent councils to do some different things down the road. It's not unusual for banks, governments, CRA, everybody to have some special programs, special incentives, special categories, criteria, whatnot for small business, and I think that's what this is coming down to in my mind. 2 questions for you, Bruce, and they're going to be very frank, blunt questions that are going to allow you to give us very blunt, frank, final advice here. Well, the first question is all of these options, 1, 2, and 3, but particularly the 2 that I'm interested in, 2 and 3, the changes, how we distribute and rejig the revenue, if you will, within the commercial tax envelope kind of still remains the same, because from the beginning, what we did not want to do was, in order to give small business a break, shift additional future costs to the residential tax envelope, their tax base. So it's just a little bit of reconfirmation on that, please. And the second one, and I'll ask you to sort of editorialize a little here, Bruce, if you don't mind. Staff has recommended number 2. They're aware of number 3. Obviously, it was there as an option, and we've heard the bids in favor of it, a number of us leaning towards it. I would really like you to be as frank as you're comfortable being on why you selected to recommend 2 over 3. If you wouldn't mind.
Thank you very much for that, I think.
I said it'd be tough.
So first answer is no. We haven't designed any
any cross subsidy from the residential into the commercial. We've tried to keep all the funds within commercial, right? So I think that was very clear that what we wanted. I think on the second one, we are uncomfortable with option 3. We are going to see a lot of equity issues. So for example, if you look in your district, you'll have a different tax rate in the Bedford Industrial Park than you will from the Sackville Industrial Park, even though they're close by. We'll see the same thing on Lacewood. We will not tax all big boxes the same. We're only going to have a higher tax on big boxes that are in the business park and to a lesser extent in the industrial park. So we're going to have those kind of equity issues that I think, are probably going to plague us a little bit. And so for us, when we look at option 2, we don't have those issues. We're comparing every large size business is going to pay on the same basis as every other large size business. So we're trying to avoid creating distortions or disincentives, even though they may not be intended that way. I mean, we understand the emotion and the intent around, the car culture and downtown. Obviously, we support downtown and small retail. But in doing so, we don't want to create a lot of additional disincentives on the back end that we might regret.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Mayor. I certainly I'm going to support an act today. I'm initially going to support the staff recommendation. If that's defeated, I'll certainly support 3, but I am going to lean towards supporting 2 initially, and then hopefully we'll have some flexibility to do mill rate changes within a few years. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to kind of follow up on Councillor Out that, there is no perfect tax system. Several people have already said this, but will going to number 2 or number 3 be more fair? Will it be better? I think it will. Could we build a more fair system or a better system if we had different powers? Maybe, but we only have the authority that we have. So we have to come up with a system based on what we actually can do. And Councillor Mason said earlier, one of my goals especially is to align our property tax system, especially commercial taxes, with the regional plan and our sustainability goals. So what Mr. Fisher calls inequities, I call a rebalance and redistribution of equity. We want, I think, to have stronger downtowns and stronger main streets. And if we want that, then the tax burden, which is right now disproportionate on our small main streets and downtowns, could shift over to those business parks, which I think they should. So just to do a bit of analysis while I've been sitting here, just Costco in Bears Lake is on 14 acres of land. Its building is about 137,000 square feet. It's assessed at under $10 million. On Quinpool Road, you could go from Preston over to Oxford Street, covers about 35 different properties, about $35 million in assessment, and it's actually under 5 acres of land. So it's less than half the size of Costco, and it produces 3 times the tax, and over 3 times, 3.5 times the tax. And so it is a more efficient use of land. But if you look at each of those individual businesses in that 5 acres of land, they're paying more per square foot of land. And I know what Mr. Fisher showed on his graph, or the chart indicated square foot of building, but that is Costco's 14 acres of land that they're taxed on into 136 square feet of building. Whereas most buildings along, say, Quinpool would be all of the land. Very little of it is not occupied by buildings. So it is more efficient, it is more sustainable. And those properties, if you looked at it on a per square foot of land that they're being taxed on, Quinpool Road would be taxed 2 and 3 and 4 times as high as Bears Lake, because of the way those big box stores, which make tens of billions of dollars, put their buildings in. So, is option 2 better than where we are right now? Yes. Is option 3 even better than where we would be if we had option 2? I believe so. And so I'm going to be going with option 3. I wish we could do something different, and I know it's way too complex. I'm willing to go with what we do have, what we're able to do. And I think option 3 is the better option. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I am, Bruce, I appreciate the explanation previously about that those with an assessment of $1 million to $2 million are paying more taxes than those with 0 to 1 million. But going back to the personal income example, if we were to have a higher income tax rate for those who are earning $30,000 to $40,000 than we were who are earning 0 to 30, you might find the same thing. I would still like to see the people who are earning 0 to 30 pay a lower tax rate than those who are earning $30,000 to $40,000. So I'm still uncomfortable with the with what we have, with the first million being 2.803 and the second, or those up to 2 million assessment being 2.653. Wondering if we could get a supplementary report. I'm not looking to, I don't know if I'm looking to defer this or not. But I'm wondering what it would take for us to get a supplementary report looking at having a lower tax rate for under $1 million and a somewhat higher tax rate for under $2 million. What would we be looking at in terms of time or resources or what for that? And then depending on the results of that, would consider making a motion to ask for that supplementary report.
It's not difficult to do. We have the information report, I assume. So we have all the data. We're pretty swamped right now trying to do budget, but you're not really implementing this till 23, 24. So I think it's we'd probably be back. I don't know what the date would be. Sometime in April, I suspect we'd shoot for.
Okay, and based on, presumably you've got the draft AO already put together. So would that have, just based on what I've said so far, recognizing that you've been given no heads up on this, and I apologize for that, would it change the AO appreciably?
Well, we don't have a draft AO because we don't have direction from council. So,
okay.
we wouldn't start that. So it won't really affect us in that fashion.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I would like to ask for a supplementary report on what it would look like, whichever option is chosen, option 2 or 3, to see what it would look like. And Ian has just pasted a motion in my Microsoft Teams with him, that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Regional Council that the CAO be directed to prepare a supplementary staff report identifying the impact of adjusting tax rates so that the businesses under $1 million be taxed at a lower tax rate than the businesses under $2 million.
Okay, so is there a second for that?
I think that has to come after we dispose of the main motion, though. And also, sorry, Mr. Mayor, to just jump in, but also the wording isn't quite right because it's not businesses, it's first $1 million property assessment and then $1 million to $2 million of property assessment.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby, and we can certainly craft this.
Okay, Paul, are you okay if we vote on this main motion, I want to take a break and then come back and you can work on your motion, perhaps put it forward when we come from a break. So it won't affect the timing of the vote today. Okay, all right, that's what we'll do. Thank you. I think Councillor Mason, that just leaves you.
Excellent. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. I want to make it clear, I actually do want to raise taxes on big box stores and on businesses that are not in the hearts of our complete communities that we're striving to reinforce and to build. when my sister was managing the cash line at the Canadian Tire on Quinpool Road 25 years ago, they were having $500,000 days as they approached Christmas. And I can guarantee you that the Korean restaurant across the road doesn't have $500,000 days. So a lot of what this has come down to for me is that these larger businesses have the capacity to absorb what will ultimately be to their bottom line a tiny tax increase, but will be a significant statement to these smaller businesses that struggle. Should we do it? The Good Day Kitchen and Cafe across the road from the Sobeys in Fall River, will benefit from a tax decrease on the building they are in. The Sobeys won't even feel it, especially after the last 2 years where they've had banner years. To me, no tax system is fair. And the current tax system is definitely not fair. It does not align with the values in the regional plan and that this current council has been talking about complete communities. I think that option 3 will make it less unfair, more fair. It won't make it perfect. None of this will make it perfect. And that's why the staff report recommends that we assess and adapt after the first year. And I'm sure there will be unforeseen circumstances, but this moves us toward the goal, but we will have to continue to assess and amend as we go. So I ask council to vote down what's in front of us right now, option 2, after which I'll put option 3 on the floor. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we've had some discussion on this. Ready for the question on the recommendation that is on the floor, which is option 2.
Question.
Ready? Okay, Ian.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
Against?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion?
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Sorry, Councillor, was that yes?
Voting yes, sorry. Ian.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Savage.
Opposed.
One, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting against the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Against.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. Okay. 9, Councillor Clary.
No.
And 10, Councillor Morris.
Voting against.
That
Thank
motion
you.
is defeated. Ian, what was the vote, Ian? What was the numbers?
14.
Mayor Savage, I have 3 votes in favor and 14 against.
Okay, Councillor Mason, you've indicated you might have an alternative motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move the committee of the whole recommend that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to draft an administrative order to implement the tax relief for properties as per option 3, as described in discussion section of the staff report dated November 16th, 2021, effective with the commencement of the 2023-24 fiscal year, and return to council with the resulting draft for its consideration. And 2, review the program following the 2023 final tax bill and report back to council as so move.
Second.
Second.
Second by Councillor Outfit, I think I heard, or Councillor Blackburn. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Counselor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Counselor Austin.
In favor.
6, Counselor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
For.
9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
In favor.
And 11, Counselor Cuddle.
In favor.
Thank you.
That motion carries. What was the vote, Ian?
Mayor Savage, I have 14 votes in favor and 3 votes against.
That motion carries. Councillor Russell, are you ready to go with your motion, or do you want to come back?
I can try at this point. And I have just, I took the motion that Ian sent to me and adjusted it based on some of the initial comments and pasted that into the chat. So if I could proceed with that.
I tell you what, I think I see that somebody wants to speak to it. So why don't we take our break, come back, we'll finish off committee of the whole, and then we'll go to council. It's about 3:05. Let's come back at 3:20. Councillor Russell, you can refine your motion, put it on the floor. 3:20, folks. Atlantic, what is it, Cleary? Atlantic Daylight Time, Standard Time, 3:20.
We'll now be taking your mics and cameras and shutting them off. We will return at 3:20. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is now 3:20. We will be taking down the holding screen, returning your microphones and cameras. Mayor Savage, you can start the committee of the whole meeting back on your call.
All right, we are back. All right, we have just dealt with our committee of the whole item on commercial taxation. Councillor Russell was musing about putting something on the floor in terms of a supplemental report. I'll go to Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. With for the background of this, I wasn't real happy supporting a tax increase or a tax change where lower tiers would be paying more on a tax rate than higher tiers. So this motion attempts to investigate that. And it is that I move that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Regional Council that the CAO be directed to prepare a supplementary staff report discussing the impact of adjusting tax rates so that those businesses with assessments under 1 million be taxed at a lower tax rate than those businesses with assessments under 2 million. I so move that.
Okay, Councillor Hensby, you wanted to second that, I think. Councillor Hensby? There's somebody else that wants to second that motion? Councillor Blackburn? No. Councillor Hensby had said he did. He's not with us now, I don't think. So Councillor Russell.
Oh, all right. If he's not, I'll second the motion.
Councillor Blackburn seconds the motion. Okay. Councillor Russell, anything else on it? You think you've explained yourself?
Yeah, this is a simple report to just see what the impacts would be and would not hold up the timeline of preparing the AO. So I don't have very much else to add to this. I would simply ask for your support for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clear, you had indicated before, are you still interested in speaking on it, or do we just go to the vote?
Just very quickly, so the supplementary report would be pages of the current report, 13, 14, and 15. So you can actually see, so the motion is oddly worded because it's not assessments under $1 million and assessments under $1 million. It's the assessment of 0 to $1 million, and then the assessment from 1 to 2 million. And so if Councillor Russell just looked at page 15 in particular, that shows the first million at say a rate of 2.953, you'd pay $28,000 in taxes on that. The next one, you pay $26,000. Because your building is 2 million, you're paying cumulatively 40, 50, 54,000-ish. So it's, to Bruce's point, and what's written in this current report is it's not an incentive or a disincentive. We're just trying to create or remove a disincentive for a business to buy a new property at $2 million and pay a higher rate. So anyway, I'm fine with that, but information is there from pages 13 to 15 already. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ready for the question, colleagues? Let's go to the vote on the supplemental report of Councillor Russell.
Beginning with District 13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhit.
Vote yes.
Mayor Savage.
No.
1, Councillor David Gammon.
Voting in favor.
2, Councillor Hensby. 3, Councillor Kent.
Affirmative.
Oh, thank you, Councillor. 3, Councillor Kent.
Negative.
4, Councillor Purdy. 5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. Green. 9, Councillor Cleary.
No.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion.
Councillor Purdy. Mayor Savage, that vote has failed. I have 5 votes for.
Thank you. That motion is defeated. Okay, colleagues, does somebody want to move that we adjourn committee of the whole and move into go back to regular council?
I'll move
So
that.
moved.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Stoddard, second by Councillor Mason. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we will move right back in. Ian, we're going to go right back into council. Anybody want to go get changed or anything before we go? No? Okay, good. We'll keep going. Where we left off was with the presentation from Halifax Water. 14 is information items brought forward is none. 15 is reports, none. 16 motions, none. In camera, we have some issues. I'll come back to that. We have added 18.1, Ian. That's not in camera, correct? So we will go to 18. Sorry?
Mayor Savage, I think you can continue.
18.1 is the District Boundary Resident Review Panel honorariums. Who would like to, where did that come from? Executive, Deputy Mayor, do you want to put that one on the floor?
I
If you're
don't
ready.
think I have that in front of me right now, Mr. Mayor. Apologies.
Maybe we can put that in the chat, or else does somebody have it in front of them that they could put the revised or the motion on the floor?
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Kent, one of my favorites. Why don't you do it?
That's so nice. That I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt administrative order number 2022-001-GOV as set out in attachment 1 of the staff report dated December 20th, 2021 to establish a district boundary citizen review panel reporting to, is this the correct one? I hope it is.
This is the new one about honorariums. Ian, is that the right one?
I feel like we've done this one and I've got the wrong one up.
There it is in the, it's in the chat. Can you see it in the chat?
Yep, I can. Thanks.
Yes, this is.
So there we go. That Halifax Regional Council reimburse the members of the District Boundary Resident Review Panel for local expenses incurred while serving on the panel as outlined in the discussion section of the staff report dated February 8th, 2022. Thank you.
Second.
Second by the Deputy Mayor. Anything on it, Councillor Kent?
No, I'll leave that to others for a moment while I try to get back to where I.
Okay, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. When I was reading the report, there was a very quick jurisdictional scan looking at a few other cities, what they paid. But as part of the scan, because it's not in there, did anyone ask the province, because they have a boundary review commission as well, did they pay any honorariums or any remuneration of any kind, or just cover expenses? Does anyone know?
Mayor Savage, through you to the councillor. The provincial boundary process across all provinces is quite diverse and has different processes. We did not look at that as part of our jurisdictional scan. We can absolutely look into that, but we did not look at that. We tried to use comparable municipalities. That is a very well taken point. We could look at that in the future for this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the same question as Councillor Cleary, and I mean, I think it would be useful information. I don't know that it's the be all end all of making a decision on this, because you know, there's a big difference in looking at the scale and scope of the province as a whole versus HRM. That said, I mean, it seems like we have paid committees a couple of times in the past. You know, the Cornwallis committee, and then forgetting the other one, the license appeal. So I mean, we do have some precedent for doing that. I just feel like where we're going out for some very specific skill sets, that it would be. I feel like we should offer an honorarium on this one more than just expenses. So that's kind of where my headspace is. But I also feel that, I'm a little bit uncomfortable doing it just kind of as a one-off. I kind of feel like we actually need a bigger sort of policy review of this whole area. Rather, one thing in the report that was very clear, it's like, so some committees are doing this and some of our committees are doing this, even just regarding expenses and that. So, I mean, I feel like we separately, maybe at executive, there should be a bigger staff report request. But for now, I mean, I'm leaning towards I'll vote against this in favor of the alternative of offering the 150 per meeting. Thank you.
Okay. So that is something, we talked about this when we debated this before. That is something that executive or somebody could look at for sure, but this is on this motion. So if there's no other speakers, we're going to go to the question. Ready for the question on the motion?
Question.
And I got to give the clerk credit. That's the fastest turnaround on a report that I have ever seen. 1 week. Well done. For anybody who's listening. All right.
Ready for the pay him an honorarium.
Ready for the question.
Question.
Beginning, and special thank you to Liam, who was in the meeting with me as well. Sorry. Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Oated.
Vote yes.
Mayor Savage.
I'll vote yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against.
8, Councillor Smith. 4, 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
And 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you, Ian, Liam, everybody else. So colleagues, we will now look at 18.2, which is the added item of the ratification from COW, which seems very recent in our minds. Councillor Mason, perhaps?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, do we have it in the chat? Are we going to get that in the chat there? Oh, there we are. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to 1, draft an administrative order implementing the tiered tax relief for small properties, option 3, as described in the discussion section of the staff report dated November 16, 2021, effective with the commencement of the 2023-24 fiscal year, and return to council with the resulting draft for consideration. And 2, review the program following the 2023 final tax bill and report back to council. I so move.
Second.
Nothing on it.
Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Oated.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4, 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
And 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
That motion is carried, colleagues. Thank you, and thank you for the discussion, and to the people who took time to be with us in committee of the whole this morning and bring forward the presentations. I think that's it for the public agenda. Colleagues, if you look at the in-camera, there's 3 items, I think, that have been either added or on the agenda. I'm wondering if there's an appetite to look at any of them without going in camera. I'm looking at 17.1, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I'm happy to move that, Mr. Mayor, unless my colleagues want to go in camera. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendation as outlined in the private and confidential report dated February 15th, 2022, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated February 15th, 2022 be maintained private and confidential. I so move.
Second it.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, which one is that?
17.1.
Thank you.
Ready for the question on 17.1?
Question.
Beginning with District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Dave O'Gannon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Thank you. 8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
No.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
And 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion carries, colleagues. I think for the other 2, is it likely we're going to go in camera? If somebody,
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
somebody wants to move, we go in camera.
I would make that motion.
Thank you. Seconded.
Second.
I'll second that.
Councillor Cuttle, thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We will go in camera. I assume it's a different room we're going to be in, Ian?
Yes, Mayor Savage, you can leave the Zoom meeting. There is a calendar invitation for the in-camera session. Please leave there. We will return to this meeting and there is a public hearing at 6 o'clock.
Thank you very much. I'll see you on the other side.
Good afternoon. Council is now heading back from the in-camera session. I'll be returning to this meeting. We will be taking down the holding screen and returning microphones and cameras.
So Ian, I think we're all here.
Mayor Savage, I believe so. The meeting can be called, public meeting can be called back to order.
Okay, let's call the meeting back. We're back. It is February the 15th, and we are ratifying the work that was done in camera. We're going to start off at 17.2, and I will go to Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the number one, the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated February 10th, 2022, and 2, direct the private and confidential staff report dated February 10th, 2022. Oops, something moved. Be maintained private and confidential. So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stoddard. Ready for the question, colleagues? Ian, take us to the question.
Question.
Beginning with District 16, Councillor Oathead. Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Councillor Oathead. Mayor Savage, that motion has passed.
That carries. Thank you very much. Item 17.3, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private confidential staff report dated February 10th, 2022, and 2, direct the private and confidential staff report dated February 10th, 2022 be maintained private and confidential. I so move.
Second. Question.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent. Sorry, Councillor Kent, could you repeat that?
In favor.
Thank you. 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting yes.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
Yes.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Oathead. Mayor Savage.
In favor?
Thank you.
That carries. Thank you, colleagues. We've dealt with our added items. I will go to notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion?
Take notice of motion, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Mason?
Take notice of the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council to be held on March 1st, 2022. I intend to move amendments to Administrative Order 15, the license permits and processing fees. Administrative order, the purpose of which is to waive the fees for sidewalk cafes for the 2022 cafe season. Or I will.
That was a little difficult to hear.
Yeah, we had trouble with your sound, Way. It's actually been kind of delightful, but we couldn't hear you. But if you come back tonight.
Mixed blessing, Mr. Mayor. Should I
Yes,
read it
indeed.
again?
Indeed. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just bringing it up. This is a bit of a recycle. Our time limit expired before the report came back. So take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move first reading of proposed bylaw D600 respecting development charges for Dartmouth Cove, the purpose of which is to apply development charges to property owners benefiting from the Dundas Street Bridge and Extension project in the Dartmouth Cove area.
Anybody else? Hearing none, then we will adjourn for now. We will resume tonight at 6 o'clock with our public hearings. The public hearings will begin at 6 o'clock. Anybody else? If not, we are adjourned until then. All right. Thank you all.
We'll be
Come back to this one, right, Ian?
That is correct, Mayor Savage. We will be placing up the holding screen while council is in recess. We will begin the public hearings and the meeting right at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. It is now 6 o'clock. We'll be taking down the holding screen and returning your microphones and camera. The reminder that public hearing is scheduled to start at 6 o'clock. And Mayor Savage, the meeting can be called back to order on your call.
Okay, Ian, does it look like we have most people here? I think so. Okay. All right, we'll begin. February 15th, welcome back. We have two public hearings tonight, colleagues and folks who are watching. The first one is case 23938. This is the Downtown Halifax Land Use Bylaw amendments to revise the definition of adult entertainment uses and housekeeping amendment to map 1. I want to thank folks for joining us today for this virtual public hearing. The order of events is similar to a regular public hearing. We'll have a staff presentation. We will then go to the public hearing speakers list. To have been eligible, one would have had to sign up by 4:30 p.m. yesterday. Mr. Clerk, can you let us know, has there been any additional correspondence received for this public hearing since the beginning of our meetings today?
Mayor Savage, no additional correspondence has been provided for this public hearing this evening.
Okay. All right, let's get into it then, folks. We are going to begin with a staff presentation. We have Dali Sala with us here tonight. Good evening, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of Regional Council. My name is Dali Saleh and I'm a senior planner with the Community Policy Program with the Regional Planning. So I will share my screen. I do have presentation ready. So the case before you tonight, as you mentioned, is for a public hearing for the Downtown Halifax amendments, specifically to the land use bylaw. To revise the definition of adult entertainment uses, and also this includes housekeeping amendments staff is bringing forward to the zoning map 1. So as a background, on November 23rd, 2021, Regional Council directed staff to explore either the removal or replacement of the definition specifically for adult bookstore, which is within the downtown Downtown Halifax land use bylaw. And it's important to note that all adult entertainment uses are prohibited, including adult bookstore. And it's also important to note that this connects to a motion that Council put forward in August 17th, 2021, as part of the Regional Center or the Center Plan Package B approval process to revise the definition of adult entertainment uses. However, that motion was focused on the Regional Center land use bylaw, and this specific motion was required for Downtown Halifax. The second component of the case is relating to a housekeeping amendment to zoning map 1. So Regional Council on October 26th, 2021, Regional Council adopted a number of amendments to Downtown Halifax Plan and Land Use Bylaw as a result of Package B, Center Plan Package B adoption path. And as part of this process, we're bringing forward a housekeeping amendment to correct a drafting error, and that's relating to the amendments specifically for the Land Use Bylaw in Downtown Halifax. So the proposed amendments that are included in the December 23rd staff report essentially replace the current land use bylaw definition and revise it with a revised definition for adult entertainment uses, and also deletes the definition for adult bookstore with the specific aim to clarify that adult entertainment uses do not apply to adult themed retail products. So essentially this change, by introducing this new definition, we're essentially aligning this change in the definition will bring alignments to the recently approved Regional Center land use bylaw definitions. The second component, the proposed amendments that are tied to the housekeeping amendments for the zoning map. So as you're aware, as part of the Center Plan Package B planning process, staff brought a number of amendments to existing planning documents that included different planning documents such as the Dartmouth Plan, Downtown Dartmouth, Halifax Mainland, etc., or Halifax MPS, and including Downtown Halifax land use bylaw. And that's specifically to remove areas that are to be regulated under the Center Plan. So this process, as I mentioned, included Downtown Halifax Plan and Land Use Bylaw, with the exception of the two HCDs, the Barrington Street and the Old South Suburb HCDs, and 5 identified properties, as those still remain as part of the downtown Halifax plan area. So during the implementation of the amendments package, staff became aware of a drafting error in the amendments for downtown Halifax land use bylaw that were approved by council on October 26th, 2021. And this error unintentionally provided conflicting directions in terms of the amendments to be made to the zoning map. So the clear intent is essentially to amend the zoning map to remove areas that are to be regulated under the center plan, regional center plan. So to address the risks caused by this inconsistency, the proposed amendments essentially before council to consider readopting the zoning map as contained in attachment A. It's very important to note that as part of this process, we're not looking to rezone properties, include or exclude properties from the zoning map. It's essentially to readopt the zoning map for downtown Halifax. And as such, staff recommends that Halifax Regional Council adopt the proposed amendments to the downtown Halifax land use bylaw as attached or as included in attachment A of the December 23rd staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saleh. I see no questions of clarification. So I encourage council to pay close attention because this might go quickly. I'm going to open the public hearing. There were no speakers signed up by the deadline, so I'm going to ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
I would be pleased to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Moved by Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Russell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the public hearing was closed. It's closed. I hope it met everybody's expectation. I will go to Councillor Mason, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to move the following: that Halifax Regional Council adopt the proposed amendments to the downtown Halifax land use bylaw as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated December 23rd, 2021. I so move.
Second.
Second by Councillor Kent, I believe. Councillor Mason.
This is great work by staff to address the housekeeping error and the issue with the adult bookstore. It'll become a great relief to Venus NV, and I really appreciate the work. So thank you very much. I ask council to support the motion.
Okay. Not seeing any rush to the microphones. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
And 1, Councillor Daigle Gavin. Councillor Daigle Gavin.
Okay.
Mayor Savage, that has passed.
That has passed. Great. Thank you, Ms. Sala. Appreciate it very much. I assume that nobody's in dire need of a break after the first 9 minutes of our public hearing. I just want to confirm before we hit the second one that Councillor Daigle-Gammon is with us.
Yes, Mr. Mayor just got in, was having some trouble there.
Awesome. Okay. All right, folks, we're going to move to case 22670. This is the MPS and LUB amendments to allow for industrial and highway commercial uses on the Conrad Quarry lands, Montague Gold Mines, and Waverley. Again, thank you for joining us for the virtual public hearing. The order of events for this hearing will be similar to a regular public hearing, beginning with a staff presentation. We then go to a public speakers list. And in order to have been a speaker, one would have had to sign up by 4:30 yesterday. We do have a couple of speakers today. Mr. Clerk, can you confirm if any more correspondence, additional correspondence has been received for this public hearing since we began meeting today?
Mayor Savage, additional correspondence was distributed to all members of council for this hearing this evening.
Thank you, Clerk. Okay, colleagues, we're going to begin. We have Tyson Sims, I believe, with us to make a staff presentation. Tyson, make yourself known if you're there, brother.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of Regional Council. Can you all hear me okay?
I think so.
Okay, I'm just going to try to share my screen here, and hopefully I will not need help from the clerk's office to do this.
You wouldn't be the first.
Now, is council able to see the first slide of the presentation right now?
We can see it.
I'm just going to do a small test. If I hit, does this move to the second slide for you? If that's right, I'll.
Okay. It does.
Thanks very much. Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of Regional Council. As said, my name is Tyson Sims. I'm a planner with Regional Planning. This evening, I'll be providing an overview of the staff report for case 22670, which pertains to proposed municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw amendments to allow for industrial and highway commercial uses on the Conrad Quarry lands. I will begin with an overview of the proposal. This is an HRM directed project. As such, there will be no applicant presentation following this staff presentation. However, the property owner and any representatives of the property owner may present or comment as part of the public hearing process. In November of 2019, Regional Council directed planning staff to consider applying highway, commercial, and industrial land uses to the Conrad Quarry lands. And in doing so, Regional Council provided specific policy direction that should be considered through the planning process. I will provide more detail regarding the case background and Regional Council's policy direction in the slides ahead. The Conrad Quarry lands are located in the community of Montague Gold Mines, and a small portion of the lands are located in the community of Waverley. The lands are located north of the Highway 107 and Montague Road interchange, as highlighted in red on this slide. The proposal is to consider amendments to the municipal planning strategies and land use bylaws for planning districts 14 and 17, Cole Harbour, Westfall, and Dartmouth to allow industrial and highway commercial uses. This slide provides a closer view of the subject site. As you can see, the site is home to a large active quarry and is located, as said, just north of the Highway 107 and Montague Road interchange. There are two existing low-density residential areas located to the north and south. And to the north and east, you can also see a large area of undeveloped vacant land. Most of these lands are owned by Halifax Water and by the province of Nova Scotia, and they form part of the Lake Major watershed protected water area. In the far right portion of this image, you can see a portion of Lake Major. And if you look to the west, west of Highway 107 and down to the community of Waverley and a portion of Dartmouth, you can see Lake Charles as well. It's a good reference point. So on this slide, we are provided with a closer view of the site. Some of the property boundaries are highlighted in yellow for council's reference. The site is comprised of 5 properties, which together equate to approximately 525 acres. Some of the existing uses on the site today include an active quarry, an asphalt plant, a concrete plant, a soil remediation operation, a maintenance facility, and other related industrial uses. Now I would like to take an opportunity to provide some background as it relates to the case. So in 2014, Regional Council initiated the Port Wallace secondary plan process. This secondary planning process is ongoing and will consider the extension of central water and sewer services to support a new residential community, which is identified under the regional plan as a future urban growth area. The map provided on this slide denotes the boundaries of that urban growth area. This is also commonly referred to as the Port Wallace Secondary Planning Study Area. In 2016, Regional Council directed staff to include a portion of the Conrad Quarry lands within the Port Wallace Secondary Planning Study Area. At this time, Regional Council also initiated a separate planning amendment process to consider industrial and highway commercial uses on the subject site. This case is commonly referred to as case 20800. At the time, the applicant was Summit Rock Developments Limited, and they were representing the property owner, Conrad Brothers Limited. In March of 2018, Regional Council held a public hearing to consider the amendment request. And following the public hearing, Regional Council did not approve the recommended amendments to rezone the subject lands, nor did they refuse them. Instead, they referred the request for industrial and highway commercial uses to the Port Wallace secondary planning process. And that was to allow more time for consideration. In 2019, Regional Council was presented with information regarding the status of the Port Wallace secondary planning process and environmental concerns related to municipally owned land surrounding Barry's Run. And at this time, Regional Council adopted a work plan, which paused certain aspects of the planning process and allowed others to continue. One of the items which was permitted to continue was the question of allowing highway commercial and industrial uses on the Conrad Quarry lands. And so in 2019, Regional Council again initiated a separate plan amendment process and provided staff with specific policy direction to consider as part of the planning process. So here we have the specific policy direction provided by Regional Council. It's broken down into 5 pieces. First, Council directed that only on-site service development be considered, with any consideration of central water and sewer services to be considered through the Port Wallace secondary planning process. So staff have done this. As such, the proposed amendments before Regional Council this evening consider land uses in an unserviced capacity. In the event municipal services are extended in the future through the Port Wallace secondary planning process, then a portion of the site will become eligible to connect to these services. The second part of the policy direction was that staff utilize the draft industrial, commercial, and general industrial zones as the starting point for further reviews and public engagement. And as noted in the previous slides, following the public hearing for case 20800, staff continued to consider highway commercial and industrial uses on the Conrad Quarry lands as part of that larger Port Wallace secondary planning process. And as part of that process, staff developed a proposal which included 2 zones. The first would accommodate existing heavy industrial uses, and the second would serve as a supporting commercial industrial zone, which would provide highway commercial and industrial uses that support the heavy industrial uses, and which would serve as an appropriate transition between heavy industrial uses and neighboring residential development. In accordance with Council's direction, these zones were brought forward to the public for comment as part of the open house and public meeting, which was held on February 12th, 2020. Third, Council required that buffering between new industrial and adjacent residential areas be considered. The question of appropriate buffering was discussed during the previous public hearing and during the public meeting held by planning staff in February of 2020. Fourth, council required that advanced stormwater management practices be employed. This fourth item was put forward in response to concerns expressed by some residents related to stormwater on the Conrad Quarry site and larger concerns related to possible discharge of stormwater into Lake Charles. And fifth and finally, the final point of direction was that planning staff coordinate the drafting of any proposed amendments with the Burnside rezoning project and plan and the plan and bylaw simplification program. I'm pleased to note that all of the proposed amendments before Regional Council this evening are consistent with language and the uses previously adopted under the Burnside rezoning project. The planning policy context is a bit complex, and that's simply because the subject site is located in 3 plan areas. This map denotes 3 colors, each representing a separate plan area. So the area highlighted in green represents the plan area for planning districts 14 and 17. The blue area represents the Cole Harbor Westfall plan area, and the areas noted in red represent the Dartmouth plan area. Together, the municipal planning strategies identify several designations, including a watershed designation located to the east and a mixture of residential designations located on other portions of the site. Similar to the previous slide, because the site is located in 3 plan areas, we also have 3 land use bylaws, which apply several zones to the subject site. The land use bylaw for planning districts 14 and 17, again highlighted here in green, applies 3 zones: the I3 light industrial zone, the R1B suburban residential zone, and the protected water supply zone. It's important to note that the subject site has existing I3 light industrial zoning. This zone is applied to a portion of the site just north of the Highway 107 and Montague Road interchange. This existing industrial zoning currently allows for warehousing, transportation terminals, service industries, building materials outlets, light manufacturing assembly or processing operations, including cannabis production facilities, which are not obnoxious and which are contained wholly within a building. It also allows for greenhouses and nurseries, wholesale operations, office or retail uses, and existing residential uses and composting operations. The zones applied to the remainder of the site are reflective of low density unserviced residential development. No other portions of the site are developed with residential development, but that is how the remaining portions are zoned. The level of engagement completed for this application was consultation achieved through a mail-out notification and a public open house and public meeting held on February 12th of 2020. Notice of the public meeting was mailed to 220 residents. Approximately 100 members of the public attended the open house and public meeting. Now, feedback from the public generally included concerns related to existing traffic levels along Highway 107 and concerns that further development of the subject site could result in increased traffic levels on the surrounding road network. Another concern was with respect to the incompatibility between proposed industrial uses and existing residential development. Residents also expressed concern regarding the potential impact of stormwater and the protection of the nearby lake system. Some residents noted an increase in storm events, which has exacerbated concerns related to overall stormwater management in the community. And finally, a point of discussion amongst residents participating in the public meeting was regarding buffering between existing residential development and any proposed industrial development. Since the plan amendment process was initiated in 2019, the HRM case website for this specific application has been viewed by approximately 980 unique IP addresses. So in light of all the previous discussion and the comments received as part of the public engagement process, what are staff proposing in terms of amendments? First, staff are proposing that the entire site be governed under the plan area for planning districts 14 and 17, thus removing the site from the Cole Harbor, Westfall, and Dartmouth Plain areas. Staff are also proposing that all areas presently designated watershed and zoned protected water supply, as outlined on this map in blue, will and should be retained as watershed and protected water supply going forward. The remainder of the site will be designated light industrial and will have 2 zones applied to it. This represents a different approach from the previous case in 2018, whereby staff recommended the application of 1 industrial zone. The intention here will be to have a general industrial zone placed at the center of the site, away from neighboring residential development. This zone will allow for heavier industrial uses, including those which are already existing on the site. Moving away from the center of the site, a separate zone, noted as the commercial industrial zone, will be applied. This zone will not allow for heavy industrial uses. Rather, it will allow for less intense highway commercial and industrial uses, and this zone will support the existing industrial uses on the site and serve as a transition to neighboring residential development. This slide highlights the proposed location of the CI commercial industrial zone. And as noted, this zone will not permit heavy industrial uses. It will not permit construction and demolition uses and or salvage yards. Instead, it will allow for highway commercial and industrial zone uses which support the existing character of the site. Now, some of the uses permitted under this zone include warehousing, light manufacturing or processing operations, and that includes cannabis production facilities that are contained within a building. Service stations, display courts, retail building supply outlets, self-storage facilities, heavy equipment sales and services, transportation terminals, restaurants and personal services. A full list of the proposed land uses are provided on pages 22 and 23 of the staff report, which is in council's report package. A couple of important notes. General retail uses are permitted, however, are limited in scale to not exceed a gross floor area of 3,000 square feet. Now, some exceptions to this requirement include like garden centers, retail building suppliers, and heavy equipment sales and service uses. However, the overall intent here is that large-scale retail development is not appropriate or encouraged on the site. Standalone office uses are also not permitted. However, they are permitted as accessory to permitted uses. So a standalone office is not something that's contemplated by the zone. And as previously noted, the CI zone will serve as a transition between heavy industrial uses located at the center of the site and neighboring residential development to the north and south. And as such, staff have proposed general buffering, screening, and landscaping requirements. These requirements include that any development which abuts a residential park or institutional zone or abuts any existing residential use be set back at least 164 feet or 50 meters and shall be screened by either a vegetated area or berm. So the second zone staff have proposed is the GI, the General Industrial Zone. Now the location of this zone is highlighted on the map in purple and is located at the center of the subject site and is located approximately 300 meters from the nearest residential property. As proposed, this zone will allow CI uses. It will support existing industrial uses. It will allow for heavy industrial uses, including those which exist on the site today, including the existing asphalt plant and concrete plant. It will permit construction and demolition transfer stations and processing facilities and salvage yards. However, the site will not permit construction and demolition disposal sites. So CD3 zone uses, as the reference in the plan area, would not be permitted here. It is also important to note that construction and demolition transfer stations and processing facilities, if there's a future desire to develop these uses here, they will be subject to a public site plan approval process, which will ensure further controls on the design of these facilities. Staff's rationale for applying highway, commercial, and industrial zoning to the subject site includes the following. In terms of a regional plan perspective, the regional plan provides support for private business parks as a means to support economic development. In terms of site suitability, the site is identified as an active quarry and already contains several industrial uses, including an asphalt plant and a concrete plant. There are buffering provisions which are built into the proposed zones, and the placement of zones is such that heavier industrial uses are located in areas that maintain substantial separation distance from adjacent residential development. The site's location relative to the Highway 107 and Montague Road interchange provides direct access to the regional highway network. Therefore, truck traffic going to or leaving the site isn't driving through existing neighborhoods, but rather is directly accessing the existing highway network. Also, it's important to note that traffic and infrastructure upgrades are being assessed as part of the larger Port Wallace secondary planning process. So without central services in place today, staff are not anticipating a significant increase in traffic to the area. In the event the extension of municipal services is approved in the future as part of that larger Port Wallace secondary process, then staff do anticipate an increase to the level of traffic. However, as part of this process, if services are extended in the future, they will trigger infrastructure upgrades as part of the Port Wallace secondary planning process. So further, through the permitting process as well, just on the site level, staff have the ability to also require further analysis to identify if a proposed use can be supported by the existing road network. So that's important to keep in mind. And finally, with respect to stormwater management practices, as noted on previous slides, part of Regional Council's policy direction was to require advanced stormwater management practices here. Since this amendment process was initiated in 2019, staff are pleased to report that in September of 2020, Regional Council adopted a new grade alteration and stormwater management bylaw, commonly referred to as bylaw G200. Council also adopted stormwater management standards. Now, these requirements and standards will apply to the subject site and will require more stringent controls with respect to stormwater management, including the requirement for a stormwater management plan, an engineering report, and proof and certification that work has been completed. For the reasons outlined in the staff presentation and in the staff report, staff recommend that Regional Council approve the proposed amendments to allow highway, commercial, and industrial uses on the subject site. Also, before concluding, a quick note that staff have circulated a memorandum and a revised attachment B of the staff report. And in preparing for the public hearing, staff identified some clerical errors in attachment B. The errors identified are not considered substantive and do not require re-advertising or rescheduling of the public hearing. Correction of the subject errors will allow for improved administration and interpretation of the proposed land use bylaw if it is to be adopted. The revised attachment B removes unnecessary and duplicated language regarding permitted land uses under section 15B1, and it clarifies that composting operations be included under the definition of industrial uses, which is referenced in attachment B under part 2A, subsection 2A11. This completes the staff presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Tyson. I appreciate that very much. A question of clarification from Councillor Daigle Gammer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of technical problems here tonight. Question of clarification, and thank you, Tyson. I know that you've worked a lot on this. It's around the council policy direction number 3, requiring buffering between new industrial development and the adjacent residential areas. On the commercial industrial, the buffering is 50 meters. And on the general industrial, the buffering is 300 meters. Can you tell me if that is the minimum a standard that is met, or was it, how did you come up with 50 meters for one zone and 300 for the other? Can you give me a little bit more information for that, please?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So, yeah, the CI commercial industrial zone puts forth a buffering requirement of 50 meters or 164 feet. That was the value that we arrived at in terms of just analyzing the site, the existing topography of the site, the existing features that are on the site. And we also looked at, staff also examined other requirements elsewhere that were adopted as part of the Burnside rezoning project. So that's kind of how we arrived at 50 meters. And on top of the 50-meter distance, it's also required that that screening be required. So that'd be either provided through a vegetated berm or through existing vegetation that is already existing on the site, which there is a lot of existing vegetation on the site that borders the residential development to the north and south. The other zone and the reference to 300 meters, the zone, I do not believe the zone has a specific value assigned for buffering. Instead, the zone is located at the center of the site. And if you measure that site to the nearest property, you have a distance of approximately 300 meters. So if you measure, if you go to the northern boundary of the GI more intense zone, and you draw a line from the north boundary to the closest property, residential property to the north, it's approximately 300 meters. If you draw a line from the southern boundary of the general industrial zone to the south, the southern residential neighborhood, it's almost 400 meters. So I'm just trying to reference the distance that zone is applied at this when we place it at the center of the site. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Blackburn, a question of clarification.
Yes, thank you. And just sort of following up on Council Daigle-Gammon there about the G1 zone, or in the one in the center of the lands you say is 300 meters from the nearest home. I'm just wondering, how far is it from the protected lands, the Lake Major waterlands?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that's a great question. So you'll note on the zoning map that we looked at, the protected water supply area and the watershed designations are on a part of this property. And so the existing industrial use is, it is close to that area. In essence, I think the property owners would argue that that protected area starts sort of at the eastern boundary of their property. However, the watershed protected, the watershed boundary is a provincially identified and protected watershed, and so the boundaries of that watershed are prescribed in regulations and in legislation by the province. And so when we look at that, the boundary is kind of somewhere between where we have noted our protected water supply zone and that property boundary. So it is, based on that mapping, it is close. However, when you're on the site and you approach the eastern boundary of the site, you will notice that a lot of that site has been subject to the quarry activity, and there's a shear wall in some parts along that boundary. And so the ability for water on this site to drain towards Lake Major is it doesn't seem plausible, doesn't seem possible. The reason why we've and I'll just explain the reason why we've retained the watershed designation and the protected water supply zone boundaries is because they still correlate with what the province has on record today as part of their protected boundary. Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of answering the question, I guess, in respect to, is it close? Yes, it is. Does it drain towards Lake Major? We don't believe it does. But until such time that the province changes its boundary, we do not want to change the protected water supply zone or designations that we have as part of our planning documents. Does that make sense? I apologize for
it does. Do you have any numbers, like meters, 50 meters, 100 meters? I feel like I'm on The Price is Right.
If you look at the aerial image, if I don't know if the clerk's office can share, I can try to share that again. But I would say that it would commence sort of at the property boundary to the east of the quarry. That's kind of where the protected area would begin, and that would be within the watershed. Now, whether or not anything can drain in that direction where it is placed so high at the top of a sheer wall, that is I guess the question. So
okay, nope. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini, on clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Tyson. Good job on the presentation. Well done. Quick question. You talked about the general industrial area in the center, and you talked about some of the potential operations that could exist. And the one that you referred to was a C&D transfer station and processing. Could you explain that to everybody what that is versus when many of us think of C&D, we think of a C&D as a landfill where construction debris is brought in and it's actually buried. That's not what we're talking about here being permitted. Can you explain what the transfer station and processing is for C&D?
yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So you are correct, councillor. What we were suggesting here is that that site, that particular zone would be appropriate for C&D transfer stations and for C&D processing facilities, not for C&D disposal sites. So C&D disposal sites can be thought of as perhaps the most, I don't want to say intrusive, but perhaps the most intense of the three CD uses. So that is an instance where you're disposing of the byproduct from the processing activity, and you're taking that and you're essentially disposing of it into the ground. We don't feel that's appropriate on the GI zone. So what would be permitted here would be transfer stations. So essentially, construction and debris material would be brought to the site. It would be sorted, organized, and then sent to a processing facility. This site would also be appropriate for a processing facility. That's where essentially the products would be processed and then essentially could be turned into other products. The byproduct of that processing process, I guess, that would be sent to a disposal site, which is not what we're contemplating here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, very much so. Thank you, Tyson. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Morse on clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Tyson. I'm just wondering if you could outline what type of asphalt plant it is and whether the pollutants from an asphalt plant were considered in the development of the size of the buffer with the residential area. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I can't speak to the specifics in terms of the what type of asphalt plant exists on the site today. I'm not certain if the applicant, not the applicant, I apologize, we are the applicant. I'm not certain if the property owner will be speaking as part of the public hearing, but perhaps they may be able to provide more information related to that type of, what type of use it is. In terms of the setback and consideration of the setback, we know that there's an existing asphalt plant on the site now, and it's located currently in the area where we feel that more intense heavy industrial uses are appropriate. So it's already located on that site. So we, in the same breath that we took consideration for, allowing heavy industrial uses, we view that as a heavy industrial use, but we also view it where it's existing now as an appropriate location as we work through this exercise. So yeah, that's what I have. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. On clarification, Councillor Hensby.
Yeah, thank you much, Mr. Mayor. Tyson, in regards to you talked about the shear wall and stuff, the quarry, these setbacks from property lines, how does the topography play in that in regards to, you may have a map showing a zone and setbacks, but you also got the topography in play in regards to shear walls and stuff. Like, these are not built to the land's level to the adjacent property. So I'm kind of curious, when those things occur, How do the setbacks apply in those circumstances?
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. So the setback value doesn't vary. It doesn't sort of shift or vary based on topography. One thing we did note when we came up with the setback value is that the topography is it does certainly vary along the boundaries of the site. So in instances where you have a sheer wall, that's mainly sort of at the eastern boundary along the areas that are mostly owned by the properties that are mostly owned by the Water Commission, the province of Nova Scotia. There is an area at the very far northeast of the site that you could argue has a bit of a quite a bit of coring that has happened there. So that's probably the only instance where it might abut near residential development. As for the rest of the boundaries, the topography is such that it's challenging to see directly into the site. There are berms that have been established along the boundaries of the property, which make it very difficult to see into the site, especially on the southern portion of the lands. There is a very significant berm that has been built up over time by the property owner. We're not certain if that berm will remain in place, but what we're suggesting here is that at the minimum, there always be a 50-meter setback apply to any abutting residential or residentially zoned properties, and that that there will be a berm or vegetation retained along those areas. So,
thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In keeping with Councillor Hensby's questioning around the buffer, can you, is it Taylor, I think? Yeah,
Tyson.
Tyson. Okay, sorry, Tyson. Can you just help me understand when you say setback, and I have heard in other applications we hear non-disturbance area, things like that, and they are very different. So when you say a setback, I'm envisioning, because I'm looking at Google Earth here, the property south of it, and the residential properties, and I'm thinking about roughly 150 foot area where it's very well populated right now with trees. And I just want to confirm, would that be an area where there would be zero disturbance of any kind of vegetation? Is that what the residents could expect there?
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. So the zone doesn't outline that the setback area will be a non-disturbance area. It doesn't go to that extent. What it does is it requires that any development would have to be set back 50 meters from any neighboring property that is zoned residentially. So, I mean, the case may be that there is quite a bit of vegetation along the boundaries of the site now, as you can see on the aerial photography. It would be certainly in the best interest of the developer, whoever's developing the lands in the future, whether it be the property owner now or another party, it would be in their interest to retain the vegetation along the property boundary and to retain as much of that as possible, because the requirement is 50 meters and a vegetated berm or buffer. So if they are to remove that, it would have to be reinstated. Now, would it have to be reinstated to an extent of 50 meters? No, it wouldn't. But it would have to, the use would have to be set back 50 meters, and there would still have to be some reference to a vegetated berm or buffer provided. So if that answers your question, what you may end up with is less of a vegetated berm, possibly, or you may retain the whole thing. At the end of the day, it still has to be 50 meters back from the property line.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tyson. Okay, colleagues, that's it for clarification. I'm going to open the public hearing. As Tyson said, we are in essence the applicant. There's no other applicant here tonight. There are people with interest in this. So any member of the public who has registered with the clerk's office on this matter will be given 5 minutes to address the topic. So when I call your name, you can unmute your mic and begin speaking. The two speakers tonight are Kim Conrad and Greg Zwicker. Kim Conrad, are you in the meeting with us?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Good evening, sir.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Mike and councillors. this has been a long process. You know, we've had some concerns. We've been here for the new councilors. We've been here since 1963, and we've had a water management, you know, a lot of issues that come up. So we've had a water management plan in place since 1965, and it's been upgraded ever since. Now, we took a little bit of a hit when they expropriated some property in our quarry, and we had to do some extensive higher stand tack, or Jake Switford then, to when they put the 107 through our quarry. So we had to change things up in a hurry, and we do every year and all the time. Upgrade. I mean, you can't stop. And also with climate change now, we're getting, like the other day, we got 80 millimeters of rain in 5 or 6 hours. That was unheard of. The ground is frozen. It's terrible. But, you know, to put something in perspective, we've been here a long time. They built houses in around us. We get along great with the neighbors. 2012, 2016, we've had 3 open houses, and we've had very good attendance from, you know, city staff and the neighbors. We had tours and things for the kids on Saturday mornings, and we've since our first one in 2012, I believe it was, we had what our future wish list was for the property after we finished quarrying the area, or for a residential side. And the buffers, a lot of questions about buffers. Currently, we're under provincial and federal rule. Provincial rule with our industrial waste permit is now 90 feet, 30 meters from the perimeter of our property. We can drill and blast there if it was possible for ground vibration. However, we don't want to do that. We're here for a long time. And we have a good rapport with the neighbors. The new people coming in don't understand everything, and as a matter of fact, some people didn't want to or chose not to engage us at our open houses, and we had all of the materials there, all the documents. For 30 years plus, we've been doing taking water samples, weekly water samples for 30 years plus, for pH, TSS, or total suspended solids, and sometimes on other things. The and Ocean Contractors, who has the asphalt plant on our property, they do water monitoring as well, and everything is self-contained. And you're welcome to come out for a tour sometime. To see what it is. The berm was put in place to protect us from the neighbors and the neighbors from us, and we grassed it, treated it, and that has gone well. I just live a couple minutes away. If I wasn't as lazy as I am, 7 or 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, I'd walk to work. But I don't do that. And my brother Brent, his property, he lives adjacent to the property, the quarry property too. So we came up in the lakes. We want to protect the lakes, and the surrounding areas. And as far as we early on, we said we refused to accept anybody's proposal to put a compost facility here. They said, oh, no smell. We said, no, you're not doing that to our property. So it's our property, it's our baby, it's a family business. We're here for the long term. And I guess my term probably becoming shorter every year. But any questions, feel free. We're not here nothing major is going to happen for a while, but it will allow us to to build a new upgraded facility that we need for a repair shop. We've got an old tin Quonset hut. We want to put it in a place where we can put something, tear that down and make it pretty in the front and get it ready for development. So that's the basics of what we wanted to accomplish with the zoning. Make something friendlier rather than not. And, we have a fuel station here now, and eventually people are asking for Tim Hortons and liquor store and what is the other thing? A&W or something, and a needs store. So
30 seconds remaining in your presentation.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, feel free to call my brother or myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad, very much. Greg Zwicker.
Yes,
the floor
hello.
is yours.
Hello, council. Thanks for the 5 minutes. I only need about 2 of those. This is a HRM-led application. This is a staff-led process directed by council. We're here as the landowner, sort of impacted or working within this zone. We want to support Tyson, and the staff have done a great job getting these zones prepared. Conrad's been on hold now for 8 years trying to make business decisions out there. So you hear Kim talking about barns and sheds and some gear he's trying to move around. Well, we haven't been able to make any business decisions until this zoning was sorted out. So we're happy it's finally here. We've been at regional council, well, at least 4 times so far over the last 8 years. We are looking forward to getting this through tonight. If there's anything you need clarity to or answers of, feel free to send them our way. We're here if you need anything resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Okay. I won't call 3 times because there is nobody else that's registered to speak. So I will ask them.
Closed.
Second for Councillor Mason's motion. Councillor Russell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion has passed. The public hearing is closed. I just asked staff if there's anything that they want to say to anything that's been raised. Tyson, that would be you.
Mr. Mayor, I have nothing to add. If council has any questions, I'll certainly answer anything I can.
Thank you very much. Okay, council can always still continue to request staff assistance and clarification at any parts in the public hearing. Council, what is your wish, Councillor Daigle Gammon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can put the motion on the floor. And I do have an amendment, but I'll put the motion on first. And that is that the Halifax Regional Council adopt the proposed amendments to the municipal planning strategies, MPS, and land use bylaws, LUB for Cole Harbour, Westfall, Dartmouth, and planning districts 14 and 17 as set out in attachments A and B of the staff report dated November 22nd, 2021 to allow industrial and highway commercial uses on the Conrad Quarry lands.
Second
by Councillor Mancini. Councillor Daigle Gammon.
So, Mr. Chair, in terms of the amendment, do I bring the amendment forward now or speak to the original motion?
You can do whatever you wish. You have the floor, but you can put the amendment forward if you're going to put one on.
Okay, thank you. So it would be with the following amendment. And I think, Ian, that Mr. Clerk, you have that. Maybe we can put it in the chat so people can see it. But the amendment is that the cannabis production facilities and all construction and demolition C&D land uses be removed from the proposed C1 commercial industrial and G1 general industrial zones.
I'll second.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
This, the obvious question, is that a substantive amendment?
Well, that would be the conversation, I'm sure. I believe that legal is seeing it as substantive, and I'm hoping that the conversation might prove not, but if it is, then we'll have to go with that.
Mr. Traves, you've popped up.
Mayor, through the council. Yes, I think in the circumstances, it would be seen as substantive, consistent with past practice. And I understand there's been discussions between planning and development and legal staff, which have come to that conclusion.
Okay.
So that would mean that we would need another public hearing.
Correct. Correct. If there was a desire to make this restriction in the uses that have been advertised and proposed to date, then there would be a need to, I would suggest, defer and have a new public hearing.
So, Mr. Mayor, is it all right to speak to the amendment about why?
It is. It's your floor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Actually, Tyson, I think that, the staff have done a great job in the 2 zones, and understanding the buffering with the residential area is great. We've all had correspondence and read the correspondence about the grave concern for Lake Charles and the impact that is there. And we do know that the province is responsible for our lakes, but we also know that this particular landowner has been very diligent in how they've managed the stormwater, the weekly testing, the water management plan. I do think that if there is a way that is going to protect our lands, that this is a landowner that's going to work with the province to ensure that Lake Charles is protected. The reason I asked for the amendment is that and because I wasn't part of the old council, but in all the research that I have done, everything that has been said, the two uses that the community wanted lifted were the C&D and the cannabis production. The current landowner has said that it's not something that they're going to do anyway, but we need to protect it for the future. And so should it ever no longer be a family-owned business, or it changes ownership in any way, shape, or form, we want to make sure that that is protected and that we remove the C&D and the cannabis production. Those were two huge issues that were brought forward from the community, other than, of course, the protection of Lake Charles.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to get clarification on this being substantive from Mr. Traves, because it makes no sense whatsoever that this is considered substantive. We're talking about removing something that the community would support removing. I'm sure if you speak to the landowners, they have no issue with that being removed. And, you know, we need to apply common sense here. You know, we're always told by legal that their advice is X, whatever their advice may be. That's advice, and it's up to us to decide if that's what we want to follow through on. I don't agree that this is substantive, and I don't think we should be going back to another public hearing. We're going to be back in the exact same place. We're going to waste energy. We're going to waste money. We're going to waste resources from our staff, and going through this again, we're going to delay it for the community. When everyone had the opportunity to speak at it today, it just doesn't make sense. So I need clarification why, and explain to me in layman terms why this is considered substantive. And do we have the ability to say thank you very much for the advice, but we want to carry on this evening? I'm done.
Mr. Traves, I think that's for you.
Sounds like that's over to me, Mayor. Mr. Mayor, through you to council. So, look, the process is council's. The reality is that it's a legal test in terms of what a reasonable person might consider as substantive or otherwise. And by that, I mean a hypothetical person in the eyes of the courts. And, you know, frankly, if we get this wrong, then potentially the decision and what council has done is open to legal review and being set aside. And so, yes, we do tend to err on the side of caution. Having said that, you know, what we look at with the help of planning and development in terms of this is the amendment that's being proposed after all of the public participation and the open houses and what's been advertised and what's happened at first reading. So all of that at this stage in the proceeding is what's being proposed, simply a clarification of what the general intent is, or does it alter the original proposal in a manner that this reasonable person would view as material? In other words, we are talking about limiting the uses that the current owner and future owners of the property can undertake. And so when we then look at that question, we go to the next part, which is this more permissive or more restrictive than what was originally advertised? And could those amendments essentially impact a person that might otherwise not have come to the public hearing tonight, such that they would wish to be heard on the matter? So if people knew that there was an opportunity to exempt out something like this, would they come out tonight and speak in favor of it? Alternatively, would they potentially speak against it? And that includes the property owner and the adjacent owners. So where you're looking to restrict C&D and marijuana production and those sorts of things, based on the discussions that we've had today with P&D, you know, the conclusion is consistently council has agreed and has taken the position it's a substantive change. So that's where we're at.
So here's my question on that. If the applicant tonight is us, if the applicant was the landowner tonight and during the debate and conversation, the landowner says, you know what, we want to just remove these. We're not interested in this. Would that be different? Would that be considered substantive?
Yes, in all likelihood, because it would change what people might come out and speak to and all the rest of it. That's the challenge. So, in council chambers, we do have the ability to take a recess to have some conversations, sort through as to whether it is. But that's why we've tried to have these conversations earlier today with planning and development. And so, that leads us into the challenge that we face with virtual hearings in some way, and why we've tried to deal with this earlier.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate Mr. Traves' explanation. I don't agree with it. I think we're going to waste resources and time and money, and to be back to the exact same place where we are right now. Who is going to be opposed to removing these two things here? Knowing the community, knowing the owners, even knowing the residents that are opposed to this discussion tonight, they're not going to oppose removing these things. So it doesn't make sense to me whatsoever. And so, if we're able to go and say, okay, let's test it, and against the advice of Mr. Traves and his team, I'd be well willing to do that. So I don't know how that's possible.
Okay, well, let's hear some more debate, and then we'll come back to that. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, and to the folks who showed up. So I think what Councillor Mancini is describing is a frustration, but it's a confusion of substantive versus maybe deleterious. So this is a substantive change to say, you can do X, Y, and Z, but now you're not allowed to do X. That's a substantive change. The question is whether it's deleterious or not. So does it cause harm to those in and around it? And this is where I think, as a council, and it's not to say we're discounting Mr. Traves' advice, but I think the equivalency isn't here. So if we were to come to this public hearing and someone moved an amendment to add the ability to grow cannabis or add the ability to do C&D transfer, that would be potentially deleterious because people could see that as some sort of intrusive activity happening in their neighborhood. But if not we're the applicant, but if the interested parties, being the landowner here and their consultant, are okay with removing them, then I think we have removed a risk of the impact that it could have. If they were against the change, I would absolutely agree with Mr. Traves that a conservative approach to this, in case there's a legal challenge or review, we would not want to entertain that. But I think this is a very different situation. Well, I'll put my bias on the floor. Frankly, I think growing cannabis here would be fine. I think doing C&D transfer would be fine. But if the local councilors and the neighborhood doesn't want it, fine, take it out, especially if the property owner's fine with it. So this is an example where I think as a council, we often do take our legal staff's advice, and appropriately so. They point us in a direction that keeps us out of trouble, and I'm grateful for that. But this is an example where I think we don't have to, because the uber conservative approach that we often take isn't the same here as it would be, as I mentioned before, if we were adding these activities to the zone rather than taking them out. And so I am fine with going ahead and adding this and doing it, knowing that the chance of us, getting legally challenged on this and someone saying, no, you have to add cannabis growing to your zone, I think is, if not slim, it might be even approaching zero. And so I'm good with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
It's tough. I can see how in this case, I don't think any harm will be done by allowing this and not considering it a substantive amendment. I would urge councillors in the future that when you have the property owner or their representatives speaking, you may want to ask them a question of clarification and get it on the record publicly so the public can see that they don't care. Like that's a good move. That being said, the applicant is the municipality, not the landowner. And we are the representatives of the municipality. We're judging our own application, which is awkward, and lots of things we can talk about at a later date about that. But, you know, it seems to me, you know, it's always bothered me. It's always bothered me when we've had a public hearing and we've heard from the public that they want to reduce the height of a building from 12 stories to 9 stories, and that's a substantive amendment, when we're being asked to change and increase the rights. Right? You know, the substantive change is that we're allowing them to build more than a 35-foot home, for example. In this case, we're talking about consolidating and clearing up zoning in a municipal process that was initiated by council. And I just don't see it, right? I think that it's defendable legally that you know, that we've decided to do less. I think that if we were asking, and for the record, I would not vote for, if we were asking to do more, make it 12 stories, and instead of 12 stories, make it 20, that is substantive, and you have to go to the public for that. But for this, I think conveying fewer rights, I just don't see it, especially in this case. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I want to just, before I go to the next speaker, let's just Tyson, do we know for certain that the property owners are okay with the proposed amendments? You know that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding is that the property owners are okay with what's being proposed. They have also indicated in the past that they have no interest in having a C&D facility on the site, nor do they have an interest in having a cannabis production facility on the site. But yeah, to the first part of the question, when these amendments were drafted by staff, you know, we shared those with the public. We shared that with the property owner, and they indicated that they were okay with what was being proposed. Yes.
What was being proposed in the amendments?
Oh, apologies, Mr. Mayor. So with respect to the amendments, all I can say is that my understanding, based on previous discussion with the property owner, is that they're okay with not proposing C&D facilities or cannabis production facilities. They would not, I don't believe, based on my past discussions, they would stand up and argue that those uses should continue or be still included in the proposed zones.
You say that again? I'm sorry, Tyson.
Oh, my understanding, based on previous discussion with the applicant, is that they would not oppose a decision to remove those uses from the zones. We've proposed them, but I don't think they would oppose that. Now, that's just based on my previous discussion. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's fine. I appreciate that. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor, and probably as a councillor who's dealt with C&D facilities and cannabis operations quite a bit in my particular district, I know how sensitive these matters can be. And, you know, I'd like to support the amendment. I'd like to ask, though, in regards to, I thought there was an attempt here to harmonize some of our commercial zoning areas and stuff, and highway commercial zones and industrial zones. If we take this amendment out, does this open up to other opportunities for other zones to have those things excluded? Or would there be an opportunity to have these particular applications by development agreement only? That way there isn't a public process to deal with cannabis operations or C&D transfer process facilities.
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. So I'm not certain if it will set a precedent or if it will open up other avenues or mechanisms to consider removing these uses elsewhere within the municipality. But what I will note is that, you know, where HRM is the applicant and we're HRM as the applicant. Regional council has asked staff to look at the site and determine what is appropriate. And they've also specifically asked us to look at the outcome of the Burnside rezoning project and to consolidate a lot of the language that we have in other industrial areas within the municipality. So in doing that, when staff went away and looked at the site, we determined that these uses are appropriate here. C&D uses are appropriate in our view, in the more intense, smaller zone located at the center of the site. And cannabis production facilities are also appropriate on this site. And I'll just also note that the current zoning, a portion of the site, current zoning now under the I3 zone permits cannabis production facilities, provided they're wholly contained within a building. And that is exactly what we're following suit with. We do believe that that's appropriate. It's already been applied to the existing zone on the site, and we feel that it's appropriate to continue with that use. So,
thank you, John.
Well, Mayor, just 2 points to the current zoning. So effectively, it's not about restricting something that the applicant has brought forward in all instances. In part, just so we're clear, it's potentially a downzoning of existing rights that are in the I3 zone, which is a different issue in some ways and more concerning without hearing from the applicant directly. The other bit is to Councillor Hensby's question. There's no doubt in an application such as this, whether it's made by the municipality or by a private owner, it's discretionary as to what council wishes to agree to at the end of the day. The challenge here is that it is far preferable to have this settled before and as part of the public hearing rather than after the public hearing in a circumstances where we're caught in potentially having not advertised this change and allowing the opportunity for the public to come out and speak to it.
And to follow up on that point, though, if we were to go ahead with this amendment as proposed and approve it tonight, does this process still have to get the consent of the minister and approval by municipal affairs? And if somebody had a problem with the so-called downzoning, would this be considered an opportunity to appeal to the minister? Well, we don't want to have that downzone. We want to have the ability to have, cannabis operations or C&D process facilities. Just like curiosity, what is the process? If this gets passed tonight as amended, what further approvals are required along the way?
Tyson, I don't recall if minister approval is required, but whether it is or not, at the end of the day, if there was a challenge and the minister was not agreeable to refusing to permit this, it would open us to judicial review and a direction from the court in terms of striking down council's decision and potential costs.
Mr. Mayor, I'll add that my understanding is that the MPS amendments that we're proposing, if they're adopted, they would be subject to review by the minister here in this case. Yes.
Right. So we've got a bunch of people that want to speak to this, but I want to just ask the question: who determines if these are substantive amendments? John, is it you? Is it me? Is it council? Is it me on the advice of you? I've never gone against legal advice, but I need to know what who actually determines if these are substantive amendments.
Effectively, it's a legal test, and what we're doing is providing you an opinion as to what we believe the court would decide at the end of the day. And unfortunately, they would be guided somewhat by what advice you receive here tonight.
Right, but if for example, I as chair of the meeting say thank you for the advice, I don't agree with this. I don't consider this a substantive. Is that in my bailiwick, and then, or is that in the council's bailiwick, or how do we figure that out?
At the end of the day, it's essentially a decision as to whether or not my opinion is of what a judge would decide at the end of the day is correct. It's really the court, if there's a challenge, that would decide this. And so what we're doing is traditionally avoiding getting into that situation.
I understand that. I'm just saying, if I said tonight, I appreciate your advice, but I don't consider this substantive if the amendment passes, is it done tonight and it goes to the province, or like who has the power to
Yes.
determine?
This is within council's bailiwick to decide at the end of the day, after listening to my advice, then council's free to proceed as it sees fit. Subject to whatever potential legal challenge, which as has been discussed, may not be forthcoming.
But the legal challenge would come, it's not going to come from citizens, and it doesn't seem like it's going to come from the property owner. I'm not sure who it would come from.
Anyone, Mayor, through you to council, any person who believes that council has acted contrary to the charter requirement to provide a public hearing with respect to changes to the MPS and planning strategy has a right to bring a lawsuit. If somebody wished to make mischief, whether they were an adjacent property owner or the property owner, or just somebody in the municipality who wished to make mischief, could theoretically bring a challenge to this on the basis that they were not provided an opportunity to be heard with respect to this change. And so that's the risk. But council is certainly free to proceed as it sees fit.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that is exactly the kind of the question I was going to go towards with John is who can present a challenge, because we do know that there are residents out there, and we don't know if they are in the area or not, and we don't know who's watching today, that if anyone can put a challenge forward, it might be around, as John has termed it, mischief. And if one person or a group of people decide to challenge it, John, the question for you is, do they have to challenge it in relation specifically to why they would think that should or should not have been taken out? Or would they be challenging the fact that perhaps council overstepped the legal advice and the legal parameters of which they should have, to question then the whole decision of council? And would that then slow down and stall out? And basically, if a court decided that if I guess there would be an appeal in this case, maybe that's the wrong word, I'm not sure, but strike it down, then we're back to square one for this whole process. So I'm of the agreement with some of my colleagues that perhaps people will not have an issue with it being taken out because they don't care that it's being taken out. My fear is, will people see it as we took it out, even on legal advice not to, because it's considered substantive. And that's the thing, that's that little loophole that allows them to challenge it and no longer be able to proceed. We would not be able to proceed with it in some capacity, even if it's a stall tactic, and to raise mischief publicly and such. And I don't know that someone would do that, but it's possible. So John, if you could comment, I guess, I don't know if there's anything to comment there.
Mr. Mayor, through you to council. So we're getting to the point, perhaps a little bit beyond, informing or educating the public and council as to, what the obligations are in the charter with respect to giving advance notice. And I'm concerned that we're getting into something that really should go in camera, which is very tricky to do in the circumstances. But I think you kind of nailed the concern, Councillor Kent, in terms of that I would suggest that it's not necessarily the property owner who may have an issue with this or may seek to take issue with the failure to give notice of a substantive change and the opportunity to be heard. And that does give some pause or concern.
Okay. Just another point of information. How long would it take to have another public hearing? It has to be advertised? Would it take 2 weeks? It wouldn't take months, I assume. Tyson?
Ian?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding would be that if council wished to make this amendment, we would bring back a report with those uses removed, and that would then my understanding, the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, but that report would travel back to Northwest Community Council for a recommendation. It would then come to Regional Council for first reading and scheduling of a new public hearing. So in that process, you're looking at least a couple of months. I see John has his hand up.
Mr. Mayor, through you, council, if council were to defer a decision pending a supplemental report, it's really the issue is the advertising time, which I believe is 2 weeks for a public hearing. And at that point, we could have it back on for council. I see in.
Okay. So that's one option that council could consider tonight, is to defer for a supplemental report. It wouldn't have to go back to community council. It would come back within 3 weeks to council. Okay. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And that was actually, John mentioned what my suggestion was going to be. I see, John, you put your hand up. I'll let you interrupt me for a second.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we would need to look at doing first reading tonight. And I'm not sure we can check in terms of whether we have notice for that. But I have to talk to the clerk for a second, just in terms of we need a first reading, advertising, and then a second reading. So relatively quickly, though.
Mr. Mayor, can I suggest we just take a quick break so they can have that conversation?
Well, let me just get through one round of speakers first and get where people are. Councillor Smith, you were still on the floor. Are you?
Yeah. So I was gonna suggest what John just mentioned, and look, there's a little bit more complexities to it. Much of what I would have said has been said around substantive or not. So my question, and maybe Councillor Dio again when she closes, just to give me a better understanding of why those two uses were the ones that were signaled out. Just to get it, because again, I have no issue with either or on a site like the one that we're looking at tonight. So just getting an understanding of why those two uses are the ones that have been asked to be removed when she closes.
Okay. Well, Councillor Dale Gammon, you're up next, but you want to save or you've kind of spoken once already, but
I could speak again if that's all right.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Please bring some clarity to it.
Okay, great. So the reason really that these two uses come, and previous council members probably know this better than most, but if everybody read all the reports, would see the C&D facility, because of the proximity to the residential, that's what makes it really different than any other industrial zone, is a proximity for Lake Charles, it's a proximity to the residential area. So that was the biggest issue there, as well as what may or may not be impacted in Lake Charles. So that was one of the things. The cannabis processing facility in that moment in time, what I understand from reading the reports has been, and maybe it was that we don't know as much, but it was also again about what would be the potential pollutants that may or may not be as a result of having a cannabis processing facility. Tyson and Councillor Mancini, I know both are more familiar with maybe part of that. But I do know that it was more about environmental and the proximity to the residential communities. And I guess when Mr. Traeger spoke before, the only thing that I could add to that is about, whether it's substantive or not. I do know, speaking with the property owners, that those are two uses that they were okay with having them excluded from. And part of the direction that HRM gave to staff when we were doing this was also to stay cognizant of what information came forward through the public engagement that already existed. And they were two of the primary issues that did come forward from public. So I guess I wonder how far down a rabbit hole you want to go about who could or could not challenge this. You can hypothetical anything so that any decision of council could be challenged. So I guess I want us to sort of think about what is the risk of who or may not. And I do see that risk is fairly low. And as Councillor Cleary said, is there harm? And we are reducing, not adding. So that's my point for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I'm not terribly interested in going too far down that rabbit hole about who or opening the door for someone to challenge this at this point. This is an application that we have brought forward, and it is doing a bunch of stuff. The property owner is okay with it. We have not heard from members of the public other than the property owner at this public hearing. If we do nothing except approve the original motion, it's done. What we're doing now by adding this amendment is saying, let's extend this a little bit and open up an opportunity for a challenge that may or may not be necessary. It has not, as I understand it, been asked for. It is something that was not in the application. It is something that we are doing. If we don't approve the amendment tonight, would we come back? Would we reopen, file another application, and go through this entire process again to get exactly where we are now, looking at this amendment of removing the C&D facility and removing the possibility of C&D and removing the possibility of cannabis? I don't know. If we would, then it might be worth considering. But I don't see the value that this amendment brings to us compared to the delay in the process. I'm not prepared to support it as a non-substantive amendment, but I don't see the value that it brings compared to the delay in the process and tying up the property owner from moving ahead with what they want to do. They've been waiting for this to be concluded for some period of time, and what this does is introduce another delay in it. So I'm simply, I'm sorry, Councillor Daigle-Gammon, I'm not going to be able to support the amendment. I have no problem supporting the original motion. I'm just concerned that this is introducing an undue delay unnecessarily that hasn't really been asked for. Otherwise, it would already be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. Councillor Russell, you said exactly what I was going to say. I don't think that the amendment really serves the purpose, considering how long the property owners have been going through this process. And Northwest Community Council had this in front of us back in December. We didn't have an amendment at that point in time. And I think that with this amendment, we're picking and choosing things. So I guess, back to Councillor Smith's point, what is the justification for cannabis, for example, when it's contained in a warehouse? But at the same time, winery and distilleries and breweries are okay. And so, knowing the smell from hops, if you've ever hung out on the corner of Agricola and Yonge Street, it's quite strong. Whereas with a cannabis facility, it's all contained within the building. It creates jobs, much needed jobs. So I just can't support this amendment. And I do have a question though for Tyson with regards to permitted uses. The question that I have is on the light manufacturing assembly and processing operations. Does that also include pharmaceutical? Just questioning that. If Tyson, you can answer that.
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, I can't say specifically if that is the case, if that would include pharmaceutical manufacturing. I would really like the opinion of a development officer for that specific question. However, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, the list of permitted uses, when it talks about light manufacturing, it does talk about to be contained within a building. Am I correct in that? So it's quite plausible that that use might be permitted as long as it's contained within a building.
Yes, okay, well, thank you so much. Sorry, Councillor Daigle-Gammon, I cannot support the amendment. I'm fine with the motion as is. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've gone around once. John?
Mayor, through you to council, in terms of the question of, if council wishes to amend what's before you to delete these uses, the process that we have traditionally used and the one that would work would be to defer and direct staff to make the changes to delete those two uses from the MPS and the bylaws, and then return as quickly as we can.
Okay.
Without going to community council or coming back to council for first reading?
correctly, it would come back to council.
Yeah, but it would have to be scheduled again for a public hearing at that point.
Correct. First reading and then the advertising and coming back for a public hearing and final decision, similar to what we've done in the past. That's been the process.
Councillor Cleary.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so I'm going to challenge John a little bit more on this. So I've just been going through the charter using the search term substantive, also public hearing, looking at the public hearing section. And so the public participation program is entirely at the discretion of council. The public hearing process, and we have a bylaw on this, it's not in the charter, it's our process. We decide how that works. The only thing that the charter requires us is that we do have a public hearing, and it sets out direction on terms of the notice, for example, 1 week, 2 weeks in a row in a newspaper, what has to be the information. And in fact, we can actually charge people for copies of our documents. That's in the charter, which we don't do. We put them for free on the website. But nothing in the charter speaks to changes at public hearings, substantive or otherwise. And in some ways, it's kind of stupid to have a public hearing if people can't actually make a change. It's like, why have a public hearing if you hear from the public and if they want to do X or Y, you can't actually do it unless you have another public hearing. The whole point of a public hearing is to hear from the public and then take what they say and make adjustments based on that feedback. And so in some ways, the whole point of a public hearing is to see if there are changes to be made, substantive or non-substantive. And I looked at the URAB legislation and regulations around planning documents and how municipalities our documents can be challenged by by people to the URAB. And I haven't had time to look at the legal reviews or challenges. I would assume they have to go to URB first. But the idea that an aggrieved party would be here, if it's a cannabis use, the aggrieved party would have to be, John talked about mischief making, but the aggrieved party would have to be someone who wanted to have a cannabis use on that property that they don't even own. That seems kind of silly to me. And so, the idea that if there's a substantive change, we need to go back to the community for another public hearing. I get it from an uber cautious legal point of view, but there's actually nothing. And unless, John, you can point to something in the charter that specifically says, if we make a substantive change, we have to go back to the public. I think, Mr. Mayor, it's within council's discretion, and you as the chair, you can decide what is substantive, and you can decide what risk we want to take as a council. That's our job. Unless Mr. Traves can point to a particular section in the charter, I'm not sure where this comes from legislatively, except for just a super cautious approach.
John, any thoughts?
Mayor, through you to council. No, I don't have the charter open in front of me to debate the various sections, unfortunately. There is a longstanding legal opinion, which I have read. I don't have it in front of me tonight. I didn't anticipate going down this road. What I can tell you is this, that, the courts have interpreted the obligation with respect to, changes on planning and MPSs to be such that, the thought would be, or the process would be, that the changes are made as a result of public participation, in this case back to 2019, the open houses in 2020, and at first reading. And so if there is then a substantive change after all of that input and the feedback that the municipality has received as a result of the public hearing tonight, that would cause us to go back and have another public hearing before it was finalized. And so, realistically, and this is why we advise council to, basically to ensure that they have the necessary changes that they want by the time we get to first reading. Realistically, and this comes back to, if I may, that the language essentially, as I recall it, and I'm swinging from, off the top of my head here, is that there's a requirement to have a public hearing with respect to changes to the planning strategies and the bylaws. And so we've not had a public hearing with respect to those specific changes. They were not addressed as part of the proposal. They were not advertised. They were not addressed by the property owner. And this is a matter that came up after the public hearing had closed and is a change in the uses, in effect, a downzoning of the existing industrial 3 uses. And so my professional opinion would be that if asked, a court would look at this and say, no, you've not given people an opportunity to speak with respect to the restriction in those uses, if we're challenged on it. And you're quite right, Councillor Cleary, the question is, what is the realistic chance of that? We have traditionally, as a municipality, not taken that risk, and it is one which is potentially a challenge. I don't know if that helps, but I don't have my charter open in front of me like or the opportunity given my answering questions.
Councillor Hensby.
So if this amendment was to go forward, is this not changing the definition of what that industrial zone is? So would it be a new industrial zone zoning requirement under a new label, or would it be I-zone I3-A or something? Because if we're trying to harmonize some of our zoning in other areas, this would be anomaly to that. So would it have to have another different zoning identifier for the purposes of that particular plan? And my other question would be in regards to the process, if a C&D or cannabis op was to go through, they also have to go through their own environmental study plus public hearing process to go forward. You know, it's not just by right by zoning, it still has its other judicial processes it has to go through. So if this amendment doesn't pass, those two issues still have to go through another scrutiny of an environmental study as well as a public hearing process. Is that not correct?
Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'll just respond to the first question with respect to what we've tried to achieve here by looking at what's been adopted in terms of industrial uses and zones elsewhere, and it's part of our efforts to bring this into the bylaw simplification program going forward. We haven't taken a zone that's been applied elsewhere and just applied it to this site. I mean, we've used what's been approved previously and the language we've been using more consistently now as part of bylaw simplification. We use that as a guide. But we did consider other aspects in terms of how to apply that to the site. So I don't think this is an instance where, the labeling or the zone or anything would need to change. Those are just used as a general guide. And what language we used is consistent with what's presented in the Burnside industrial rezoning, for instance. Councillor, I apologize. I'll have to ask you to ask your second question again, perhaps more specifically. I didn't.
Would the cannabis and C&D operations also require environmental studies as well as a public hearing of their own?
Councillor, my understanding is that the cannabis production facilities wouldn't require a separate hearing. They would be, if adopted as recommended by staff, the zone would allow for those uses. And as noted previously, the I3 zone, which is now currently on the site, allows for that use. Now, the restrictions are that the use has to be contained within a building, and then there are other provisions which exceed the setback requirement of like 50 meters. So elsewhere where you see cannabis production facilities in the municipality, I believe the standard setback for those types of uses is 75 meters. So we've carried forward the similar requirements we have elsewhere. But no, it wouldn't require any sort of site plan approval process. My understanding, it would just have to meet those setback requirements and be contained within a building.
And just to confirm, you said this zoning, this I3 zoning already exists on the site, so there has never been an application for such a C&D processing or cannabis production facility at this present time. So the zoning already exists in that area. So we're not changing it. We're just trying to down zone it.
Councillor, I'll clarify. The I3 zone that is currently on the site now does allow for cannabis production facilities. It does not allow for C&D facilities. Where we're proposing C&D facilities is in the more intense proposed zone this evening that's at the center of the site. So that's not included with cannabis production. The only reference I was making there was that today, if you were to apply for a permit on the site within the I3 zone, you would likely be successful in acquiring a permit as long as the use was contained within a building. You would also have to be licensed by the Government of Canada, I believe through public health or other restrictions, obviously for cannabis production facilities that you would have to abide by. But a permit would be likely achievable right now.
Thank you. John, welcome back.
Mayor, through you to the Councillor Cleary, in terms of his question of where in the charter, I would suggest if council wishes, they would look at section 220 and 221. 220 requires that the bylaw that is being passed tonight be read twice. And so we are now proposing to change the bylaw that was read at first reading as a result of the public hearing. And so that does in some way bring us back to the question, is this a simple change of clarifying something that was essentially a small error, or is it something more substantive, which is a change in use? So that's where you sort of get to it. And 221 deals with the requirement in a public hearing that during the advertising, when the bylaw is available, there is to be available a copy of the bylaw that is being passed tonight, of course, which is now being changed. And so that's where you would find those sections of the charter which have been considered by the courts in a number of jurisdictions.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the I3 zone does permit cannabis. It doesn't permit C&D, is what I believe I just heard. But that if somebody applied for C&D under the I3, they'd likely be granted permission for such a facility. Is that what I heard?
Yes, Councillor, that is what you heard, except I think you said C&D when you said if they were to make a permit for C&D. So if they were to make a permit for a cannabis production facility, they may be able to receive a permit for that because that is enabled under the I3 zone today, currently on the site. C&D is not permitted in the I3 zone. It is not permitted on the site today, right now.
Okay. Okay, so I guess the issue that I'm seeing here is that when we start to change the I3 zone with kind of without a broader strategy and without really looking at the municipality as a whole, we're beginning to say, well, we don't want this here and we don't want that there, but I don't really understand what the broader plan is around that. So I mean, what we're doing is trying to modify an existing zone. And I'm wondering if this is something that we do at a site-specific level, or is this something that we do at a bigger regional level? And where cannabis is a facility would generally be allowed under an application in an I3 zone. Yeah, I think I got that right. I have some concern about how we make future decisions about where such facilities go or where they don't go. And instead of having a strategy, we're making this very political. So I'm just that's kind of where my head is at about modifying an I3 zone on a site-specific amendment rather than at a larger strategic level. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not sure where I'm going to land on this at the moment, but those are some of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, you've spoken twice on this. You're looking to speak again. I'll give you 10 seconds at the most.
Okay. A question of clarification, because bringing this amendment forward was not to put HRM at risk legally about what decision you make or don't make, but it also wasn't to hamper the property owners from being able to move forward either. So if there is a deferral, can it come back? Did I understand that it could come back within 3 weeks to Regional Council, bypass Northwest Community Council, and we could get the sub report and do the deferral?
That's what I heard, but we're not, I can't let you bring in a deferral on your third attempt, so.
Okay.
So we're gonna vote on the amendment, colleagues. Ian, that's correct now, and if the amendment is defeated, then it's defeated. If the amendment passes, then we can determine the course of action and substantiality. Ian, am I correct on that?
Mayor Savage, yes, I would agree with that. And I will be just posting the motion into the chat to make sure it is there for everybody.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, when will we move the deferral though? Do we have to pass the amendment before we defer the process? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know about that. I suppose you could always do the, if the amendment is defeated, well, I guess I need some more help with that. That's a good question. If the amendment is defeated, we go back to the main amendment, main motion unamended. If this motion passes, can we still do we could still do the deferral on it, I think, could we not, Ian?
So the motion on the floor is an amending motion that is amending the main motion. So if it passes, it will amend the main motion and the item could be deferred. Okay. The item could be deferred, but we do have an amendment on the floor we should deal with before any deferrals are considered.
Agreed. Okay. Okay, question on the amendment.
Just confirming that that motion is now in the chat. Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
Opposed.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
I support the amendment.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the amendment.
Councillor, can I confirm that was against?
Against the amendment.
Thank you. 8, Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith.
I got kicked out. What are we voting on?
Councillor Smith, this is the amending motion.
Okay. Okay.
9, Councillor Cleary.
No.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting no on the motion?
15, Councillor Russell.
Against the amendment?
16, Councillor Otit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
No.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
And 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Yeah, I have 12-5 on that, Ian.
I think 6-4.
I had 11-6.
I have 6 votes in favor, 11 votes against.
Okay, so the motion is defeated, 11-6. We're back on the main motion. Is there discussion on the main motion?
Question. Oh, that's right.
Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Daniel Gammon. So some history. So some of us are well aware of this file, and there's many new councillors are not. So I want to give you a little history on this. There's really 2 issues when it comes to the zoning of the Conrad Quarry. The first issue is with regard to the concern from the community is the adding the heavy industrial to this property. And we heard about C&D and cannabis and all of that. You know, the Spider Lake is right next to it. If you look at slide 3 of Tyson's slide deck, it shows you the area. So Spider Lake is right next to it. Across the street, across Waverly Road is Craigburn, and more importantly is Lake Charles. So the concern from the community is heavy industrial and impact on Lake Charles. The concern is also about next to Spider Lake, about noise and dust and all of those things that potentially can come with the heavy industrial activity. The other issue, and the main issue, really is the runoff. There is runoff on Lake Charles. I've been on many residents' back decks after a heavy rainfall, and we see the runoff. There are some that feel the runoff is coming from the Conrad Brothers quarry. There are others that feel the runoff is coming from Spider Lake development. The challenge is there's no proof of that. We don't know where the runoff is coming, and there's great debate on that. So the concern again is adding more industrial is just going to add to that. The last time this came to council, I made the commitment at that time to go away and bring together stakeholders. So we had several meetings at City Hall in our boardroom where we had Halifax Water, we had the Department of Environment, Department of Transportation, our planners, the local MLA was there, local residents was there. We had multitude of meetings, lots of follow-up action. Halifax Water did investigation, transportation. There was a lot of that going on, a lot of eyes on it. I will mention that, you know, one of the landowners who spoke earlier, Kim Conrad, lives on Lake Charles. You know, he lives right on Lake Charles also. He doesn't want that lake to be impacted, particularly coming from his own property. One of the things that came out of this meeting and working with the Councillor Austin was to reinstate the water monitoring program, which will be starting this spring, which I'm excited for. And the reason I brought it back was to specifically Lake Charles, Lake Micmac, and Lake Bannock, and they were expanding that to many other lakes within the municipality. I like what staff have done with regard to keeping the light industrial on the outside, and there's lots of buffer around as described, and then keeping the heavier industrial in the middle to protect all around. So we need to create some balance here. We have a business that's been here since 1963. We have a family-run business that are good stewards of the land and want to be good neighbors. And when they have made mistakes, you know, the Department of Environment have been all over it, and they've corrected that. So we're looking at, I need data and I need evidence. Again, we don't know where the runoff is coming from. There's lots of speculation out there, but I need that data. I have spoken to the Minister for Environment on the weekend about this particular site, and he's committed to making sure that they continue to investigate the protection of Lake Charles and the runoff. In fact, he shared with me this morning when I reached out to him again, because he had his staff go out there last week to take a look at the Conrad property. He says they're committed to finding the runoff. He's also said there's been a directive to staff to come up with new regulations on the amount of sediment permitted allowed into a lake, and new regulations around C&T operations. That's a directive from the minister's office. And he's prepared to join me with these meetings we've had in the past and looking at the springtime to bring all the stakeholders back again to look specifically at Lake Charles. So I understand the concern. I value our lakes. I know this lake well. I know the residents well. I hear their concerns, but we have to go based on what the data and evidence is in front of us. So I support the motion that's on the floor. I ask you colleagues to support this motion. And my commitment is to work with Kathy Diggle-Gammon, the councillor, and to work with the community and to engage all the influence we possibly can to bring people together that can continue to look at Lake Charles and protect it. At the same time, allowing the Conrad brothers to do their business. And at the same time, if something goes wrong with that quarry, that we're going to take them to task on it. So I ask that you support the amendment on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Mayor Savage, I just want to know that there is, Tyson does appear to have his hand up.
Mr. Mayor, just before council votes on this item, as I alluded to in my presentation on the last slide, there is an amending agreement that has been circulated to members through a memorandum with a revised attachment B, and that is just addressing simply clerical errors. There's a couple of duplicated words within the original attachment, so we've circulated a new revised attachment, and I just didn't want that to get missed. the motion can still carry, and we'll just have the wording we have. But if it's possible to correct that, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Daigle Gammon, do you want to?
Not substantial, is it?
Councillor Daigle Gammon, do you want to? Oh, Jesus, a long one too.
Yeah, is it in the chat?
Is that the one in the chat?
Yes, Mayor Savage, I did just post it in the chat. The formatting does not come out very good when it's posted into this chat function. That is the amending motion that Tyson was referring to.
All right, it's longer than the teacher's comments on my grade 8 report card, but go ahead.
All right. I can do that. Move to that we approve the proposed amendments to the municipal planning strategies, MPS and land use bylaws, LUB, for Cole Harbour, Westfall, Dartmouth, and planning districts 14 and 17, as set out in attachments A and B of this report, to allow industrial and highway commercial uses on the Conrad Quarry lands with the following amendments: that Part 2A, subsection 2A11, definition of industrial use, be amended to include composting operations as outlined on the attached revised attachment B, and that section 15B1, titled permitted uses, be amended to clarify uses already permitted under the definition of industrial use, and to delete the words except industrial uses under subsection 15B1A to allow all C1 permitted uses as outlined in the attached revised attachment B. And that's it. And apparently it's not substantive.
Seconded.
Too boring to be substantive. Okay, that's seconded by Councillor Russell. Is there much debate on this, or can we go to the vote on this?
Question.
Let's go to the question on this.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Oated.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
And 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
Thank you.
That amendment passes, so we now have an amended motion. I'm ready for the question on the amended motion.
Question.
Beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
Sorry, Councillor, was that in favor?
Yes.
Thank
In
you.
favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
And 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion carries. Is there anything else we need to do, Ian?
Mayor Savage, we had 2 notices of motion before the dinner break. That is all we have on our agenda today that I have.
Okay, if somebody wants to move adjournment,
So
we will
moved.
go, and I won't see you until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you all.
Take care, everyone. Have a good
Good
night.
night, all.
Good night, everyone.
Night.